That's what it says. You know, in order to have true shalom bayis, in order to have true brooklyn marriage, both parties in marriage have to want growth. Like, the worst thing that can happen is when a wife becomes her husband's mashgiach. Like, you know, if the wife is kicking out, you know, the same way the husband is telling his wife, you know, you need to get some slavery. You need to be certain Shabbos, you know, and you need to get Shabbos, that's also a disaster. What should I say for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for love. A wife has to be thirsty for love. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is saving, it's going to get. One is always going to be pushing, one is always going to be offering, and the other obviously is going to become resentful. If both are thirsty, then the nice that's the recipe for success. If both are saving, then what? Are a disaster also. Because if both are saving, then that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, ridiculous success. Both are saving, abysmal failure. One is thirsty, one is saving, a lot of shalom bayis issues. So you know, it's like, what about the matzah in the pussy? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? I don't know, that sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? What's the reason actually that says to be a matzah in the pussy? Heshba akiba pussy yisrael. Umaga ba'asma sha'shavas aved elef shavas and it's in the pussy. It's incredible. I said, of course, you should return the lost objects to non-Jews. That's what we're saying. I'm not saying like this. And a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Hashavas Aveda, that's wrong. That's wrong. And you know, say something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And we should not interact with each other as if we are the same. We have to have respect for all of humanity. We have to treat all of humanity. There is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And the Lord said we don't have to be apologetic about saying it. There's a reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one has our back except us. And the Lord said, you know, for so many of us, our senses were dulled to this, right? We thought again, after the Holocaust, never again, everybody loves us, and anti-Semitism is not what it used to be, and then October 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate Jews, and they take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic mishmat, and they do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and even as great as this hope is to us, anti-Semitism is rampant, and it teaches us one simple lesson: circle the wagons, look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So we want to come by your people, right? And to come along, and everything else, and we want to community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not being one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's where the world works now. When Mashiach comes, and that's Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, humanity will become one. But until that case, humanity is not one. There's clubs, and there's everywhere else. It's honestly like God, we are alone in this world. But again, we know how to grow alone in this, or in other ways, individuals, because we have each other, and we always have each other. And this is what you know it says. Just like we do once on Shabbos, I go, oh, I get this now. And we live in a community, we live in our talent, right? You know what it says? That's not true. There's not one thing that we're doing to mankind. However, again, we have a revolution of dignity, we have a revolution of respect for every single person. But just understand that there's a different system of conduct, a different system of allegiance, and a different system of commitment. They have that to one another because all we have is each other. We have no one else but each other. And the moment we forget that is the moment we put ourselves in an overwhelmingly precarious situation. Start thinking about it. Should you return a lot out of it to a pussy? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000% of us say yes, yes. And don't try to tell us out there. You do the extra money, right? You find. You are proper human beings. But just understand that there's a difference between that and the reason Hashem Asaredi, which represents the personal contract that we have with one another. A man who loves his wife like his own body, and when he is recovered, you have to love your wife like yourself. Right? You have to honor her more than yourself. And that's what is that? What is that? Why doesn't it say you have to go so you go see how to say Hashem praise? And so what is this mean? First of all, why do we say love your wife more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. It's important you so. Right? Listen, the framework of love that I have more than anything is myself. The strongest reflex we have within ourselves is self-preservation. Right? Because deep down, like, the most important sense of feelings. So Gemara says, if you could love your life as much as you love yourself, that's godless. That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be happy? Yeah, because love is an emotion. So from an emotional perspective, you can feel that sense of love to your wife, and you can feel you care about her as much as you care about yourself. That's fantastic. The fact you're covered in our physical behaviors. Right? So then when it comes to physical behaviors, then you have to do more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And I was like, that's on a very like individual level. So again, so you for yourself, you get a present on your birthday. So right, she gave you a present on her birthday, which is you get a present multiple other times. Whatever cover you take for yourself. If you like certain new things, whatever you like, make sure that your wife has even more than that. This cover is physically measurable. So Ava, which is an emotion, Kazako, if you can care about your wife as much as you care about yourself, that's fantastic. But cover that you give, that's the original. The cover you give to let it pass the surpass the cover you give for yourself. When you love yourself. Now, not you. One of the girls said, yeah, inshallah. I also, again, this is so beautiful. How one who leads his children in a proper path. So listen, these captivities mean these demands that you can spend or you can always do it. What does it mean not to? What does it mean not to? Listen, what do you do? What's about you? What's about you? God, what is about you? Shows you the way. Leads. Well, listen, the most annoying guys in one room, talk too much. Right? Just be quiet and move. Right? Talk lightly, simply parenting. Effective parenting. Much less talking, much more doing. Be a mentor. Don't tell your kids what to do. Tell your kids what to do. Show them what to do. Listen, I'm joking. I won't talk about it. Right? This is a motivated group. Whether your kids are asleep or not asleep, you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shul, to learn, to daven, to see her, that you're mostly not supposed to give them a sleep. It's just like, you're joking about it, right? It's 2 minutes to see us not that. None of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night. We're doing like a normal night's sleep at 5 o'clock in the morning. Imagine, it's all about hadracha. You can say whatever you want, you can say like you want to take people, you can sing zingers, you can do all that stuff. It's very nice, it's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? And if you lead your children by example on a Derech Yishana, that's parenting. Incredible. But I'm not seeing someone from here, not even up early. Not even up early, I would say. Now, someone from here comes from this is really early. And someone from here comes means you a little bit before they reach a goal time. Right? Which again, today's age is about 25, right? So now you come up a little bit before they reach should be mutual adulthood. I love our cousin Omer, so that's such a possible thing. See, four ingredients over there. Number one, love your wife as much as you love yourself. You can reach out to people like this, I love my wife more than I love myself. I love my kids. Chazal said, calm down, right? If you can love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment. That's an accomplishment, right? Love her as much as you love yourself. Number two, but give her more cover, which is the easier stuff. Give her more cover. What the cover you did for yourself. Number three, don't tell your kids what to do, but be a magic. Be a good guide. Be a good leader. Show them what to do. And number four, marry your children off a little bit before adulthood. That's what the Pasuk says. V'yagata, Shalom Alecha, U'bakarat Alecha, V'lotachta. Pasuk says, know that Yirach Hashem everything is going to be good. Even peace in the tent, right? Bakarat Alecha, your home will be remembered for good, and ultimately again you will not come to sin. So what's this about why is all of this brought down? Because again, we just saw before, I think you might as well just shouldn't marry off your kid before adulthood. So what's happening over there? So you might say, no, it's not a kasha. It's not a kasha. You might say, someone's looking at them saying, no, ultimately again, this is what we're talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood, so the mice again, that's not a big deal. Speaking about now marrying up your child as a couple, that's not just when you're still very young. Incredible. I don't want to say that. It's not for today. We'll find tomorrow a very short document. It's not showing. Gotta be short document. Looks like tremendous way to start the week. Shkaya, everybody. All right, you have a great day, everyone. You get rid and that's whoever stays here, that's not moving, just like we'll go sick. I have all this fucking equipment and shop, but then they'll like find dust and Cheeto stains on it. And, why does this red chair smell like shit? All right, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar. I know Talmud sponsor Tavshin Tehei. Tosim Mishpacha. We're dedicating all the Shemar Joshua this year, wishing a Mazel Tov to Yoshua Mordechai Kilson and his engagement to Rabbi Cohen. Mazel Tov to the husband and family who deserve the message to build by his name in Israel, which endures ahead as we shall rejoice. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Azim Tova, Stephen Tarizim, and Rabbi Yamir Tzaddik Dr. Hari Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv of Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, and Rafa. Note that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Sadi Rabbi, the families and all of those who wish to have a kid with full fully exalted, home, all of our husbands, Shalom and Zikarat, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Let's with that, let us begin about what we're practicing today. Some really incredible Gemara ahead of us. Today's daf is Ayin Vav 76, and we are picking up actually on Ayin Vav. We left off Ima, which is on 76. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down from the top. Last word on the line. So we're introduced over here to the topic of Sreifa. Again, which types of relationships are punishable by Sreifa? Now, by the way, you see already the common denominator, the types of infractions punishable by Sreifa, generally again are infractions which deal with immorality, which is the common denominator everything we move over here. So remember again, so when you have to use that, the Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships: a man marrying a white woman and her mother, or a woman and her daughter. So now we're building out the framework from this. The verse is as follows: Mahu Kavas Vasura, Afi Kavas Asura. So we should say that just as a man is prohibited to his son's wife, so he should be prohibited biblically to his wife's son's wife. So right? In other words, the same way that he's prohibited to his daughter-in-law, his direct daughter-in-law, to his son, he should be limited to his daughter-in-law through her son. Rabbi, Ashes Binko. I'm sorry, Ashes Binko. So the fact that he has none of limited to his daughter-in-law. Why? Because she is the wife of his son. One is chayiv ultimately again because a woman is the wife of his son, but not chayiv because she is the wife of his wife's son. So you see what we're doing over here? We're just trying to kind of figure out parallel relationships. So we know that a man is prohibited to his daughter-in-law. What's the definition of a daughter-in-law? Your son's wife. So now the Gemara said, okay, so why do we say the parallel relationship again? Your wife's son's wife should also be asur too. Listen, I want you to hear. All of these relationships are asur. They're asur. The shaila is, are they asur d'Rabbanan or are they asur d'Oraisa? So your daughter-in-law through your son's wife is obviously asur d'Oraisa. So the shaila is your wife's son's daughter, your wife's son's wife also asur d'Oraisa? This person to say no. As the passage is interesting. Rabbi says, "Bein man domino, bein man domino, no asra." So Rabbi says like this. The truth is, this goes back to yesterday's stuff. Remember, again, we have fundamental focus in general. How do you darshan Xer Shabbos? How do you darshan Xer Shabbos? Do we say don't even know, which means you're going to both say remember that different like target of the Xer Shabbos? I should say the final definition of the Xer Shabbos comes from the source item, or no? Don't you know, but keep the asra, the result of the part really focuses on the destination of the exertion, or the second half of the exertion. We'll see inside in just a moment. With the Rabbi says, in reality, being the man don't you know, being the man don't you know, but keep the asra, but the Rabbi says, the truth is, you can't really learn out this prohibition ultimately of wife's son's wife. Why? Because the man don't you know, the one who says focus on the initial halacha, and that means becoming to define characteristics and qualities. It's like this: Mahu halas vasura. Just as a man says, just go to a typical case, right? Reuben's married to Rachel. And so remember again, Reuben's kala. Who says kala? His kala is his daughter-in-law. Right? So remember again, his son's wife. Mahu halas vasura. Just as Reuben, his daughter-in-law is asura to him. So we should say so too, Rachel's son's wife should also be prohibited to Reuben. Gemara says if that's the case, Mahu b'skila, Afinam b'skila. Then we should say the same way of giving her relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that is punishable by skila. So to again, if he has relations with his wife's son's wife, his daughter-in-law through his wife, it should also be punishable by skila. Gemara says, okay, the man Amar skila amura iko nifra. According to the opinion that says that skila is the most common form of death penalty. There's a problem. What's the problem? Say first wide line, I involve Amudal 76 days. What's the problem? Malvahu shikid imo skila. Again, I want to say for Reuben himself, so remember again, the relationship with his mother, punishable by skila. Tomar Behi Shikima B'Sreifa. So the problem is, see, the relationships don't line up. Right? Remember, again, we're trying to create a certain symmetry. I mean, granted, it's an immoral symmetry, but it's a symmetry nevertheless between relationships on his side versus her side. So we're trying to line up essentially to say that just like he can't have relations with his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, so too again on his wife's side, he also is credited to his wife's son's wife. The problem just is, you see it, the symmetry doesn't line up. Why not? Take a look at mother for just a moment. If he has relations with his mother, it's skila. If he has relations with her mother, it's sreifa. Right? That's one of the explicit speaking that we saw yesterday. Is that you can't go ahead and marry or have relations with a woman and her mother. It's of a sreifa. So you see that the symmetry doesn't line up. Come on, the issue with the sreifa. Followed furthermore, second white line called bita b'sreifa, the kalas of a skila. Furthermore, again, if this construct would remain true, it means that if Reuben were to have relations with with Rachel's daughter, again, that's an explicit pasuk, a woman and her daughter, that's Shrefa. And yet, again, Kalasa, according to this logic, if you were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, i.e., his brother-in-law through his wife, it'd be by Skila. So again, just the punishments don't seem to line up. To which the Gemara says, it's not a problem. Which is that's not such a kasha. Why? The beat of the Sreva by Kalasa and Skila. We already see that the punishments are asymmetrical. Why? Because if we're going to have relations with his daughter, it's Sreifa, and yet to get into relations with his daughter-in-law, meaning his son's wife, ultimately that is Skila. The issue just is that, at least from Elane's perspective, what's symmetrical is the prohibition, a generation above and a generation below, right? So in other words, for example, his mother and his daughter-in-law from his son are symmetrical. They're both b'sreifa. So just like for Reuben himself, again, it was remember we spent yesterday time. So much of what we're doing in these regular relationships is creating continuity in generations above and generations below. So when you look from Reuben's perspective, so again, when you look at the prohibition regarding his mother and his daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, the punishments are the same. So again, even on her side, it should be the same thing. You should say that it should be the same punishment if Reuben has relations with Rachel's mother or Rachel's daughter-in-law through her son. Gemara says, according to the opinion that says that Sheifa is more cover, ultimately, again, based on this question, we would not be able to capture this entire thing. Okay, so the Gemara says that's the first side of this. The second side of this, according to the all the evidence construct. All of this country. So remember, just to keep our eye on the ball over here. So remember, we're trying to figure out over here, we're trying to make a suggestion that just as Reuben is not allowed to have relations with his daughter-in-law. In other words, the daughter-in-law is defined by his son's wife. But wants to suggest that there should be a symmetrical prohibition to his wife's son's wife. His daughter-in-law through his wife. The Gemara suggesting that the love is saying the truth is, whichever way you dance, Zero Shav is not going to work. With this demon, it's not going to work. So, for example, Man Damar, don't you know what would be Basra? So, again, according to the opinion that that's just how by saying, but literally, again, the defining characteristics of the Zero Shav is defined by what we call the destination of the Zero Shav. So, it's like this Mahu Kalasa Sura, just as Reuben, right? Reuben's daughter-in-law's conviction, trying to have relations with his son's wife. Afi Kalasasura. So this is the same thing. You can't have a relationship with Rachel's son's wife. Ruhi Ba'asura. So you are saying, okay, then let's focus on the destination of that share. Possibly with the skila. So remember again, if Reuben were to have relations with Rachel's son's wife, that would be skila. Aval Hafa B'Seifa. But over here, if he were to have relations with his own daughter-in-law, i.e. his son's wife, that's Sreifa. The Ashkif of the Eva. As we find with his mother, because you also remember again, on either side, things are symmetrical. Because remember, if Reuben has relations with his mother, generation up, or has relations with his daughter-in-law, generation down, same punishment, Shreifa. Gemara says, Laman Damar, Skila Chamura, Yondefa. So according to the that says that Skila is more Chamur, that's the following question. Right? So when it comes to right, so focus with his mother will be Skila, Chamar, Shima, Shreifa. Yeah, with her, with Rachel's mother will be Shreifa. Bow, Mahu Halak, the bow, Pei Vitola Kalasa, Afi Taklo, but Pei Vitola Kalasa. So you say the same way that there's distinction in the prohibition for Reuben between his brother and his daughter-in-law. So on Rachel's side, there should be a distinction between his daughter and daughter-in-law. According to the opinion that says that Shreifa ultimately is more common than Skila, and I push y'all low and based on this question, we can't darshan the proper halacha. So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, the word does not seem to be able to prove this idea. Right? Remember, what's that the Gemara wanted to do? The Gemara wanted to say that the same way that Reuben's daughter-in-law from his son, right, his son's wife, is punishable by Srefa. So too, again, his daughter-in-law through his wife. Reuven's daughter-in-law, i.e., his son's wife. His son's wife is punishable by Srefa. So there should be a parallel prohibition that his daughter-in-law from his wife, Rachel's son's wife, should also be punishable by Srefa. So remember again, both Abaye and Rabbi agree that is not halakha. Abaye says it first in a puzzle. Rabbi says either way, Xer Shava is not going to work. Xer Shava doesn't pan out. Okay, so the Gemara as I'm supposed to say, once again, it doesn't mean it's not prohibited. It's still awesome. It's still awesome. It just means the Gemara is suggesting that it may not be a prohibition of Srefa. Okay, so the Gemara goes back there. The Gemara says, Bitam and Asas Minai. Let's get an interesting case. What happens if Reuven violates Rachel? He violates her. And then what happens? He violates her, and they have a daughter. So how do I know that halacha l'maisa, if Reuven has relations with that daughter, that's punishable by Srefa? That's called bitom and. So his daughter, as a result of woman that he violated, having a relationship like that is punishable by Srefa. The Gemara says, Rabbi Kavachomer. What's the Kavachomer? Abbas Bito Onish Abito Lokosh Sadness. If Lamaisa, Reuven is held liable for relations with his granddaughter, Bas Bito, then what? Allah has come of all the more so, he is held accountable for relations with his daughter, even if that daughter ultimately again is the result of a violation of violating the mother. So the Gemara says, so if he owns him, I didn't go on saying you can't accuse once you have this concept, which you can't create Kavachomers through you can't create capital punishment through a Kavachomer. Capital punishment has to be understood directly. So the Gemara says, no, you're right, give me most of the No, it's not really Kavachomer, it's obvious. It's obvious. The Torah holds a man accountable for relations with his daughter. It's punishable by Srefa. It doesn't really make a difference how this woman is his daughter, whether she's his daughter from a legitimate marriage or whether she's his daughter because he violated her mother. Either way, a daughter is a daughter is a daughter, and therefore there's going to be liability for relations with her. Incredible. Rabbi says, Kamarli Yitzchak Baratini, Asya Hina Hina, Asya Sima Sima. Okay, Rabbi on the other hand, Rabbi learns that from a double Xer Shava of Hina Hina Shima Shima. Okay, Tanya Abua de Rabbi. If he Shalom Laman, Ikaman Asasu, Hutzraf Hakasu Lomar, Bas Ishko. So let's listen to this. So the Gemara says, because we did not bring out, right? We don't have an explicit drasha. There's no explicit pasuk that says that if a man has relations with his daughter, his father through violating her mother, that if he has relations with her, he is tied to Srefa. Because there is no explicit pasuk that says that. Hutra hakasel lomai, the pasuk needs to say, "Ubas ish kohen." So the Gemara says, "Ima bas kohen b'sreifa, bein bol of b'sreifa." So this was this. Remember, the pasuk over here is talking about a bas ish kohen, right? So again, this is the daughter of a kohen who commits silos. Remember, we had this sugya a while back. Is this talking about irisin? Is it talking about isilin? So the Tashmas is talking about Arusa, right? And if a bas kohen who is an Arusa commits adultery, now what is she is judged with sreifa. Just a unique halacha. So the Gemara says, "Ima bas kohen the sreifa being involved with sreifa." So now a bas kohen, she herself is judged with sreifa, but Lamaisi interestingly enough, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with sreifa. So to again, the daughter that he has from violating her mother, she is sreifa, she is judged with sreifa. Ve'im ba'al of sreifa. But ultimately, again, the man with whom she commits adultery is not judged with sreifa. I'm not Rabbi says, the pasuk says, "As aviha, she met imechalares." She's profaning her father. Yishu mechalares as aviha. So who is judged with sreifa? One who profanes her father. Yotza sasu sha'aviyah mechallah. This will come to exclude one, not the girl who's profaning her father, but rather what? It's her father who's profaning her. Rabbi says, "Bishlam achasam tzitzi mikin bas kohen, but ukimta agir bas Israel." So Rabbi says, okay, In that case, if you say girl is being removed from the typical case of a bas kohen, and she's being judged according to the standards of a typical bas Yisrael. Hacha, adiyah b'man muklasla, adiyah b'shmiyah muklasla. Here in the case of Bita Manasasa. So again, when the daughter of a woman being violated, so the nice again, where are you going to put her? Right, you're going to put her in the category of just a regular single woman. That doesn't make any sense. So Moses says, therefore, again, just as a man is chayiv streifa for violating his daughter, for having relations, for having relations with his daughter, so too a man is chayiv for relations with his daughter, even if she is the daughter of a woman whom he violated. That's the takeaway here. As hard as you come in a sasminai, where's the lie? Where's the lie? Let's remember again, as we see the way the Torah is structured is, in order to hold someone liable in a capital case, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a lot, right? And there needs to be a prohibition, and there needs to be an orange. So where's the lot? Where's the lot? As hard as you come in a sasminai, you show the Rabbi. It's a great Rabbi. The same person that teaches us the punishment is the very same person that teaches us the love. Hello, when you're trying to avoid Rabbi Adam in mind. I will say, what about the Tana? Avoid Rabbi Adam, where is it? Rabbi Roy, on the throne, after fellow as Yitro, but has no son. Pasuk says, do not profane your daughter and have her commit an act of immorality. Or it's literally against it. It's literally translated, do not profane your daughter that has no son, have her become a harlot. So we'll say, so again, that pasuk is going to teach us that a father can't have relations with his daughter, even if that daughter is not from a legitimate marriage, but even if that daughter herself is from a woman being violated. Okay, incredible. So Masker for Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yaakov, hi out the fellow is no, that's not what that pasuk means. They will say that pasuk is for something else. In other words, so now, look what's happening over here. We're trying to figure out, right? We've established that halacha l'maisa, if a man violates of his daughter, who he fathered with the woman who he violated, he's chayiv straight. Where's the law? So according to Rabbi, the law is the same source as the actual ownership. Okay. According to the other opinions, what's the law? The law is the positive of Atachala as Bitchala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by having her engage in acts of harlotry. What's the harlotry? What's this relations with her father? Jerusalem says, well, hold up. We use that pasuk for something totally different. What's that? Total detour now. We use that pasuk for something totally different. So the Gemara says, hi, no, we actually need that pasuk for something dramatically different. What do we need? Here we go, for the Sanya. As we learned, has no son. Do not have your daughter engage in the act of harlotry. Listen to this. Yaakov Cohen, Amasi is Bito Lori, the Israel Hakas Madara. So I'll say this is fascinating. One might have thought that the pasuk is actually talking about that a Cohen is not allowed to have his daughter marry a lady or a Yisrael. Wow, right? Well, that's about the preservation of Yichus. But maybe again, to preserve proper Yichus, a bas kohen shall marry a Cohen. And marrying a Levi or a Yisrael, that's the shalom be like an act of harlotry, which the Gemara says, Amalomar has no son. Therefore, the pasuk says the father should not give it to over the has no son. The chilul is no sakosa. We're talking about the idea that that's supposed to be something much understanding over here. That Allah says giving your daughter over into a context where ultimately again she's going to be engaged in bliss. So what does this refer to? The Moser Espito the Shalom L'Shem giving over one's daughter not for the sake of marriage. Not for the sake of marriage. Again, so it's the prohibition upon a father to give his daughter over to a man, not in the context of marriage, but for some immoral purposes, to which the Gemara says, who came? Lemakra al Tachal. If that's the pasuk will say al Tachal, singular. Do not profane your daughter singular by giving her over to a non-marital context. My alcohol, what is the plural mean? Shmami Nakai. It's going to teach to do two things. So let's say, so number one, you can't go ahead and give your daughter over to a man in a non-marriage context. And also number two, it also teaches me that father can't have relations with his daughter, even if he fathered her by violating her mother, because such an act of relations would be an act of profanation. It would be an act of profanity. That's the halacha. Okay. So the Gemara says, it's actually fascinating. Maybe we'll look over the detail over here. Rabbi Rabba, hi out the colors, give them a has no summer happy. I must say, remember again. Rabbi Rabba, they learned out Bito Me'anasaso from a totally different source, right? They learned out Bito Me'anasaso from the same place where they derived the Onesh. So that is what Abaye and Rabba do with this muscle. It's very interesting. So Abaye and Rabba tell us become out some fascinating. Amra money, Zeh Hamasi is Bito Lusaki. Fascinating. This refers to someone who marries off his daughter to an older man. What's wrong with marrying off his daughter to an older man? Atachala is Bitchala has no son. Do not profane your daughter by giving her over to morality. Rabbi Eliezer Omer Zahamasi es Bitol Nizaki. This refers to someone who goes ahead and marries off his daughter to an older man. Now, what's the case here? It wasn't communicated Rashi. Rashi says, Masi Bitol Zakin, it's not at the bottom. When we talk Shein in the Kabbalah, so Mizana Alav. Mizana Alav. What's the concern over here? If she's very young and he's very old, like she's going to have desire for intimacy. He's not going to have desire for intimacy. So what's going to happen? She is going to seek fulfillment outside of marriage. So you're setting up a situation that is destined to put her in a very precarious state. So therefore, again, the Torah says, when marrying off your daughter, do not put her in a situation where she's going to this was like, it's fascinating. It's fascinating how just the Torah understands human nature. I was 12 previous. So the Torah understands that people crave intimacy. And if they can't find it in the context of their marriage, just the way it's going to look, they're going to look for it elsewhere. Again, Torah obviously is not condoning that type of behavior, but the Torah is understanding that is the way people work. So therefore, again, Torah is telling the father, do not marry your daughter off to an older man, because if you do that, you are setting almost like a little you're setting her up, ultimately you're going to seek out that intimacy outside the committed confines of her marriage. So remember that Rabbi Kiva differently. Kiva Omer, Zahamasha as Bito Bulgaris. This refers to someone who delayed marrying off his daughter until she's a Bulgaris. Right? The idea is to marry off your children early, and if a father purposely delays marrying off his children, that's ultimately again setting her aside for a life of choice. So it's very interesting. Masha Bito Bulgaris. Actually, sorry, not yet. Actually, take a look, 2 lines up from the bottom. Zan Masha Bito Bulgaris. So it's actually a fascinating piercing here in Rashi. Rashi says, Shemisada lahafkira umizana. So let's say, so the wording in Rashi itself is very true. What is it? Shemisada means desires lahafkira to make her hefker umizana, and therefore she commits znos. What does that mean? So if you look, by the way, at those it's union, they change it by the letter A, close to Rashash. We say Rashash Magia Lahakida. Rashash Livkida Sa. So let's say, as we're going to see on this little bit, it's fascinating. Why would a father delay marrying off his daughter? Because listen to this from the Gemara's perspective, when there's a daughter in the house, the father has free domestic help. If he goes ahead and he marries off his daughter, what happens? So now he's back to go ahead and pay for the domestic help. The lady marries her off for his own benefit. When a father does that, so from the mother's perspective, what that's also going to do is set her up possibly for this. She's going to create that intimacy, going to create that closeness, and therefore, he's setting her up for this. We'll see more about that in just a moment. So the Gemara says, Amrav Khan, Mishul Rabbi Akiva, is the last two lines on, I just want to point out from the same pasuk, right? So, Al Techala es Bitchala has no son. Do not profane your daughter. by putting her into a life of zilus. What does it mean? So first opinion, it means don't marry your daughter off to a much older man, because again, their drives are not aligned. Rabbi Akiva, don't delay marrying off your daughter for your own purposes because you're going to drive her to zilus. Incredible. I'm not time with Rabbi Akiva. Listen to this. In the Chachani Yisrael, Ela Rasha Arum, the Hamasha Pita Bogaris. What's this fascinating? There is no poor person in Klal Yisrael who is not a Rasha Arum, a cunning evildoer, right? A cunning Rasha, or someone who delays his daughter from getting married. So Gemara says, what does this mean? It doesn't mean every single poor person is a cunning Rasha. What it means is every cunning Rasha ultimately becomes impoverished. Just like every single man who delays marrying off his daughter for his own purposes ultimately becomes impoverished. Why? So Gemara says, you won't clear in this moment. Gemara says, understand, the guy who delays marrying off his daughter isn't he a cunning Rasha? In other words, we'll say, what are you talking about? Guy, I have a father actually. My daughter's son. Meanwhile, he's purposely delaying her prospects. Why? Because he wants to go ahead and halacha l'maisa suit his needs. That's what's happening over here. That's what's driving all of this. Is that not the cunning Rasha? Rabbi was Rabbi used to say, Eizuhu ani Rasha harum. What's an example of a person who is a cunning Rasha, who's going to be impoverished? This ultimately is someone who intentionally delays marrying off his daughter to go ahead and satisfy his food. So let's say, I'm trying to find out just how profound this is. What does this mean? Is someone who delays marrying off his own daughter, they're going to go and become a cunning, or someone who's a cunning Rasha is going to become a cunning Rasha. Cunning man is putting your own needs before the needs. And the father goes ahead and says, you know what, I don't want to marry my daughter. My daughter's ready to get married. I don't want to marry her off here because, again, it doesn't suit my needs. It doesn't suit my needs. Listen, that's putting your your child. Who is the cunning Rasha? The cunning Rasha is the person, as we'll see in just a moment, is the person who puts his own needs in front of other people's needs. So a person who prioritizes his needs over other people's needs. There's a cosmic justice in the world. The Bible says you're putting your own agenda of self-advancement in front of your own child and in front of other people. What ends up happening to such a person? What ends up happening? Accomplished. Become more, maybe not immediately, but over time. Why? Because that's not accomplished. What are we going to do? The emotion does not want us to be self-serving. This is incredibly important. First of all, there's a tremendous parenting lesson that's involved here. A lot of times as parents, not even realizing it, we put our own needs before our children's needs. Like we have this vision for our children about what we want them to become. Like we want them to do this, we want them professionally to do this, and they can't get married until they reach potential for this or this or that. Now, by the way, sometimes that's great, but sometimes what we don't realize is that's not what my kid needs. That's what I need. And that's selfish to me. That's putting your own needs before your child. And again, it's one of the hardest things I have to figure out. Like, am I taking these positions because they're actually better for my child? Or am I taking these positions because they're actually better for me? And it's hard because a lot of times our own needs and our children's needs can become intertwined and intermingled. But this is, one of the things you have to be so careful about in parenting is making sure, let's say, one of the greatest things to hire us in parenting, one of the greatest things in parenting is often as parents when we think like our kids represent the tools for ourselves, right? Everything that I did wrong in life, I'm going to get right through my kids. Well, that's fine, but your kid's not you. And your kid didn't sign up to become a better version of you. My child is someone different, fundamentally different than you, different purpose, different abilities, and a different destiny. So we have to be so careful. I see as often parents like have these incredible, beautiful dreams, which are so beautiful. Only issue is they never check with the kid whether or not that's what the kid wants. Does the kid want to go down this path? Does the kid want this kind of career? Does the kid want this kind of education? Does the kid want this kind of career? This is what the kid's going to do. You just never check with the child. That's putting parental desires and life objectives before the child. And that, as I'll say, is fundamentally selfish. And when you're selfish in life, just understand, it never works out. The Russia Arum what's his own needs, but for the needs of others. You can try that, and it may be successful in the short term, but in the long term, ultimately, you become honey, you become impoverished. I must say that be so imperative is make sure that the decisions you make are the ones that are good for your child, and not the ones that simply benefit. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So you might also kind of following up on this, what Gemara says. Be careful about getting advice from someone who is only giving you advice ultimately again because it benefits them. That's how you ROTHSCHILD, similar to Pizza, to feed their Torah. So this is an incredible pattern. In fact, what does the Russia Arum do? The Russia Arum is not someone who's just stuffing chazar into your mouth. The Russia Arum is a person very often is giving you advice, and it may not be even the worst advice for you, but it's not the best advice for you. But you know what is the best advice for? For him. For him. And same idea sometimes without even realizing it. Even if we give to our children, or the advice we give to our children, is the advice that benefits us. Benefits me as the parent, not that benefits my child. So listen, so that this is kind of the follow-up. Be careful with someone who gives you advice in accordance with their death. Also, by the way, it's also very profound. Hear this from Rabbi Akiva. Remember again, Rabbi Akiva knows what it's like to get advice from different people. Because Rabbi Akiva's life, two different groups of people, really just one group and then one person. There was only people from Rabbi Akiva who constantly actually told him, you will never amount to anything more than a shepherd. That's what you learn. That's what you will be. Just be the best shepherd. And those are people, and Rabbi Akiva had one person who whispered in his ear, that one person had to be his friend, Rachel. Right? And Rachel told him, you can do whatever you want to do. Guys, you want to become the good one, don't you? You want to become the best, you want to become the best of the best, you can do that. You can do that. So Rabbi Akiva said, and so Rabbi Akiva essentially says, just be careful who you get advice from. Because had I listened to the majority of people who were whispering in my ear, I would have been a very good shepherd. You're a very good shepherd. And that's it. The Baal Hashem took advice from someone who wasn't self-serving, but rather I took advice from someone who really and truly cared about me. And as a result, Rabbi Akiva became Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. Rabbi Akiva. I'm not saying people is okay. As a person goes in and marries, goes back to this. A man marries up in church, one must say that Nasi Isha with no kata, or one must say the reverse is a man marries a woman to his minor son. You know, as we spoke about, minor son is not the kid you love less, right? The minor son represents again a child. So he's married off again an adult woman to his minor son. So we'll say, remember again, becoming young marriages, is again, we're going to be unfulfilling marriages, right? First, the brother's not much older than that, they don't have the same drive. Then the second, the son, who's a child, is married to a woman, now don't have the same drive. So listen to this. Now, not sir, if someone who goes out of his way to return a lost object to a non-Jew. What's the Gemara says? I love a customer about such a person. The pasuk says, "The man is supposed to love asatzmeya, lo yova Hashem salawachlo." It was saying that the way the pasuk says, the way that the Gemara is understanding this pasuk over here, which is really quite profound. The man supposed to love asatzmeya means that. Look at Rashi. Rashi says the man supposed to live blood. Rashi understands suppose means to connect. Connect. Now, what's being connected over here? Rashi says, last part on Rashi on the top, Revos Hatzmeo, Saber B'Davar, Somei B'Davar. Zakin B'Yalda Zol Smeam Kashish, Zakin Tzei B'Dazol Kata. Let's do this. According to the Gemara's understanding as follows. You can't connect someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated and expect them to go ahead and compliment each other. So in other words, the idea over here is, right? So the young woman is thirsty. She wants intimacy. The older man is sated. The young boy is sated. The woman is thirsty. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Pair up. Someone who is thirsty with someone who is sated, because halacha l'maisa again, just it doesn't work. So listen, by the way, it happens to me that this is a profound so not just by intimacy, but also by knowledge. In order to have true shalom marriage, in order to have true growth in a marriage, both parties in marriage have to want growth. Right? The worst thing that can happen is when a wife becomes her husband's mashkiach. Like, if a wife is keeping her husband out of bed in the morning, get up to shit, that's a disaster. That's a disaster. The same way if a husband is telling his wife, you need to become a Chatzos lady. You need to be saying Shabbos, you need to write Shabbos at midday on Friday, that's also a disaster. What's the recipe for success? Both have to be thirsty. Both have to be thirsty. Husband has to be thirsty for growth. A wife has to be thirsty for growth. That's a successful marriage. If one is thirsty and one is sated, it's very difficult. It's very difficult because one is always going to be pushing, one is always going to be wanting, and the other one ultimately is going to become resentful. If both are thirsty, then the nice that's the recipe for success. If both are sated, then what? Utter disaster also. Because if both are sated, that represents a life of complacency, a life of mediocrity. Both are thirsty, the people of success. Both are sated, abysmal failure. One is thirsty, one is sated. A lot of shalom marriage issues. What about the max Rabbi? What's wrong with going ahead? What's wrong with going ahead and returning a lost object to a non-Jew? No, that sounds like a nice thing. What's wrong with that? So what's it? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Via max Rabbi Kusi, Hishva Mechibar Kusi liYisrael." Umar ba'asmo sha'ashavas havei de'enek shovos l'istidis. It's incredible. He said, of course, you should return lost objects to non-Jews. That's what Umar is saying. Umar is saying like this: that a person who thinks that returning a lost object to a non-Jew is just as important as the mitzvah of Shabbat. That's wrong. That's wrong. As you're going to see something that is incredibly politically incorrect, which is Jews and non-Jews are not the same. We're not the same. And we should not interact with each other as if we are the same. You have to have respect for all of humanity. You have to treat all humanity with dignity. But there is a different level of interaction and a different level of devotion that we must have to each other. And the Most High, you don't have to be apologetic about saying it. One simple reason. No one looks out for us except us. And no one has our back except us. And I will say, for so many of us, our senses were dulled to this, right? We thought again, after the Holocaust, never again, everybody loves us, anti-Semitism is not what it used to be, and then after the 7th happened, and we realized the world is the same exact world that it has been for thousands of years. And give the world a chance to annihilate Jews, and they'll take it. And give the world a chance to go ahead and turn into anti-Semitic lynch mobs, and they'll do it. And it doesn't matter what country it is, and as great as this hope is to us, anti-Semitism is relevant, and it teaches us one simple lesson. Circle the wagons. Look out for each other, because no one else is going to look out for us but us. So if you're one of those kumbaya, right, and tikkun olam, and everything else, and we're one big community of humanity, you're a fool. We're not one big community of humanity. We're not. There's us, and there's them. And that's the way the world works. Now, when Mashiach comes, in Eretz Hashem, that'll change. And when Mashiach comes, it will be the Yasa Kula Magida Apples. Humanity will become one. But until that day, humanity is not one. There's Klal Yisrael, and there's everyone else. It's Am Levadad Yishkon. We are alone in this world. And again, the beautiful part is we're alone as a nation. We're not alone as individuals because we had each other, and we always had each other. And this is what the Gemara says. If you think just like if you're a bunch of Shabbos Aveda, the community of mankind, right? The Gemara says you're a fool. You're a fool.
Dude, how you live in town?
There's not one day there will be a community of mankind. And I want to say again, to be clear.
Dude, how are you?
You have a vision of respect that every single person.
What's up, big man?
That there's a different system of conduct, instead of they have that one another because all we have is each
Wait. Say this again.
Yet that is the moment we put ourselves in an overwhelming precarious situation. Is that the environment? Should you return a lost object to a receipt? Of course you should. If you get extra change at the supermarket, should you return the extra change? 1,000%. Yes. And don't tell us.
Why is that?
Right? You be a proper human being. But just understand that there's a difference between that and the mitzvah of Hashavas Adigi, which represents being a personal contract.
You're going to win.
Incredible.
Some people put
like his own body, and one is recovered for this.
I get what you're saying.
Love your wife like yourself. Right? You have to honor her more than yourself. What does that mean? What does that mean? Why does it say you have to go ahead?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But
you need to understand that some people play beer pong better drunk.
Why don't you say love your wife more than yourself? What's the simple answer? Because you can't. It's important you so. Right? We'll say the framework of love that I have more than anything.
Dog, I know a lot of people. I know people also who bowl better drunk and golf better drunk.
Ourselves is self-preservation. Why? Because deep down, like the most important, we're very egocentric beings.
Yeah, perhaps.
So Gemara says, if you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's godless.
All right, are you ready to play, big dog?
That's godless. Now, what does it mean to be mechabit now? Because love is an emotion. Yeah. So from an emotional perspective,
all right. I have hold on. I have a new.
You care about her as much as you care about yourself. That's not.
Yeah, send it to me.
The covet is our physical needs. Right? In other words, so then when it comes to
Telegram sucks. Send it to me in Discord. I'll let you know what
more for your wife than what you do for yourself. And I will say that's very important.
Dude, it's super easy. I'll send you a message, so it's even easier. Dude, I'm gonna send you an invitation right now, so it'll be really easy.
Whatever you like, make sure that your wife has even more than that. This covet is physically measurable. So Abba, which is an emotion,
I just sent you a message on Discord.
Your wife as much as you care about yourself, you're golden. That's fantastic. But covet that you give, that's behavioral. The covet you give to your wife has to surpass the covet you give to yourself. Or you want for yourself. Now imagine, one of the
Very big dog, I'm ready for it. I've been waiting
in a proper path. So we'll say
for months for this.
These gemaras that we could spend a week on these gemaras. What does it mean matching? What does it mean matching? We'll say, what does it mean? What's the madrid? What's the madrid? God. What does the guy do? Shows you the way. Leads. Right? We'll say the most annoying guys are the ones who talk too much. You're like, just be quiet and leave. Right? Talk, right? Same thing parenting. Effective parenting. Much less talking, much more. Be a mattress. Don't tell your kids what to do. Tell your kids what to do. Show them what to do. I was like, I know I'm talking to over here. Right? This is a motivated group. Whether your kids are asleep or not asleep, you think they don't know on some level that you're waking up early to come to shul, to learn, to daven, that you're mostly nefesh, getting up sleep is true. And we joke about it, but like, it's tremendous nefesh. None of us are going to sleep at 8 o'clock at night. We're getting like a normal night's sleep, getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Madras. It's all about hadracha. You can say whatever you want. You can say nice abundance, people. You can sing Zmiras. You can do all that stuff. It's very nice. It's very beautiful. All important. The most important thing is how you lead. What is the example that you set? And if you lead your children by example on a Derech Yishara, that's very incredible. I'm seeing someone from Pure Card. Marry them off early. Marry them off early. They're both saying, some of the Pure Card.
What are you doing?
Watching it.
Means a little bit before they reach adulthood, right? Which again, today's day and age is about 25, right? So nice, right? So marry them up a little bit before they reach adulthood. I love our cousin Omer. So about such a person was like, see, it's four ingredients over here. Number one, love your wife as much as you love yourself. If you can reach out, people like this, I love my wife more than I love myself. I love my kid. Because I'll say, calm down, right? If you could love your wife as much as you love yourself, that's an accomplishment. Right? Love her as much as you love yourself. Number two, but give her more cover, which is behavioral stuff. Give her more cover than the cover you take for yourself. Number three, don't tell your kids what to do, but be a madrik. Be a good guy. You show them what to do. And number four, marry your children off a little
Love it. Great job, Zoot. Are you going to send it to Riser?
Yeah, that's all. Shalom
All right, we'll do it.
Plus, it says no, that everything is going to be different. It's going to be peace in the tent.
Great job, big dog.
Your home will be remembered for good. And ultimately, again, will not come to sin. So, by the way, why is all of this brought down?
That's okay, man. You did it. It looked really good. Did you have somebody film it for you?
Yeah. What's happening over there?
They did whatever person filmed it for you did a really great job.
This is literally talking about right before they reach the age of adulthood. So again, they're on the cusp of adulthood. So nice again. That's
you didn't laugh because you were like,
yeah, I mean, I was just like happy to see you doing it.
I'm gonna stop over here for today. We're fine. Tomorrow's a very short session.
Are you going to say anything?
Yeah, big dog. I have a new idea, though. We're going to play a different game. My friend loves this game. You'll see. My friend loves this game, and I feel like we would really get into it if we, oh, no. Oh, shoot. Now I know I don't play this game. Don't accept my, I didn't even send you an invitation. Oh, now I remember.
You did.
Don't accept it.
Yeah, which one?
Oh, fuck you.
Was that the game you told me?
I don't know.
It's my small question to be able to begin a new week of learning together. To begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor of Tough Shoe Day. Hey, Yitzhak Mishpacha, for dedicating all the show instructions this year, wishing a mazel tov to Yeshua Mordechai Tosin on his engagement to Amit Cohen, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Haba Alinu Litova, Terry and Steve Zinn, Love Memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Burning families in memory of.
Did you lose? Why did you resign? Zoot.
May all have health and
Zoot.
Beautiful. Our Tachlim sponsor today, Alan Wiseman, in memory of his father-in-law, Charles Newman, Zachariah Ben Yisrael.
Zoot, are you there?
And Ali Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girl.
Why did you resign?
Michelle Rothschild, Mazel Tov to Zaz's grandparents, Khan Rothschild, and his sister Mother Moshe, and Yardina Garden, and family. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov.
Zoot, you have an invitation.
I didn't resign.
Well, it said you resigned.
What happened was, hang on, let me just check something. My Discord.
I wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned. But thank you.
All right, did you send that video to Riser?
We're actually also going to start from the top of Iron Hay. My son Avram gave Shir yesterday. Did a great job. I'll show you very, very little notice. I'm sorry? He did a really good job.
Can I send it to Riser? Are you going to send it to him?
With the pace, you have to get from I'm doing on the days to the middle of Iron.
Do you want me to do it?
So he's showing up the old man a little bit, but whatever.
Yeah, you can tell me.
It's fine. It's okay. It's good. There's young kids.
Not gonna put
So
the
just for the sake
Alright,
of the cover that
next one.
wasn't there,
What are we playing? We're playing match balls.
Yeah, you have an invitation
Why are we playing match balls?
because that's what I want to play.
Oh, I fucked up.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, big dog? You didn't fuck up. This is good. Matching tiles freezes all. Dude, you're gonna win.
No, there's only play you can get for free.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure if they're free.
Yeah, it's not free. They wouldn't do another free one.
They wouldn't do a free one?
I don't think so. Because why put all the time and effort of reprogramming something if you're not going to get any kind of benefit from it?
Not that O'Shea. And you wasn't going to look at O'Shea.
Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward.
Oh, here we go.
So it's incredible how you can see over here just from the beginning where the mistake was.
Dude, how do you keep getting... Dude, you're up, big dog. You keep getting to go. No. Please. Let's see you go.
And you're not exactly sure where it went off the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's
Finally, it's my turn.
where exactly things went off the rails. So here, not somebody enough. So you must say, barbershop, and they gave me asked the doctors, and the doctor said, look, this guy is the only possibility.
Then I wouldn't have gotten the berries. Okay. But it wouldn't, like...
It's annoying because every time there's an L shape, it was like, oh, you could have done the L shape.
Right.
So you don't need it.
Yeah. I mean, I could have healed 5.
No, it doesn't let you do that. No, it wouldn't let you do that. You start. Last time.
Yeah, if you start, then you start with 80. If I start, and then I get 85. If you start, dude, you...
Oh, yes, this is good. Matching tile as well. Bad for me is that you are going to get extra here.
But there was a stillness issue here. So he said, you're not going to speak with her even face to face.
You're going to get multiple extra mercy. Oh, yes. That's good for me.
Yeah, I fucked myself.
That is the best thing that could ever happen. Just that.
Yeah, I fucked myself.
What's so bad about the conversation? Because remember, again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in a illicit immoral urge. So again,
did you know you're up, Pimp?
Took on an air of immorality about it. So the Gemara says, who was the woman? So what is it? She was a married woman. So what's the truth? That makes a lot of sense. Every time a married woman, so you can understand
what up, baby?
Rabbis had to any level of interaction between this man and this woman. However,
Anything ever happens, we take care of my family financially, right?
Oh, for sure, dog. And your dog, and your mom, and your grandma, and your brother, and your cousin, everybody you've ever told me about. Well, what do you think's going to happen to them? Or what's going to happen to you?
Nothing.
All right, big dog.
Because of the Gamishpacha now, who's the Gamishpacha?
You did really well at stand-up comedy. I'm proud of you.
Do you think I could be a superstar?
No. You'd have to work at it a lot, and I think you're too stubborn to do it. But I think it's great that you had the courage to get up there.
Why do you think I'm going to be a superstar?
Because you're too stubborn to take any advice from people.
So the issue over here is that halacha l'maisa is that there is if this girl would get engaged, even if she was single.
Boy, they had some people there who would just laugh at anything, too. You weren't even saying punchlines and they were laughing. Do they have a drink minimum there? Do you have to have a certain amount of drinks?
I'm setting an example. Let's say, one of the things that we live this now, right? We live in this type of society. It seems to be that the pendulum may be swinging back the other way.
You just get up and perform. If you're performing, you don't have to pay. If you aren't performing, you have to pay.
How much is it?
That becomes the truth.
$10.
When there's fluid
Okay.
morality, there's no morality. That's the truth.
Which is pretty good.
Definitely. And there's no drink minimum?
You just allow these kind of things to go on.
No. I'd say the bar is probably making
from behind the wall. What is the big
the venue's probably making like $800 a night.
But it's about what
There you
it
go, big man.
represents. And what it represents is this guy becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman, and suddenly again us catering to that desire.
$800 a night, and then they've got 2 people on staff. So they've got
Who are the people on staff? Who are the people on staff? Who are the people on staff? Who are the people on staff?
Some of them are Canadian, some of them aren't.
Do they have a bartender?
Yep.
Do they have an MC? Do they have a master of ceremonies and MC?
Doesn't mean that everyone else has to cater to
Host. They have a host.
That's what I mean. A host. Okay.
Society, there's a code of conduct, and that has to be preserved.
The hosts are different every night.
The guy's gonna die.
Would they ever let you host?
So the Gemara says, if she's single, so it's much easier than me. It's much easier than me over here.
Not yet.
Let me get married.
Why not?
So the Gemara says, no. Because if they get married, they don't have fun about it.
Oh.
Right? So if they get married,
There's a few reasons why I'm not as much.
Yeah, and I want to know, what are they?
If I host, then I can't compete competitively.
Oh, okay.
If I host 2 venues, I get paid. If the host gets paid a gig, if I host, then I can't compete competitively.
What do you mean compete competitively? Is it a competition?
Well, there's a competition at the start of each year. So if I host, you get paid $750. But if I'm making more than $750 a year, I can't compete competitively.
Okay. Dude, you just had an amazing move that just killed me. And you froze everything, but that's okay. You just had an amazing move, and it, killed me.
Yeah, but fuck me. Oh, fuck me, Subway. I could have fucking got it. Anyway, here's a hit. 5 damage. That is, oh my god, that is okay. Okay, Rabbi, I know I'm going to help you by doing this. Rabbi?
Yo, baby.
Oh, no. You're not evolved, though. You're not evolved.
So I think for many of us, I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy could be beautiful, obviously.
I know you like me, baby. I'm amazing.
But kadosh and holy, it's strange. It's a strange concept.
I think you just won.
It's a strange concept. They should be holy. We understand in the contextually it's holy because it builds marriage. It hopefully could have created some future dolos. But the other Rabbi says, when the Beis Hamikdash stood,
Yo, what up, Dumpy? Dampy.
He says, in Kol Beis Kasha, listen to this, Kasha Na'od Lekayim Shnei HaDvarim HaNizkarim La'el Gam Yachad. Once the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. There can be pleasure and there can be holiness. Pleasure and holiness.
You did really well, Zoo.
It's very, very difficult to come by in a world without a Beis HaMikdash. So once there's such a profound.
Are you proud of the way that you played?
Consider pleasure and holiness is pleasure and holiness. They belong to intimacy.
Yeah, Rabbi.
Calm down.
Holiness go very well together.
Then I just wouldn't play with you. I would find it to be.
And holiness interwoven together.
Oh, look at this move, Zoo. Look at this move. Did you see that? Zoo, when are they going to have the other holes?
Was taken out of the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit, was made a bit more carnal, was put a bit more in the category of just a
Okay, well,
type of activity.
not that. Oh, yeah, that wasn't good, Zoo.
Because part of his lust and part of his desire is that he could
I still might be able to do it.
Not at that angle. That's the wrong angle, son.
That wasn't terrible.
Zoo, do you think they're going to change the holes this year? Yeah.
One thing he couldn't have. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing.
No, it's not.
What's the shot?
No, how long is tomorrow?
There are so many permanent things.
Okay.
We are constantly inconsistent.
I mean, it's already today, isn't it?
What's the shot?
Yeah, it's October 1st.
They're great. They're fun. They're pleasurable.
Oh, is it October 1st for you?
Yeah, it's October 1st where you live, dog.
Really, yeah.
Yeah, it just turned October 1st, 35 minutes ago.
My most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to.
When did they change it?
I constantly want to become more.
Like last year, it was like September 15th. That's why I don't know if they're doing it this year. Oh, you know what? I bet they'll tell you. There's like a news section of this.
Why was they do it again?
What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body
Hold on.
often corrupts.
It's currently season 18.
You see this a lot in life. It's interesting. People get my mother was speaking of Shadi spoke so beautifully. She was speaking about
Like,
You shot it in the water.
she was born after the war.
let
I
me just check something.
he created a Jewish community there. The one thing they didn't have there was a high school. So
Big dog, it's your turn.
my mother actually came to Big Apple of Baltimore.
Okay, you have to touch it.
Okay. You're good, baby.
I just purchased it.
Did you? No, you didn't.
What would you do if I started national system?
I wouldn't play with you. This that game that you used them.
So beautiful.
Can you give them that confidence?
Perhaps, I'm not sure.
Can you give them?
Perhaps, I'm not sure. But I do know that that was an amazing shot. Actually, it wasn't that good at all. Not that good at all, Zoo. Zoo, what are you going to do, son? Zoo, what are you going to do, son? Zoo, it's your turn. Zoo!
What if I sent you money?
Yeah, I mean, I would be down for that. Then we'd play with, but we'd have to have the exact same ones. I just want it to be fair. Look at this. Look at this play. Zoot, look at this play. Zoot, look at this, Zoot. Zoot, what are you going to do? Are you proud of that shot?
After it's fascinating. You have the most incredible vacation in the world. But there's a certain moment you're like, okay, I'm done. Like, I really want to go home. Why? It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Because, again, it was something that comes from the neshama. The neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home. And broadcast the message to the body. I want the rest of the body to see this.
Hey, Rabbi, what's the best way to send someone instantly money over the other side of the world?
Window shopping. I can never understand.
Venmo or Cash App or something like that.
No, you can't use that in Australia.
Okay, well, I don't know what you can use in Australia.
Wouldn't be the best thing just to use a fucking stablecoin?
You could do that too. Dude, that might be a really good shot.
The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcast into the body. Give me more. Give me more.
Dude, are you gonna...
The only issue that's holding stablecoins back, right? The only issue is you need the native currency. You need the native currency in the network to send gas fees as well. That's the thing that's holding stablecoins back.
Right, dog.
That would change it.
I think gas fees are too expensive.
In the future, gas fees won't exist, but they'll be subsidized by the network. The node owners of the network will subsidize the gas fees, and then like you just be paying for the
Dude, are you gonna stop me from having a perfect game?
Yeah, you just be paying for the stuff. Like most people won't be attracted to volatility in just stable transactions. Most businesses will be done on 1-3.
Okay.
And most businesses will be on one.
Execution by certain. We spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamics of straight fights. Remember, straight fight is not burning someone, but rather straight fight is internal.
Most people under the age of 40, under the age of 40 in the next, most people under the age of 40 in the next decade will probably never use bank accounts.
Okay, dog.
Again.
All right, big dog.
Bito, who's included up here, his daughter, Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter, Bas Bino, the daughter of his son, Bas Ishon, the daughter of his wife, Bas Bito, the daughter of his daughter, Bas Bino, the daughter of his son, Chamoso, mother-in-law, babe Chamoso.
Hey, did that girl who gave you her Instagram with the tattoo show up this week? Why not?
I have to break up these categories into a little bit more.
Because I didn't invite it.
Oh, okay.
Are forbidden and the penalties straight. So let's analyze.
Well, that's all right. Were there any hot girls at this thing?
So let me tell you something.
Tell me whatever you want, dude.
There's a girl, she's a bit younger, like 22, 23. It's just fine. She lives a straight away from me.
Okay.
It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law.
Is that the end of your story?
She lives straight away from me, and like I'm seeing this girl every time I go there, and then I'm seeing her everywhere around my fucking neck, whatever. Like everywhere.
Right.
And everywhere in the city I go, she's like every time I go out, she's there.
Scale of 0 to 10.
Oh my god, we don't rank them.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It's part of human nature. 0 to 10, this bitch.
No, that's not fun.
That's what everybody does. All right, give me a range. Is she above a 5?
Yeah, she's above a 5.
All right, is she above a 7?
Yeah.
So she's pretty hot. Is she pretty hot? Is she pretty hot? We do. We say, yeah, that bitch is hot as fuck. Yeah, you do. Oh, you're telling me that people don't say Margot Robbie is hot as fuck or Nicole Kidman is hot as fuck? You're telling me people don't do that? You're full of shit. Be right back. I gotta take a whiz, and then we're gonna talk about this chick.
That's the Kiddush. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rava, I people kabbalah the listener in Chamo, the Chamo, so Tani Nandasu, Tani Chamo. So Rava said, no, since the Ikra of the Mishnah wants to teach me the mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Chamo, so mother-in-law, and, mother of mother-in-law and mother-in-law. So we're not even. So how do you know all these
questions? Says I don't reject the comment.
So the pasuk says if a man will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So it says, remember again, so here the pasuk is quite explicit.
So why don't you ask this girl out, Zoo? Zoo, so why don't you ask this girl out? What's that, baby?
You can buy it.
Okay, cool. So why don't you ask this girl out? What's her name? Do you know it?
Yeah.
Okay, what's her name? Can I guess her name?
Yeah.
All right, is it Marco?
No.
What letter does it start with? Is it Chelsea? Oh, that's amazing! Wow, that is fucking crazy. Dog, that is crazy. That is crazy. There's like a lot of female names that start with C. I'm kind of in shock. Okay, so her name's Chelsea. You know this girl. She's your neighbor. Do you ever talk with Chelsea? Didn't you say she lives like a street over?
Yeah, not my neighbor. Yeah, she lives a street over.
In the United States, we call someone who lives a street over, under the right conditions, your neighbor. She lives in your neighborhood, right? Didn't you say... Okay, so she lives in the neighborhood over.
So my street in the neighborhood really into the next. So we call them suburbs. So my suburb ends and then starts over there across the street. Then I'm in another suburb, and that suburb is actually that suburb over is actually the start of another district as well. We have different districts.
Dude, I was reading about another suburb that's being built in Adelaide. You guys have a desalination plant there, but it's basically only used in January. Is that correct? Yeah, dude, that's big time. All right, so Chelsea lives close. Do you ever like walk by her house, walking your dog or something?
I don't know where she lives.
Oh well, how do you know she lives close?
She told me.
Does this girl want to fuck?
Why do you say that?
Because girls don't normally tell you where they live unless they want to fuck.
Doesn't allow you to get stuck in place. It was like
she told me, yeah. It's like she left out.
Tell me how the conversation went.
It's like a group conversation. It's like, oh, where did everyone live? I was like, where did everyone live? It's like, oh, I live in this location, this location. I live in this location. And I was like, oh, I'm on this suburb over.
How long would it take to walk to her house?
And even if you don't find the answers that you're looking for, you still need to move forward.
4 to 5 minutes.
So you might say,
okay, that's really close. All right. All right.
She told me, oh, I live by the location, this location.
Okay, so she's okay, and then she comes to stand-up comedy. And then she comes to your stand-up comedy.
She does stand up.
She does stand up. Okay, I'm gonna send you another invite, by the way. Okay, so she does stand up. What up, Danby? Okay, so she does stand up. And is she funny?
Yeah, she might need a little bit of work, like her content. Like, if I could give her any advice, she needs to be more universal with her content, where like her content only people. There's a lot of international people coming by, and only people in South Australia really understand the content.
Okay.
That's advice I would give. Like,
Does she make people laugh?
Like, yeah. Like, she has a joke about being 17, because like that age of consent here, and a lot of people from international audience would not like, yeah, the 17 is the age of consent in South Australia. It's like, I mean, every other state is 16, so we're 17, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We'll see exactly what this means. All right, Mary. Okay, so now let's unravel this website. So the first thing the website said was, we have to make Secharim like Mikavos.
Dude, did you know I'm playing like one of the best games I've ever played?
I mean, you can consent.
What'd you say, Zoo?
What game are you playing?
We're playing a game called Bounce on an app called Play-Doh. If you want to play it, just download it. It's available on the App Store and Google Play.
How'd you pick your name, Ronnie's Ratcho?
It's my name.
What'd you find it?
It's my name. I'm a rabbi, and my last name is Rothschild.
That's like your religion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool.
Oh, no. Right. I'm correct. Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Can you fix your microphone? Like you're glitching out. You're glitching out and you're very irritating.
We haven't established, we have not firmly established
You're
a
very to have a conversation
my
with.
mother-in-law's mother. Right? We have
Can
not
you
firmly
stop?
established that.
What is
So
this
now
person?
you say it's
Can
firmly
you stop?
established. So how can you
You're
go out
really
and start
weird.
adding on
You're making everybody
like again the
uncomfortable.
mother of my father-in-law before we were firmly established as the mother of my mother-in-law on the base. So I'm not going to
How old is this person? How old is this person?
20. I asked them that earlier today.
How do you know that the same way that our relatives are related to so to again his relatives are
My
related as well.
microphone is gone.
No, it's not. You're echoing.
Okay. I the heart is sharp.
Dude, can you please stop? This is getting really repetitive.
What's that microphone level that you
Just ask them, hey, Dampy, do you have some kind of voice issue?
That can't be the real voice of the Bible. Did you do a voice check? Probably a guy.
What does that mean?
Probably a guy. Using the voice changer.
I am not here really being disrespectful right now.
So you're trying to figure out the lashon of lemata kilamala.
They might be friends.
All right.
You're very weird.
I mean, you're the translator. I mean, that, I shouldn't play that.
Yeah,
I don't know where I
Yeah,
didn't think to say
dude, you're really weird, man. You need help.
Okay, so you know, if that's the case,
you give me gold straight away.
Calm down, dude.
Dude is harassing many members around this channel. Your members are scared because this guy is in the server.
All right, just calm down, everybody. You'll be fine.
Now I'm scared for my life.
Okay, well then leave.
Well, that's very rude.
Okay, I mean, do whatever you want to do.
I thought you were nice.
I'm super nice.
Lots of new members, yes.
You're not the member?
Calm down, Zoot. No, he didn't say that. Dampy, what are your pronouns?
What?
What are your pronouns?
I didn't want you to come to my Instagram.
Okay, that's fine. Zoot, you have an invitation. Go. Zoot, if the person's bothering you, just mute them.
Mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter.
Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation?
Relationship to Rachel's, relationship. This whole thing is just one big mess. Ruben's relationship, what? No, here it is. Ruben's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to
Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation?
That's it. To his mother-in-law's
Dude, are you gonna accept my invitation?
I know the Gemara says that's what it means to say. How do you know to make the Mawa?
Dude.
Again, the generations of Bucky's wife, i.e., his
Dude,
mother-in-law's
dude,
mother and his father-in-law's
dude,
mother, just like the mother to his wife's daughter.
Rabbi
That's
drop
it.
showers.
I don't know. Sometimes they disconnect.
It says over here, it says, where is Zero? First of all,
Rabbi, what time is it for you?
12:57.
But it doesn't say zero, but I could be referring to her.
12:57.
12:57.
11:57 or 12:57?
12:57.
How do I know to go ahead and make the 3 generations above, like the 3 generations below. So once it's
Do you like horror movies?
Like when I was a little kid.
So how do I know what you're about to say? The 3 generations
I will see you stream the ending and
point them with the 3 generations below.
What's going on, big dog? Dude, if they're bothering you, just mute them. Dude, are you going to accept my invitation?
How come there's other people sleeping and there are people like
Zoot, don't be rude.
sleeping in the AC?
Yeah, people sleep in here.
So it's just like a sleepover?
Yeah, kind of.
That's pretty cool. Guys, all snuggle up.
And just like when it comes to punishment,
Weirdest person I've ever met. Typically get help and get away.
So to when it
Oh,
comes to
what's
the
bad for you? I guess I have single parent. Yeah, I mean, it's just somebody needs to be a shut up.
I mean, you want to talk about your own trip? You want to talk about your own trip that you want to make that line?
They do want to talk about your immaturity.
Do you want to talk about your own immaturity?
Okay, buddy.
I mean, me going.
You're the most annoying person I've ever met.
You guys admit
Zoot, just mute them if they're bothering you. Zoot, just mute them if they're bothering you.
Rabbi, he's moving me, Rabbi.
Zoot, I just won.
Rabbi saved me.
Is not going down in church. Lamata means a lesser isser. A lesser isser. So
You don't smoke crack, Zoot.
So
You're not about that life.
Dampy, that was funny.
Because his mother will be fired, but the city will go prohibition is not apply to your mother.
Zoot, you have an invitation, big dog.
I'm going.
Zoot, just mute them.
Like, I was just retorted.
How was your day, Dampy? How was your day?
Good. What about you?
So far, so good, my friend. What'd you do? What was fun?
You're going on Discord and sleeping people.
Very well. Do you have something strange with your microphone?
What do you mean?
It's like very shaky.
Is that bad?
Yeah, it makes it hard to hear you.
It's not. No.
Okay, well that's cool.
I'm just watching the podcast. Enjoy.
It was me, Alexander. It was me, Alexander.
Dog, I'm not here to answer all kinds of questions. You can figure it out.
You're not going to answer that question.
I mean, you can figure it out.
You can figure it out. Hey, the Alexander, wake up, the Alexander. Randy, are you a big streamer?
Am I what?
Are you a big streamer?
Yeah, dog, I'm a huge streamer.
Yeah, no. Randy, how tall are you?
Super tall.
How tall are you, Rabbi?
6 feet tall.
Oh, you're a big boy.
Yep,
What?
that's correct.
Yeah. I never seen someone as big as you.
I'm huge.
You. Yeah. How much pounds do you weigh? Rabbi.
What up?
What?
What up?
How much pounds do you weigh, Rabbi?
What? Enough?
Enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't weighed myself recently.
Enough to be a big boy.
Yeah, I'm a big boy.
So what kind of boy are you? Are you a skinny boy? Are you a big boy?
I'm a beefcake. I'm all muscle, baby.
You have muscles, Rabbi?
You got it.
Yeah. No, you're a really big boy.
Yep.
Yeah. Do your parents know that you do this stuff?
I don't know. They're not really on the internet, so they don't go on the internet, so I don't know.
Streets only internet. Why can't it be like in a different area?
I do stream. I stream outside.
I never seen you stream outside though.
You've only seen me like for 3 hours in your entire life. I've streamed for 4 years online. I've streamed in a lot of places.
I usually, I've been watching you for a week, but this is my first time meeting you online.
Okay, well, it's expensive to stream IRL, so I just stay near the Wi-Fi.
So wait, how do you pronounce your name?
However you want to pronounce it.
Wait, say it again?
However you want to pronounce it. Rabbi Rothschild.
Rabbi's Rothschild.
That's incorrect, but whatever.
No, I want to learn how to pronounce it.
Okay, well, I just said it to you.
Can you say it again?
Rabbi Rothschild.
See, you're lagging. Your stream was lagging.
No, that's on you. Everybody said your mic sucks.
Rabbi, Rabbi, no, it's your stream, Rabbi.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay. Rabbis are Ash's child.
What up, dog?
And you said it.
Yeah, you did a good job pronouncing it.
I can do it and other things too. Does anyone else support you, big boy? Rabbi,
What's going on?
they're still coming back.
What'd you say?
They're still coming back.
No, I think you annoyed him.
Oh, this time I fall.
I mean, I don't know.
1,000 my fall, Rabbi.
Dog, I don't know.
Maybe you scared him away, Rabbi. Maybe you did.
Okay.
Steve, 500 hours in the VC.
What'd you say?
So you've been in this VC for 22 days.
Probably more than that.
Like, do you ever get tired of doing this?
No, I love it.
Don't lie though, like I don't fucking notice and
I get to meet new people. I'm just chilling. I get to learn stuff. So it's cool.
All right, so let's start. Good morning, good cough. Great sports partnership to be able to begin a new week of learning together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. We thank our annual commentary sponsor of Tafshin Hey, Tulsa Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shir professionals this year. Wishing Mazel Tov to Yeshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Hava Alina Latova. Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, and Yosef HaKohen. Ziv within and burning fountains in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Our day of learning sponsors, Maya Hoffman, in the schus of Avram Ben Yadina, Shulamit Bas Lino, Baruch Riffael Melech Ben Shulamis. May we all have health and hatzlacha. Beautiful. Our Dafyomi sponsor today, Alan Wiseman, in memory of his father-in-law, Charles Newman, Zechariah Ben Israel C. Zechariah, and Ellie Rothschild, in honor of the new baby girl to Zazie and Michelle Rothschild, Mazel Tov to Zazie's grandparents, Chaim and Chaim Rothschild, and sister and brother-in-law, Moshe and Yardina Garden and family. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. She's hoping to continue the Soros Hobos for Cloud Israel. Those with that, let us begin. Today's stop is Ayin Hey. I apologize in advance. We have to end the shir of 3 minutes only. But in there, thank you. I wasn't planned. I just want to point out it was not planned. But thank you. All right, so let's we're going to pack it a lot. We're actually also going to start from the top of Ayin Hey. So I'm starting off and do shir as a great job. Some very, very little notice. I'm sorry. He did a really good job. I do feel he was showing off a little bit at the end with the pace. He had to get from Ayin Gimel with base to the middle of Ayin Hey with Aleph. So he was showing up the old man a little bit. But whatever, it's fine. It's okay with the young kids. All right, so we're just going to, just for the sake of the cover that wasn't there, and for the sake of having a recording as well, we're just going to start from the top of Ayin Hey with Aleph. 75 days. I'm going to read them around. There was once a story of a man who set his eyes upon a woman. The hair loved and what happened? His heart was filled with incredible desire. Now Rashi points out to be a hair Ava, everything move over here. Ultimately, again, became lovesick. Probably devastated, lost it, sick. But ultimately, again, it becomes infatuated with this one. By the way, Trent is supposed to ask the person in the beginning. Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Where was the mistake? Should not say I'll say one of the reasons that we have to be so careful, Shmiras Ha'inayim, what we look at, is as the Gemara says, Einayim knows the eyes see, V'halev chomet. Once you look at something, it unleashes a certain process going forward. So it's incredible how you can see over here just from the beginning where the mistake was. Shenasan Einav B'Isha Achas. Why look that way? Why not be careful with Shmiras Ha'inayim? Why not be a bit more careful? Again, listen, we all know this son. We know this son incredibly well. But when I say it's fascinating to see, sometimes in life, things go off the rails, and you're not exactly sure where it went off the rails. And then there are other times in life where it's so abundantly clear where exactly things went off the rails. So here, Nasan Einav. So Gemara says, "Well, this is a little thing." They came and they asked the doctors, "Va'amru Ein Lo Takana Actually Va'al." And the doctor said, "Look, this guy is mamish definitely the only possibility." The only refuah he can have is if he has relations with this woman. Okay, I'm with Chachamim. Chachamim said, "No, it's not too bad." No, you can't do that. So again, there was this must be an assumption over there that it must be some type of a lion situation. So again, so one of the things that you have to see in your life, or then to go out and transgress. So the doctor said, "Okay, I'm on the baruma." So okay, fine, he doesn't have to have relations with her. He just has to
when are you going to sleep?
Oh, not for a while.
Again, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. So the Gemara says.
When I'm ready.
The Gemara says.
Early.
Will start. I'm on the baruma. So the Chacham said, "No, can't stop.
Did you have breakfast, Rabbi?
So the Gemara says, "Just
No, I just sleep whenever I want to sleep."
Okay, so you can't have a relationship with her. You can't see her unclothed. Let her talk with her. It's interesting. At this point, the doctors already understood that there was a sneeze issue here. So they said, she doesn't have to speak with her face to face. Let us speak with her. There could be a wall between them. The Gemara says, Hazal and the Rabbi said, ultimately, let him die. Let him die. But let them not go ahead and have this conversation. What's the letter of the remember again, context is everything. What's the context of this? The context of this was in an illicit, immoral herd. Nasan Einav Ba'osi Isha. So again, this entire thing
Guinness made a teenager.
on an air.
What did you say?
An air of immorality about it.
You must be a teenager.
Who was the woman?
You didn't have the knowledge that I have now.
That makes a lot of sense. If you tell her married woman, you understand the incredible
I didn't have the knowledge that I have now.
any level of interaction between this man and this woman.
You think you were a Thomas teenager?
No, but I didn't have as much knowledge as I have now.
So according to the agreement that says that she was a married woman,
Do you think you could still gain knowledge?
Of course.
If she was single, I don't understand.
So why did this you're learning about
why this
people?
what is the example that's unfolding over here? So the Gemara says, Papa Amar Mishum Pigam Mishpacha. Rabbi said ultimately again, because of Pigam Mishpacha. Now, who's Pigam Mishpacha? Rashi said the Mishum Pigam Mishpacha. Ha'isha Shahayiboshim B'davar. Even if she was a single woman, it would have been embarrassing for her parents and let the issue get potentially damaged. Go Okay, got it. Okay, it's shifted this way, right? So, anyways, the Gemara says as follows. So the issue over here,
Yo, dog, you're being super annoying. You're being annoying.
What's happening?
כדי שלא יבנוס סוף פלוזות בערייס. So that this is us setting an example. Let's say an example. Let's say, one of the things we live this now, right? We live in this type of society. This seems to be the movie swinging back the other way. But like, where there's
Are you going to stop being annoying?
And whatever you
Yes,
feel,
I'm sorry.
whatever you identify,
You're good.
whatever you say, that becomes
Just chill.
when there's fluid
Sorry,
morality,
there's not a lot of
there's no
energy
morality.
around
That's true. So Chazal when they say the rabbis in this case and sit over here, that if Halakha Mesa, you just allow these kind of things to go on, even though again, there's one makes
Rabbi, is anyone free to sleep here?
Yo, dog. And what year were you born?
From behind the wall. What is the
I was born 2005,
August
August 20th.
Exactly right. But it's about what it represents. And what it represents is this guy becoming lustfully infatuated with a woman and suddenly against us catering to that desire. That is an illicit, immoral desire. And what is an illicit, immoral desire? What do you do?
Yo, do you know that your mic is messed up?
You don't hand it to it.
Rabbi, what's happening?
Your mic is messed up. It sounds like...
Must have a clear delineation.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's not my fault. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, we'll get it fixed.
Rabbi, please, you're scaring me.
Okay, why shouldn't we be scaring you? Just get your mic fixed.
Rabbi, please relax.
I'm relaxed, but mute yourself when you're not talking.
Rabbi, you want to be so mean.
Dog, I'm not being mean. I'm just telling you what's up. If you don't mute yourself when you're not talking, I'm going to mute you.
Rabbi, please do not do it.
I've warned you. This is your last warning. When you're not talking, mute yourself.
I'm sorry, please.
So then,
Only in your VCs and your live streams.
All right, well then just mute yourself when you're not talking.
But it's a lot of work to do.
No, you're going to have to figure it out. This is your last warning.
But my last 40 also won.
Now we're going to come back to what that means in just a moment.
Dog, you got to be able to figure out your microphone. I don't care if it's a lot of work.
Stolen waters are sweeter and hidden bread are more pleasant. So the idea of
I'll unmute you, but you have to mute yourself when you're not talking.
That's part of it.
No, Rodney, I like how they run like unmuted. I don't know how this.
I gave you a chance. Your mic sucks.
It's actually, even though Rabbi talk saying this as one idea, there's two different concepts in there. The first concept is this idea of nitla kandiya, the nitla over avera. What does that mean? That the full pleasure of Kriya has been removed, the time that it's been destroyed, and it's been given over to only over Avera, especially Sasaki this morning. Especially the idea that the Sefer Yom he says this, listen to this idea. He says, Kasha is Hamikdash Hayatani, and it is Hamikdash story. Bashina Hayashora Yisra, Hayashora Yisra, Mishkina, the Genital Israel, Efshori Haya Ad Kadesh Atzman Eloi, Beis Hazit. First, I think it's interesting. Oh, yeah, always very interesting. One of the most fascinating things is this idea of a person being Kaddish themselves, sanctifying themselves before and during the act of relations. So I think many of us, I think a lot of us are familiar with this concept, but it's one of the most elusive ideas. Because again, intimacy can be beautiful, obviously should be beautiful, should be meaningful, but kadosh and holy, it's strange concept. We understand in the contextually it's holy because it becomes marriage, then hopefully it's future doros. But Rabbi says, when they say Mikdash story, dynamic of holiness, even into intimacy. He says, in Korban Beis Hamikdash, Kasha to this. Kasha Ma'od L'Kayim Shnei HaDvarim HaNizkarim La'el Gam Yachad. Once the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, it's very difficult to experience pleasure and holiness at the same time. It can be pleasure, but it can be holiness. Pleasure and holiness simultaneously, says the Noam Megadim, is very, very difficult to come by in a world without a Beis Hamikdash. So it wasn't such a profound use of. Now again, when it's about pleasure and holiness, you've got plenty of pleasure and holiness in the realm of intimacy. In other areas of life, pleasure and holiness go very well together. But in intimacy, sometimes again, it's hard to distinguish, it's hard to feel both that feeling of personal pleasure and holiness interwoven together. So that's what Yitzchak says. Because in Yom Shecharav Beis Hamikdash, so the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, Nitla Tam Yod, the Nitla La'Ovrei Avera. What does that mean? That somehow the enjoyment of Iyah, the enjoyment of intimacy, was taken out of the realm of holiness and was made a bit more illicit, was made a bit more carnal, was put a bit more into the category of just a pleasure-seeking type of activity. It's fascinating. Then he goes on and he says, that again, why couldn't this guy marry this girl? Because I'm really uncomfortable. Because part of his lust and part of his desire was the fact that he couldn't have it. I will say, we know this, right? We know this in life. What is it? The forbidden fruit is always sweeter. Stolen waters are sweeter. Where does this come from? You'll say, where does it come from? What's the origin of this? It's adulation.
What up, buddy?
Had anything and everything at his fingertips. There was one thing he wasn't allowed to have. One thing he couldn't have. He ate das tobarak. That was the only thing he couldn't have. And that was the one thing that he took. What's the pshat? Let's say, it's for all of us. It's for all of us. There's so many primitive things in this world. Yet,
I hope you're having a good day.
What's the pshat? There's so many more things that we're allowed to do that are great.
Lovely.
That are pleasurable. Why are we drawn to this? Deep down, it actually feels like everything that we want and desire always comes from a good place. See, my most innate desire is for growth. I constantly want to be more. I constantly want to become more. I want to live in a consistent state of growth. So therefore, what the Neshama says is more, and more. What happens in life? Too often in life, it's like the Neshama goes ahead, dispatches a message. Right? The Neshama dispatches it to the body. What's the challenge? The challenge is that the body often corrupts the message in different ways. You see this a lot in life. Like, let's see, it's interesting that people get. My mother was speaking on Shabbos. She was speaking about that. My mother actually grew up. She was born in New York after the war, and my grandparents settled in Binding, New Jersey. My grandfather was from Hashem had a hand in really creating the Jewish community. One thing they didn't have there was a high school. So amazingly enough, my mother actually came to the Sacco of Baltimore. Incredibly, Baltimore. So we moved to Baltimore 21 years ago. And my mother was like a tremendous circle. That's his young Anyway, so she was speaking about it's beautiful, much better than my book. It's beautiful. And when she was speaking about homesickness, is really homesickness living in my brother. And what's homesickness? Where does homesickness come from? The Neshama yearns to go home. The Neshama always yearns to go home. From the Neshama to Halal Talk. Every Neshama has to praise God. And the Zohar Kodesh writes, it's called Neshima Uneshima to Halal Talk. Every breath you have to praise Hashem. Every single time a person exhales, the Neshama wants to jump out of the body and go back to the body. And it goes out. That's why every single time you eat, you have to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because He's keeping the neshama in your body. Why? Because the neshama is homesick. So what happens? The neshama broadcasts a message of homesickness. systems to the body. So how does the body relate to it? How does the body relate to it? The body relates to it ultimately as physical systems. That's how we experience it. So you usually go on vacation. So what happens when you're on vacation? Right? After a few days you want to come home. Right? It's interesting, right? Especially for making kids. Right? In other words, right? In other words, after it's fascinating. You can have the most incredible vacation in the world. But there's a certain moment you're like, okay, like I'm done. Like I really want to go home. And why? Like it's beautiful, it's fantastic. Because something that comes from the neshama. The neshama says, I want to go home. Every neshama wants to go home. We broadcast the message to the body. When I say body, you see this, so many things are right. Listen, one of the most fascinating dynamics of human behavior to me is window shopping. Window shopping. You can't understand. Like people enjoy window shopping. It's the same you say. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more and more mitzvahs. So what happens? It broadcasts the message of acquisition to the body. So when the body gets that, the body often converts these messages into something physical. So shopping, people like to shop, people like to acquire. It's the same dynamic over here. Why are we drawn? Why are we drawn to the forbidden items? It doesn't come from a bad place. Again, as you know, there's police. The neshama wants to acquire more and more and more. And it's constantly broadcasting into the body. Give me more. Give me more. Don't compare yourself with what you have now. I want more Torah. I want more business. I want more business. But all too often, what ends up happening? The body corrupts the message of the neshama. So the neshama is saying, give me more. I said, let's do it. Let's do it. You want more? I'm going to give you more. The problem is, the body often corrupts the message. And the body takes the message of more, including that which is forbidden. That's why, again, we're so often drawn to the mind reading to the forbidden waters, to the stolen waters, because that's the body's corrupting the message of the neshama for more. And I must say, it's so important because a lot of times when we're pulled towards certain things in life, we often like to think, or we often conditioned to think, that the things we're pulled to are a result of certain carnal desires, wants, and lusts that may be true. But sometimes you'd be surprised that those desires really are coming from the neshama, but it's the body that is corrupting this. It's incredible. Incredible. The Mishnah. Very understandable. All right, so again, these are the people who experience straight by execution by straight. We spoke a little bit about, we're going to get into the dynamics of straight. Remember, straight is not burning someone, but rather, again, straight is internal straight. We won't be yet. We spoke about this before. We'll speak about it more in the Gemara. Let's go back there. These are the people who are executed with straight. A man who has relations with a woman and her daughter, who bas claims with himself, and the bas claims intimate with adultery, so we saw that extensively. Now, we'll say there are other people included in this category of women and her daughter. Now, we'll have to define a lot of these lines in this Gemara. Vito, who's included over here, his daughter, bas Vito, the daughter of his daughter, bas Vino, the daughter of his son, bas Ishto, the daughter of his wife, bas Vito, the daughter of his daughter, the bas Vino, the daughter of his son, Chamoso, mother-in-law, Ne'im Chamoso, the mother of your mother-in-law, Ne'im Chama, and the mother of your father-in-law. So again, we'll have to break out these categories. Do a little bit more depth. So the bottom line, all of these alayos are forbidden, and the penalty is extreme. So let's analyze. Haba Isha Shenasa Pitalokas. Now, it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say that if a man has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Right? So in other words, it doesn't say if you have relations with the mother of, right, if you have relations with a woman whose daughter he married, which is essentially his mother. So it doesn't say that. Elo, Haba al Isha Ita. Rather, the Mishnah is the man has relations with a woman and her daughter. Now, the Tarbai will be Surah, which indicates to us that both of these women are prohibited. So who are these women that we are discussing? Chamoso ve'im Chamoso. It's actually talking about one's mother-in-law and the mother of one's mother-in-law. Vikatani, and we learned, that there are other people included in this category of a woman and her daughter. So we'll say the inference is that these two women, in other words, Chamosa and Chamosa, are written explicitly, but that's not true. And ultimately, they learned that from the Drasha. So, so according to Abaye, so this makes a lot of sense because Abaye says that really the fundamental focus over here is the ability to intuit certain prohibitions. Masnisim money, Rabbi Akiva, El Rava Dama Chamoso, La'achar Nisim, Masnisim money. According to Rabbi, he says that no, it's coming to prohibit the mother-in-law even after the death of a wife. So if he is married to Rachel, so obviously if he is married to Rachel, he's prohibited to Rachel's mother. Let's say Rachel dies. So Rachel dies, is Ruvain permitted to marry his former mother-in-law. So apparently that's a point of contention. Tani Haba Isha Shina Sabita. So according to Rabbi, Rabbi would say one has to read the Mishnah as the following: Haba Isha Shina Sabita, one who has relations with a woman whose daughter he married. Which is a reference ultimately against mother-in-law. Okay. Yesh Beklau Isha Ubita. So again, included in the category of a woman and her daughter are included again Chamosa, mother-in-law, in Chamosa, the mother of your mother-in-law, in Chamav, and the mother of your and the mother of your father-in-law. So the Gemara says, La'abaye, I the Kavadi in this in Chamav, Hani Nami Chamosa, in Chamosa. So Abaye says, really, what the Mishnah is trying to teach me over here is the case of in Chamav, the mother of your mother-in-law. Mother of your mother-in-law. But since he said mother of your mother-in-law, it also included mother-in-law and mother of your father-in-law. Sorry, I got it wrong. According to Abaye, one teaching in Chama, the Kiddush over here is the mother of my father. That's the Kiddush. But since it said that, it also included mother-in-law and mother of the mother-in-law. Okay, the Rava, I do the Chabari with this in the Chama, the Chamoso, Tani Nambasi, Tani Chamoso. Rava said, no, since the Ikra Kiddush was a teaching. The mother of my father-in-law, it also includes Chamosa, mother-in-law, and, mother of mother-in-law, and mother-in-law. So the honeymoon. So how we do know all these prohibitions from? Then Rabbi So the pasuk says, if a man will go ahead and marry a woman and her mother. So it says, remember again. So here the pasuk is quite explicit. The isha shalika has isha besima zima hi ba'isha srov. So again, here this is an explicit pasuk. If a man will marry a woman and her mother. So Reuben marries Rachel and Rachel's mother. The Gemara says, Simayi, it's Nus, Ba'eshis Rofu. Ultimate against Sreifa. So this is one of the explicit psukim about Sreifa. The Gemara says, Isha Sheikach es Ishvesima, Amy Eli Isha Ima. I didn't know that it applies to a woman and her mother. Bas Isha, Ubas Bita. How do you know about the following relationships? What about Bas Isha? So again, the positive teaches me that what? If Reuben marries Rachel, he can't marry Rachel's mother. He can't marry Rachel's mom. Okay. How do I know that he also can't marry? Right? How do I know that he also can't? Eli Isha Ima. Bas Isha, Rachel's daughter. Bas Isha, the daughter of Rachel's daughter. Bas Mina, the daughter of Rachel's son, Minai. So again, Torah tells me about Rachel's mother. How do I know about the generations down below Rachel? That the prohibition applies. It's very simple. Ne'emar Kan Zima says over here by mother-in-law Zima. Ne'emar Lahalon Zima. And it says again, it will say later on, this is the case of Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. This is also Erbas Isha Ubita Lo Sigala. That's an explicit pasuk as well. Cannot go ahead and marry both a woman and her daughter. So it says Zima by mother-in-law, and it says Zima by Bas Ishto, the daughter of one's wife. Ma'alahalon Bita Ubas Bita, just like over there refers to ultimately her daughter, and the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita, the daughter of her son, Afkan. So over here, Bita applies to the daughter, Bas Bita, the daughter of her daughter, Ubas Bita. Incredible. Minayin Lasos is referring to the tables. How do we know they treat men like women now? At first, that's we don't know what that means. How do you know that you have to treat men like women? Ne'emar Kan Zima, but Ne'emar Lahalon Zima. It says over here Zima, again by Chamoso, and by Bas Ishto it says Zima. Lahalon is from the Kavas, Avkan is from the Kavas, just like over here. Retreat is from the so okay, here we take these kind of games. So, okay, listen, like I said, we don't know what that means yet. We don't know what that means yet, but we'll get to it today. How do I know that we should make that which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above? Once again, no idea what that phrase means. We'll say, what's interesting about it stylistically, it does this. We know for Brisa, and we read the Brisa, we have no idea what it means, we have no idea what it means, and then we explain it later on. You may think about it stylistically, why not just explain it where it is? So remember, Isaiah teaches us so many profound pieces of life in Muslim, even in very nuanced ways. So much of life is being able to continue forward, even if you don't understand this. Things happen in life, we have good conscience. But the danger of good conscience is sometimes you get so hung up on the question that you become moment. Sometimes you become so bothered by the things you can't answer. Okay, I can't move forward. I can't move away. God says, no. Do you know what you do when you read through a Brisa that you don't understand? You know what you do? You know what you do? Keep going. Keep going. But I don't understand it. You don't understand it. Or not. Or not. But either way, whether you understand it or you don't understand it, you're going to have to move forward one way or the other. But one thing is clear. Just because there's a good kasha doesn't allow you to get stuck in things. And I will say, one of the most important life nuggets of information, right? Because we all come up on those situations where we're like, oh, what is going on? What is this? It's my kasha, my life kasha. And it is so easy to lose yourself kind of in that abyss of life question. The avodah of life is when you get to that life crisis that you don't understand, ask the question, move forward. More often than not, when you move forward, you'll find the answers you're looking for. And even if you don't find the answers that you're looking for, you still need to move forward. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do we know to equate that which is mentioned below with that which is mentioned above? So again, just to understand what we'll see exactly what all of this refers to, the Lamala and Lamata. But here's the point that I want you to remember. We have two sukkim, right? What we're trying to do over here is Torah explicitly speaks about two relationships that ultimately make anybody punishable. Number one is Isha Sheikach es Isha Bes Ima, married a woman and her mother, right? And then the other is Erevas Isha Ubita, a woman and her daughter. Those are the ones we have explicit. Everything else, we're extrapolating from them. The Gemara is now going through the process of extrapolation. I think extrapolation is a word. Yeah. Right? I'm sorry? Like I said, extrapolation. Right, correct. So the Gemara says as follows. Extrapolation sounds so much more like methodical. Anyone could extrapolate. Extrapolation, okay, and anything. So the Gemara says as follows. Both sides. 6 times up from the bottom. How do we know? How do I know to equate that which is mentioned below, that which is mentioned above? That's going to be our Xer Shalom. Sima. Mala Havan, Lamata Kilamala, Avkan Lamata Kilamala, Umakan Lamala Kilamata, Afala Lamala Kilamata. Again, we'll see exactly what this means. Armad. Okay, so now let's unravel this Brisa. So the first thing the Brisa said was, we have to make Sikharim like the cables. To make men like women. So the Gemara says, what is that? So the Gemara says, what in the world does that mean? From the cables. Ilema, bas bina, kibas, bita. So maybe we'll say like this. Maybe like this. That's the son, right? So remember, let's just go with Reuben and Rachel. Right? Reuben's married to Rachel. So maybe this is like this. That we already learned that Rachel's daughter's daughter is connected to Reuben. Right? Rachel's daughter's daughter is connected to Reuben. So too, maybe again, what does it mean to make men like women? That Rachel's son's daughter is also connected to Reuben. Okay, so just like Rachel's daughter's daughter, right? Rachel's granddaughter from her daughter connected to Reuben. So too, Rachel's granddaughter from her son is also connected to Reuben. So the Gemara says, so you're my something here. This Ilay of Bas Pita, Bahagi Adadi Kasiman. Right? Ultimately, again, are those learned out together? Ela Ein Chamav Kein Chamosa. That is coming to include instead the mother Ein Chamav, the mother of Reuven's father-in-law, like the mother of Reuven's mother-in-law. So verse 1 second. Hashta Ein Chamosa Lo Kamaran. Ein Chamav Mechadar. We haven't established, we have not firmly established a prohibition of my mother-in-law's mother. Right? We have not firmly established that. So now we said it, but we didn't establish it. So how can we go ahead and start adding on additional isurim, like again the mother of my father-in-law, before we firmly establish the mother of my mother-in-law? On the base, so I'm not telling you about it like this, but in all these things, we're doing this. You know what it means is like this. How do we know that the same way that our relatives are prohibited to him, so too again, his relatives are prohibited to him as well? Ne'emar kan zimo, it says over here zimo, and ne'emar lahalo zimo. Okay, I, the heart, is sharing the day of the zimo. When it comes to his own relatives, there is no Russian of zimo that is mentioned. Amirava, it's like Baradumi, Asya, Heina, Asya, Zim, Zima. This was almost like a double year of Shabbat. Hina and Zima. Omer Mar, Hinayan says the Matik Kilamala, was beforehand we said, how do you know to me? That which is mentioned below, like that which is mentioned above. So once again, my Matik Kilamala. What does that mean? What does that mean? Ilema, Baskino, Baskito, Kibita. So maybe say like this. Maybe it will say, so again, we're trying to figure out the lesson of Lamata to Lamala. Right? We're trying to equate arayos that are Lamata below to that which is above. Okay, so maybe it means like this. Maybe it's going to teach me that, right, when it's meant to Rachel, that Rachel's son's daughter and Rachel's daughter's daughter have the same status as Rachel's daughter vis-a-vis Reuben. Okay, so if that's the case, it's all enough from the same source. Elo in Chamos of Kichamos. Rather than coming to say it like this. The same way that Reuben can't marry his mother-in-law, right? So too again, he also can't have relations with the mother of his mother-in-law and the mother of his father-in-law. If that's the case, Hai Lamata Kilamala, Lamala Kilamata, then we'll say the Russian as well. We'll say the Russian of Lamata Kilamala sounds like, if you understand it, we'll say, let's assume the midpoint. Who's the midpoint of all of these arayos relationships? Right? Who's like the middle? The wife. Rachel, right? So Lamata would be anyone who comes from her, right? Her kids, grandkids, and Lamala would be her mother, and so right, mother's mother, father's mother, so on and so forth. So if we're coming to say that we're coming from her now, mother of the mother-in-law, mother of the father-in-law, you know, both sides. That's not lamata kilamala, but rather what? That's lamala kilamata. Remember, we're going from the top down. So the Gemara says, you're right. Tani lamala kilamata. Yeah, you're right. Change the lashon, and rather it should read lamala kilamata. So how do we know to make the prohibitions of mother-in-law or mother-in-law is explicit, right? Or really mother of mother-in-law and mother of father-in-law, just like the prohibition of Rachel's daughter to Reuben. That essentially, Reuben's relationship to Rachel's, Reuben's relationship, this whole thing is just going to be a mess. And I was saying that Reuben's relationship, Reuben's relationship to his mother, to his mother-in-law's mother, and his father-in-law's mother is just like his relationship to Rachel, his wife's daughter. That's it. Same way that it's prohibited to his wife's daughter, it's also prohibited to his mother-in-law's mother and to his father-in-law's mother. And therefore the Gemara says that's what it means to say, how do we know to make Lamala? Lamala means, again, the generations above his wife, i.e., his mother-in-law's mother and his father-in-law's mother, just like Lamata to his wife's daughter. That's it. Yafi, that's the case. Ne'emar comes in the Ne'emar La'alazima. Says over here, Zima says, well, there's Zima. Ma'hashka, what's the first white line? Uma'hashka, Zima. You don't see like, And it doesn't say Zima, but I could be referring to her. And Rabbi goes in to say, Minayin Lasos, here it is. Minayin Lasos, Shlosha Dolos Lemalo, to Shlosha Dolos Lemata. How do I know to go ahead and make the 3 generations above like the 3 generations below? So what's this? Remember again, if you look for his Rachel, if you make although all this ever hello with his Rachel, right? Like who is Rachel? So how do I know I can about say to take the 3 generations above Rachel and equate them with the 3 generations below Rachel? It's different. The 3 generations below Rachel are all going to be prohibited to moving her husband. So too again, the 3 generations above Rachel will also be prohibited to moving her husband. In which the Gemara says, Ne'emar lemata zimo, Ne'emar lemala zimo. It says lemala, right? The generations above Rachel. It says lashon zimo, and it says ultimately below Rachel zimo as well. So the Gemara says, Malamata shlosha doros, af lemala shlosha doros. So just like below Rachel, there's 3 generations. So to we apply the zimo metric to the 3 generations above Rachel as well. Uma ba'onesh, I'm sorry, Azamar Shosha dollars. Uma ba'onesh, Asa lemata kilamalo. Just like when it comes to punishment, i.e. Sreifa, we made again about saying lemata kilamalo. We made the 3 generations below Rachel, just like the 3 generations above Rachel, i.e. Sreifa. Azhara nami Asa lemala kilamata. So too, when it comes to the lav will also apply ultimately again lemala kilamata. So I'll say, so interestingly enough, we seem to have this fascinating relationship between the 3 Arayos generations above Rachel and below Rachel. So we'll say, so again, it really becomes quite fascinating because essentially what we begin to see is Midaraisa, we have 2 explicit relationships. Can't marry Rachel and her daughter, right? That's number 1. And number 2, ultimately again, can't marry a woman, can't marry Rachel and her mother, and Rachel can't marry a woman and her daughter. So that's what I got. Now what we're doing, what we're going to say, Asabal the Malak Kilamata, Ramata Kilamalo, is we're building up the framework. Ultimately, again, to 3 generations above, 3 generations below. Beautiful. So Rashi said, no. The only thing that can no, that's what we said on the tree. Umay Lamata, Lamata is no. What Lamata means is not going down in church. Lamata means a lesser Isser. The Gemara says, "Iman." So Iman, Imas. Let's say she just again comes to Rachel, right? The mother has another Aku Imas. So to again from Ruben, right? The mother of his mother says, "I'm Rabbi. Imchayin." Sabai says, the pasuk says, "It's your mother. You should imo atamakaybo." Because his mother will be fired. Yatamakaybo mission in imo. But the single prohibition is not like your grandmother. Rabbi says, "Beinaman's Amar tell us it's very." So Rabbi says as follows: "Beinaman's Amar don't know ino. Beinaman's Amar don't know ino of the gospel." So also we've seen this many times out of things in that way. In general, we make it zero Shabbat. So the shaila is what are you focused on when you make it zero Shabbat? So don't we know means that halacha zero Shabbat. So really halacha l'maisa, the result is very much rooted in the origin of limud. Versus don't we know means that ultimately the real limud is much more focused on the result. So the Gemara is listening to this. So, so we'll say, so again, so whether or not, so whichever way you understand the Gzir Shabbat, ultimately, again, it's not going to work. Doesn't mean it's not going to work. But also, you're not going to be able to learn Isser about Ein Imo, the mother of his mother. Why not? So the man don't know. So the one who says ultimately again, don't know, which means we ultimately focus. And the result is very much reflective of the origin of the word. So the Gemara says, "Ma hi ein ima asura," just like by Rachel. Ultimately, again, her mother's mother is going to be Asher to the Afinami ein ima asura. So to your believing, his grandmother, like mother, was also going to be Asher. Umina. We learn from this. In other words, again, we learn from the place of origin. Not keep this straight up. Just like again, improving the tag relations with Rachel's mother's mother, like Rachel's maternal grandmother, very partial by Sreifa. Absolutely the Sreifa. So to improving has relations with his grandmother, the Ostias of Sreifa. The Mandamar says, the Mandamar Sreifa from where it came from. We're going to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more Hamar than Skiba. You can ask if you're about Malihin, Shikin, Ima, Sreifa. So I say ultimately again, when it comes to Rachel, their relations with her mother, for instance, someone that's much like Sreifa, Tamar Baru, Shima Skiba. He has relations with his mother, much like Skiba. Baal, Ima Skiba, Ima Sreifa, doesn't make sense that if Ruben has relations with his own mother, which is Skiba, but ultimately again the mother of his mother is Sreifa. So it's Baal, furthermore, Nahibo Chalakta, Nahibo Chalakta, Baal, being Ima and Ima. Just like when it comes to Rachel, there's no distinction between her mother and her mother's mother. So too by Ruvain, there should not be a distinction between the prohibition between his mother and his mother's mother. Okay. In the mind of the Amers, in the Hamura, the Haikush, the Olivina, and it brings you a thing that says, ultimately, again, the skill is more hammer, you don't have to deal with the same question. Fine, that's part one. Part two, Luvan Dara don't Asra. And it brings you a thing that says, when it comes to the Xer Shabbat, we're much more focused on the entire Xer Shabbat on the result of the Xer Shabbat. So we must not be only Masra, just like by Rachel, her mother's mother is Asra. Apu Nami Ein Imo Asra. So to again, Ruvain, his mother is also going to be Aser, V'uki Basra, and let's derive the halachas from that result. Hasam V'uki B'Sreifa. So they're going to say the other halachas by Sreifa, about Halachah B'Shkila, and ultimately over here should be Aser, the Ashkech and the Imo, as we find this attention by his mother, which is Ila. So the man does, the man does say the Chamura, he can live from. According to the opinion that says that Sreifa is more common, we have another paragraph. Once the Gehos at top of Ayin, about 76 say, Malihi Shekuni Mother Sreifa. Or about by Rachel, a Rachel relations with Rachel's mother's being best Sreifa. Komer Behu, Shil Beskila, by him relations with Moshe Beskila. Va'od, Huki. Furthermore, again, I was saying, why should his halacha be different than hers? Or his are than hers? Mahi Rochalak Tava, Pain Vital the Indina. Just like by Rachel, I will say, there is no distinction vis-a-vis Ruben, whether he has relations with Rachel's brother or Rachel's mother. Either way, again, it's going to be Sreifa. Afu Lo Tachlo Bo, Pain Vital the Indina. Sorry, Pain Vital the Indina. So to by Ruben, there should be no conflict between relations with his daughter or relations with the mother of his mother. The man, the Amar Skila Chamura, but according to what we say, that Skila is more Chamur, may I push up no Nihilo. Ultimately, again, you don't have this same kasha about the issue of pain. Alright, so we're going to stop over here for today. I feel like we've reached real clarity with this. So we're going to, this is your place stop. So I'll say, okay, so bottom line. What's the takeaway? So maybe stay for family gatherings. I don't know, maybe that's the takeaway, right? So just understand. To really simplify this, is actually, remember, this is just one of these classic situations where the Gemara is working from, it's a profound result. Oh, let me first say that, we'll talk about the time, so then we'll head. So as it says over here, right? Mita Raisa, it's relationships we know that are explicit. Those relationships, a woman and her mother, a woman and her daughter. That's we are explicit. What our Mishnah is doing is building out a framework. It's building out a framework of other relationships, ultimately again, that will be treated like wife's mother, wife's daughter, and therefore punishable both by Sreifa. The paradigm that we're using is the Mala Kilamata, the Mata Kilamata. Using the wife as the Arayos midpoint over here. But the understanding is those who are above her, and we're going 3 generations above her, 3 generations below her, essentially all going to have the same framework for Arayos. Now again, all the Gemara is doing right now is working through this process and trying to figure out how again. The good part is I know what the inclusion is because we read the Mishnah. Now we're just trying to figure out ultimately how we get to this conclusion. But what I will end up with is a tremendous Moshe all of this. If you notice, you see a Gemara like this, went through a lot of Gemara, or I'm going to Gemara, and it doesn't feel like we reached any significant conclusion. So what's the significant tremendous is that in life, when you have a problem, you have an issue, it is incredibly important to talk it out. Incredibly important to talk it out. Now, sometimes it could be frustrating to talk things out loud. So this happens in marriage. It's important to sort of marriage. Sometimes there's something perhaps that your spouse wants to talk about. So you're like, okay, let's talk about it. And then what happens? We begin talking about it. Don't look at me blankly, by the way. Right? We all know exactly what I'm talking about. Right? You look at it blankly, right? You talk it out. And then it goes on. And what happens? What are you thinking in your head? What are you thinking in your head? This is not going anywhere. Right? This is not going anywhere. We're talking about the same things over and over and over. This is not getting anywhere. I would say it's important to understand tremendous result in relationships is that sometimes you just have to talk it out, even if it doesn't feel like it's getting anywhere, because sometimes just allowing someone to talk things out and to unload things that are sitting on their neshama, even if in your mind you're like, I feel like it's getting more complete, that you have less clarity than when you started, is in and of itself a cathartic and profound process. I think so often Chazal could have skipped all of this stuff. The reason why I focus on Shana Gemara, because anything and everything you be successful in life is in the way. It's all here. And this is sort of sometimes having conversations, you're like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Didn't we just talk about that? Or didn't you just say something different?
Yo, how about you go fuck yourself?
Someone who you care about. Just a safe space to be able to express themselves, to talk it through. Even if you're left wondering what it is exactly that we are doing over here, is a profound stepping stone in building meaningful relationship. Because you can't get to the conclusion unless, of course, you're first ready to go through the process of talking and re-talking and rediscussing. So Chazal not just giving us information about how we get to the complete list of sreifa, but rather, again, Chazal are also telling us how to address, how to build, and how to bolster our relations. We'll say, stop it for today. We'll say, maybe if we could get a couple of them just to help out. We just recite this here. This is straight. So what's off? So what's off? Someone else indicates that a road in general, right? So a road doesn't mean hasra. Another lotion of cotton, whether the road is both or a minor, someone who's running after someone else to kill them, a perpetrator, it's not an obligation of hasra, killing that people. This is what so this is Yotze Roshah, they know the role of the Shin of the Nefesh, but they know the Shin of the what happens if I look for myself in the so now let's say again, let me just take one of the chest. The rope is once the head is turned out. You're not allowed to put the baby or to go ahead and say to why should the rope actually do that? At that point, we used to say that the mother's life is more important than the baby's life. But why is that? Rope is the baby's a rope. Again, it's never premeditated with the baby. But the baby's a rope. The baby's which Gemara says Hashem Hasam, then the Mishnah it's different like the word. Because the mice, again, this is not a premeditated act. Like at the end of the day, this is coming from a Kodesh Baruch. So because again, it's not critical, this is called the baby. This requires intentionality. This requires kavanah. This is from Kodesh Baruch Hu. His name is Hades. Let's say let's give us a part of Robi, Shavi Robo, so Ruben is on the after Shem, Omer always said to Ruben, she's slow. What is wrong? What are you running after Shem? She is not a Jew. She's not a Jew. Ruben Grisel, the Torah Omer, Shofet, Dama, Adam, Adam, Dama, Shabbat. The Torah says, don't look if someone's trying to kill someone else, you're allowed to go be a killer. So I'm like, no, sell the motion. We're allowed to give safe by killing Ruben. So again, coming up with enough, is under normal circumstances when you have to give hasra, so there's the warning message, and then there's like a verbal response on the part of the perpetrator. So you look at I'm doing it anyway. Interestingly enough, this doesn't report meaning for a verbal response. And a low date does not mean hasra. It's not going to be which the US is none of my students have necessarily good. That's a different opinion. So let's say we do it, let's say we do say. So I would say we do the Omer, Sabra insert as well. That was something as well from the doesn't require why not? But some person doesn't have to let someone just someone who you know has the information doesn't require this. She will give the Hasra and will have to show the goodness. Because Hasra in general is in there to see if someone knows a difference, to think that someone is an accidental perpetrator versus the person. When it comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder, there's no Hasra that's going to be necessary. Tashma, if someone bites someone, moving with an action, killing, Omer lo reishi Yisrael ben brisu. Torah Omer shobe kama other domination. So you say, what are you doing? She means he is. Why are you running after him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the covenant. And the Torah says that if you try to kill someone, you're allowed to kill the attempted murder. The Gemara says, Omer Yodea Nishu came, Potter. Right? Nas and he also came, Chai. See, interestingly enough, it halot on a nice the purpose of really says, do it anyway, we do it anyway. So on a nice again, that shows that a road does need hasra. So let's say, so what is interesting in terms of matzah, so does a person with intention to kill someone else, if there needs for hasra in that situation, or not? First, the man says, no, that's a different case. So he thought they tried to check the people now, the Ramatzi is super. That case is different. That case is talking about a situation that, let's say, we're on one side of the river, and the other side of the river, we see who they're trying to kill Shimon. So there's absolutely no way for us to intervene to prevent the so what recourse do we have? The boy is sitting in the demon. So we'll have the opportunity, and if we did unfortunately successfully kill Shimon, we'll be able to bring him to the base. Since he's going to have to come to base, then the boy has base there, obviously, to adjudicate anything in the base, then everyone is going to agree this going to be a need for us. By saying another possibility is, I'm going to put I'm going to make it come to my parents, I'm going to have to until you have service. Or if we could say, then I'm going to have to then I'm going to say, so I follow the opinion, until you have service. How many times yes is if somebody's tunnel is breaking someone's house, that's us. Everybody you understand exactly what you're ready. You understand this house to he's going to fight. You're still coming in, you're ready to go in. You're having a lot of things to do, and there's no reason. So bottom line, this is actually quite interesting. Just to show you Genesis, right? This discussion began with nothing but a cut. Right? Cut is right after we did. So the human said that I'm not always using killing the cut. The fact that you can kill the cut from what does that show? And a low date doesn't mean capacity. So when someone's about to kill someone else without killing without giving him for warning, you might have thought second opinion as well that says that a low date doesn't mean capacity. How do we ask him? It's very interesting. So the Rambam asking is Hilchos say Aleph Halacha Rambam makes as follows: Halarodi Kaver LaHarbo. Afilu Halarodi Vatan Hari Yisrael Tzibur Hatzla Nida Halarodi Afilu Nachosho. The Rambam says like this: Halacha means if you see someone who's suing someone, Halacha is not what it is. You have to stop it. You have to save the person's heart. You have to kill yourself to kill it. Interestingly enough, the Rambam makes no mention of Hasra, which can use the definition of to say. Hasavar, Rosi, means Hasra, Roshi, Novel, Roshi. Yes, the people say the people that Rambam holds, the Rosi is not Hasra. Whether the Rosi is Novel, whether it's Patan, no Hasra. I will say, I do know that the English also natural reasonable. If you're allowed to give this time, you're allowed to work with that situation, right? By killing yourself. Let's go to successful number one, number one, moving to the sword shooting. Moving to the sword shooting. Allowed to kill people. Let's say Sabi. So ultimately, that's the moving. Yeah, let's say you can run that. We don't get involved. It's not going to from many activists. Or الشعب بيمول again, that's also but there's not another impact on fun.
That's too crazy. Yeah, no, I don't want to. That's I just as much as I'd like to see it, just out of curiosity. I don't want to in any way, any facet make it so that's like
we talk about this concept of
feeding their person's
how do I get this reading for that? I'm allowed to read it before 2018. Los Samo Adame.
It's like
don't stick by. Don't stick by.
that's great. They're finished.
Rather, again, go ahead and take actions and how do I know that? What level of so there's much to talk about. If you see someone in more danger, you can't just simply say no. I'm going to throw anything that's in there. So again, we're allowed to kill him. Prevent him from violence. All the more so when I see women running after shooting, kill him. Right now, so moving is running after the now allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating the now. Even more so, I see women running after shooting. Doing so, because once again, the opening again, you can't take someone to that.
I didn't see that. I had no idea when this stuff was going on. I gave them Fox. Because what's in it? I didn't even know that was going on. I became aware of running shot because we threw it out. You'd be surprised that I saw
where it says, kind of hits me. This is the concept of Nahara, lust. This is talking about again, therefore, Asher Yaakov Ish Arei or example, not Ashkenaz Amar. Now that we also like the case where someone attempts to kill someone else. So what does that mean? What does that mean? So what example are we learning out from Moshe? Not Rust. Which you mentioned, you're right. The other parties that bother me, I'm doing so long. See, it sounds like you're trying to learn not Rust. You're trying to learn something from Moshe, not Rust. Turns out that no. We're actually learning out something from not Rust and applying it to Moshe. What are we doing? This mother is a makish Moshe, not Rust. Nara Mulasa and Moshe. How so? Nara Mulasa is international. So this is Nara Mulasa. You're allowed to go ahead and kill. You can't be fighting. There's something that you try to kill. Ultimately, it's what's interesting enough, it turns out, the Torah says explicitly, like we wanted to see, the local insight, and that's part of the kill. And the Torah juxtaposed how the Melissa and Hosea teach us, just as you can kill, you never get violated by the Nara and the Melissa, so if you kill someone, you can kill them. Much around us, we know what's like. I don't know how to so has the obligation to open with every I don't understand. I have to know how we do step in. I'm going to go some of them. In addition to that, someone is in trouble, so it's not enough to subtract, so it's not enough to be sad, it's not even enough to stop it. There's something that I can do that will move it, is somehow unless the difficult suffering and hurt, that is strongest fucking guy. What's that? Oh, I have stuff. You don't have to do it. You have a different source. You have some enough. We're a different place. What it was. I think those people in there. What's the highlight? The highlight of it. There's a concept of Shabbat. So Shabbat, like, you really use this to say, I'm fine with Shabbat. I'm with you. I don't know if he's self. Look like he's immortal. Drowned. Wild animal. Robbed. I don't know that obligated to step in. And try to get the series of the morning. Also, the real money guys, is actually also low means you have to again return low. You have to return anything. And if his self is in danger of being lost, you have to do what you can in order to return him to him. So it's very well, actually, also, give me a lesson. What's that? So you're out there. How about you? How do you do that? How about mix up with Mika and Guri in there? So I think this, we just want to actually host a law. I would have thought, okay, I'm obligated to help. So if I can help, I'll help. But I'm not obligated to not help people, or to hire people, or to spend resources to try to help people. I'm not sure what it says. It will sound like that. So actually, both the law almost contribute the obligation. If I see someone in distress, I have to do what I can in order to return myself to them. That's why emotional obligation to do what I can and Rosava got my effort to even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire you. I have to spend money. I have to run the club. I have to do it. Pero طبعا so again, whether I see you running after some solution, or I see you running after science, or I see you running after the effort categories or I see you going to go ahead and let's say violate someone for whom there is such or that has had increases. Or I see you running to someone to violate them because it increases what the maximum also not all these cases like I'm saturated. It's going to go. It's going to go ahead and have a relationship. Or maybe that's going to go ahead and let's say moving forward, why that is. Without what happened is this he says, Russia says, leave him alone. Let him do what he's going to do because I don't want to run the risk. No, he says, he listens to him. He listens to him. And he runs a little bit of it from. On the top, when I don't know, stands for something. Maybe when I don't know, so what's the secret thing not that mercy? How do you know this? How do you know all of these affirmations come up with? So we went down to this possible thing. Possible much money I now got with myself. And you might find it through a number of different scenarios. Plus it says, don't do anything in that job. Now has no culpability. So you might say, reason enough is not like it possible. You figure out the head. So you get it not. What is that? Not hard. He says so. That's what they do. So we're going to bring it to Solomon. So we can kill within 100 not a lot of persons in our us. You see, we about to stop trying to have a so about to kill you. Prevention from violence. Kate, what is the first? It is a disease. So we about to have a mission with the person for years of Christ. We kill it, prevent him from doing that. Right? Mothers, right? Any type of relationship. This is supposed to be a relationship. There are a few cases. So, honey, why don't you follow these cases? This was also taking because of that one on our mission to our work. I would have said, why can't I go ahead before he sodomizes this issue? Because that's not going but that's not therefore again I can feel within something that's now the work now I'm looking at the violation act itself or the act itself so perhaps again within so therefore again the person is teaching me now you know you get tempted by the now that we yourself you can kill the one this time because of what do you first of all what did you say I would have said the reason why I go ahead you know he's gonna do it so maybe they just let him fight it so how come the problem is which is not really the reference physical it's also a reference to the stance someone who has other potential marriage ramifications Rashi says if you're talking about the seed and the Anaheim, Rashi says you get this to potentially about Nahar, you woke up on the view, maybe in pieces. Again, quote unquote, there's no peace, there's no damage. There's no like, there's no status damage, and there's no necessarily relationship damage to someone else perhaps. Because it's really one to start on the side of my life. Different parts I have to say no, you need to go away from these countries and start a relationship. Because of that, one of them, we just said, now I'm off and suffer. So it's so we have again, looking at something right down on the muscle, kill him for them to do. He's trying to soundlize shooting, venting, to prevent him from doing. So it's not what he just said. Because of that, one of them, look at the days, we show the high lot of the high company. So now I can call it. Now I don't that's why you can before you come. Because of one of us, how do we have this is basically kind of so slow. If we would have just said modest, I would say, oh, what does modest mean? Modest means Chayve Nisos Bezdin. Only is careful from Nisos Bezdin. Right? Chayve Krisos, not. So Rachmana, therefore the Torah says faith, which comes to include Chayve Krisos as well. So the verse of the lift of Rachmana, faith, modest, hello, boy, now. So that's the case, just what the Pasuk said. The Pasuk said faith and modest. If it's faith and modest, what does that mean? That means any relationship, any act, which is punishable either by Nisas Bezdin, or Kares, you're allowed to kill the perpetrator as he attempts to perpetrate the crime. Now, if you would say that, that would automatically include Nara Murasov and Sachar. It would include both of those. So just leave out Nar, right? Leave out Nar, just say hate and mothers. And we know that if Ruben is trying to do something, attempting to do something, trying to defeat or death penalty by Bezdin, or if he is Kares, you're allowed to actively kill Ruben to prevent him from perpetrating the crime against him. Well, why not? The Gemara says, right? Yeah, you're right. You could do that. That would make sense. So why does it say it? So what's this? Here's the difference. Remember, there's a danger. What's the danger? The danger is like this. If it would have omitted Nar and Nar, it would have just said hate and love. But that would tell me like this. If Reuben is attempting to do anything that carries into the death penalty, either by Bezdin or by Kares, you continue to prevent it from doing it. Based on what I said, that if he's about to be Chalo Shabbos, I can kill him to prevent him from being Chalo Shabbos. Or if Reuben is about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. So what the Torah says, Nar and Nar, tells you what. The only time you're allowed to go ahead and prevent them from committing an Avera is when that Avera impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't impact other human beings, for example, Ruben's about to use Chalo Shabbos, very bad, but it doesn't impact other human beings. Or he's about to give down, it doesn't impact other human beings. Or he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, it doesn't impact other human beings. Those cases, when I saw, you cannot kill Ruben to prevent him from doing the I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping. So what way to tell by times the white race or they see like in the house, I can't say salary, Patrice O'Neal, Elephant the Rap, Charles Fair Specials. Why you gotta do that? Why you have to find out? That's what it is, right? Take it back. That's the different ways for this show. That's not why they're here, kid. No. They're here to put sugar in their video. Yeah. Yeah, sure. You guys are here to watch Tim as shop. Start the timer. Play the change. Alright. So the first one is posted by Caterpillar 57539. It says, looks like Bob also wants the race to the mothership. This is the first. That's a baited narrative. I bet you Bob was there. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's got some like that's really he was the first to get it done. Let's see what's next. Motion there. This one is posted by Basement Cat 85. Memory on March 4th. Taking a selfie in a public toilet. She commented more than a selfie. Got to love Bob's and Cootie. You can Photoshop it out, right? Maybe they Photoshopped it. It is funny that she takes a picture, posts it. It's like this guy in here. It's and then she's go into why not take a picture when you're outside the bed? Right? I mean, no, you don't understand females, creatures like that. They love taking pictures. They don't like taking pictures. Obviously, it's not a species, but the nice idea is right. And I'm sure this is so comments that grow that that's right. I like when you take your shit. Someone taking a shit. Okay, here it is. Right there. Fancy fix. Oh, Grandpa Diego. Sorry, fancy fix. Let's see here. What's next? Well, ain't that just a kick that's posted by Chips? What could be narrated this week that they are having trouble? Imagine you want to marry this guy and she wants to keep him out. It's so crazy. They're talking about you want to use paychecks. That's great. 12 days. Imagine you want to marry this guy and she wants to keep her last name, but can't keep his last name. Be straight. If you wife, someone take your last name, she want to hyphen it, that would be, I would have this slap. Thank you. Well, the dumbest shit. I mean, I would love it. Really? What? I'm caring. It's not like that's a boundary. You're going to take my name because we are tradition. And there's one pretty big thing. They're a big tradition. So, yeah. And if you're in a truck, it's like, hey, that thing, right? And if you go down on a test, you try to hide it, and I'm hiding the shit out of if there's a fat kid on your team, we're going to stop it here. Like in a few years, there's a kid, maybe in the game, little candy. You're not getting the candy. No, we keep love inside to ourselves until you show us you're worthy. It's all over good. I would rather do anything than be talking about how they fucking. And honestly, I just want the transfer of names to happen. I don't care if I have to change my name. I want to change my name. Dude, get the fuck out of Gerardo. I mean, their first name. I'll take a girl's first name. I don't give a fuck. Saying her last name is your first name or her name. So, anything other than Gerardo is good. I would do anything. It's just about the name. The name has to change. Like if they're like, What's the idea of an individual has a physical identity should be the other application versus again God. That Allah is the touching of the workers. The verse is that Allah is what penetrates. So what is this? That is the level of which says Allah because of and the second aspect is the idea of love it's where the sister is being led by the other, and she tells others to stand ready to help her, not to step in. Leave them alone and let her one of the gifts. And using this, was a example of higher value. About the system of youth in the vehicle. About the system of the vehicle, this is that we didn't necessarily have to read that home. So the woman says, leave the attacker alone. Leave the attacker alone. That we listen to him because when it's about the numbers on top of my value, they were people to give you a hope. About the things that you know here, so I use it with people that I these are the only ones to do. These are the people over again, she is implicit in this act. Therefore, again, it is implicit that we have the right to us. If you have the license to kill her, then by definition, you are by injuring the attacker in one of his limbs, or have to kill her in order to save her. So what the first of all, number one, whenever you have the ability to save someone by injuring the attacker, that is a lot of people but whenever you can save, from harm by doing the attacker, that becomes the obligation. And the hero says, remember, this is where the victim will be saved. By this is no longer disobedience, she says, no longer disobedience as much as she wants. When the attacker will be fighting. The Gemara says over here, Rabbi Yonatan ben Shaul, Samuel, Rabbi Yonatan ben Shaul, Rodi, Shelodi Rabbi Yonatan, Viacolotio, Lotzi Hatilo, Bethne Baro. So it's like, if you literally have to shit it together. And I see, I can injure you. I can injure you in a way that ultimately, again, will allow shit to escape. It doesn't require me to take you away from you. Then that is my obligation. And what happens in the event below Yitzhak? We'll say what happens if at the end of the day I choose not to injure you, but instead what? Instead what? I kill you. Then we'll say I am Chayiv. The idea now, obviously, this is a very specific case where everything lines up here. If I just do that local is to get me neutralized. If I don't have energy and I have to go to control because I'm not going to, I'm going to get it. That means until I kill you, I am liable to death. They say that once I must die. Another one was it was the most impossible year. Speaking of two men who are fighting, no, if one of them comes to you, or if you suffer on a pregnant you know, you don't see this. So those people that begin to be liability, like I think that is it. That is nice. You know, that's right. I've never learned it, but it's not, shit, it's not possible. But it's speaking about a situation, ultimately, you know, let's say someone could have been killed in order to stop them from coming to have a sleep. Written a soul media, that I saw for them as Pasha's knowledge. It wasn't a tragedy. You will pay one life for that. One is what we get is that this situation, as much as it's two people fighting with each other, at the end of the day, there is the capacity ultimately again to kill someone. The capacity for someone to be killed. And therefore, what does the Pasuk say? The Pasuk says, Nasat the Nemesh Kafas Nefshahiru, never Tasmur Ahmana, they go to Yaso. I know she had this. Because we see that before Gashi has. He wants to go Yaso, which means don't kill him if you don't need to kill him. Instead, just injure him, neutralize the threat. They go to Yaso. Like, no need to think kill him like it's not necessary. They go to Yaso. It's not necessary. Rather, I know she did on which was a big Gashi was here. And I know she had issues. If you could have neutralized the threat by simply using the pursuer, but instead what? You choose to kill him. You, now the killer of the pursuer, will be fired. So you have to show you have to that never so these are the halacha is that when you can save the victim by injuring the pursuer, and you don't do so, but I love the nice thing that fight for that. So because as this campus long, we get an itch. The most reality is there, the most is talking about, we're saying, I can be punished. You don't, but you use what I put on. That's when we're like, I'm the first person that you try to save the victim. When is there a case where I, the good Samaritan, who steps in to try to save the victim, what is the situation where I can be punished? You don't, you have to love what's the where will be a case where I can save the victim by injuring the pursuer in one of the units, and they don't do so. If instead I kill him, don't tell me what's wrong. Is that okay for us? I would do that if you have to love you and about it, not even that's even action. So it's a very good tell you that even if at the end of the day, I would have saved the victim. I injured the pursuer in one of the units. But instead, you killed the pursuer. You're going to tell me that even in that case, every Mashkapas that they engage, and was a important piece of the Pasuk when it says that sometimes I could be punished for taking the life of the pursuer, which is like Oma, shining up, awesome, shining up on the least of that with the shoulder. Most of the people say this is the person who made this huge awesome. You're actually it's redacted. So we're going to get so he's doing is killing one person. And in the course of this tossing, causing him to be so it could be that there's a ridiculous towards one person. So he's ready to kill shit. The pregnant woman was the unintended victim of this situation. Therefore, again, it could be that he was hired shit. But ultimately, again, hired mama or the woman. So as long as the doctor is the woman, you're trying to figure out is it this or someone else is attacking someone to the red, or they can hire yourself, or they also be hired mama. Gemara tries to bring this as a raya, but then Gemara maybe that should the difference is that the liability goes in two different directions, two different people, which the Gemara is like Roshna. We don't know ultimately again as where the liability goes, whether what we forget, who is the person being liable to. The Amar Rabbi said, Lodi Shara did Hakavero, since Ruben was running after Shem, and presumably to kill him. Now what happened? The Sheba Esakir, and while the Rodi is running after the Yoga, so while the pursuer is running after the pursuer ends up breaking the fences. So what's the Shaiva? What's the Shaiva? Is the Rodi trying to break the fences? To which the Gemara says, Bein Shal Yoga, Bein Shal Kol on the Father. No. So it's actually very interesting. As the Rodi is running after the Yoga, Ruben is running after the Yoga, and Ruben shoulders utensils, whoever those utensils belong to, and ultimately again, Ruben is going to be talking. Why? By Taima, is Chayiv in Nafsh. I will say, why is that? That is because Ruben is Chayiv. This is why Ruben Chayiv. And Ruben is actually running after Shimon to kill him. Ruben is the Rodi. So because Ruben is the Rodi, it's Chayiv. So because Chayiv is in what? He's going to be Hunter on the king that he is. Because Hunter is going to Mamot when he's into Yisa. However, on the other hand, if you're done Shishibra, let's say the person being pursued, we'll call him Shimon, is running away from Ruben, and he breaks utensils. So Shalom, they caught him. If he breaks utensils, ultimately, the Lord is going to be Hunter. Shelto Adam Chayiv. If he breaks utensils from other people, the Lord will be Chayiv. So the Rosh Hashanah, why is it ultimately again that he's kind of breaking the utensils of the building? She's the part of breaking the utensils of the building. Shalom Yimono, Chavid Alobi Biko. And so ultimately again, the Rodig's money shouldn't be any more important thing than his body. Whereas by running after Shimon, ultimately again, he's putting himself in harm's way, because not anyone else can says Mamo cannot be more common than his shield. So therefore, in the same way that everyone has the license to go and take his life according to his shield, so to a man, when Yirkov tramples his king, he's going to cut him in that as well. However, again, Shakal other time, unless you imagine this case. So this is Ruben running after Shimon. Shimon's running away from Shimon from one great breaks the utensils. Person over here that Shimon is going to be Chayiv. Why? Shematzi Atzmo B'Mamot Chayiv. Because most of the movie is actually very important. So you can't save yourself through your friend's question. I'm just saying, you can't save yourself through your friend's box, right? You have to pay. So let's say, so Shimon is running away from Ruben, and he accidentally breaks or intention. He starts throwing things in it. Like, it's not really running after him. So ultimately, again, he's saving himself and someone else's money. He has to pay for that. The Lodi, so which was to this, the Lodi, Shayarodi, Akar, Madero, this was to this. So I see Ruben running after Shimon to kill him. I stop running after Ruben to kill Ruben, to stop killing Shimon. The Shibra Sakirim, and in the course of me running after Ruben, who is the Ruben, I end up smashing the shines. They tell me they're finished on me, but finished on Torah. Whoever you don't know, I go ahead and calculate, I'm going to be potter. Why is that? I will say.
What is this with people?
People. So I said, it's a very interesting statement. The Gemara says it has to be that way. Why? Because I will say, if I know that my acting as a good Samaritan, there's going to be financial liability. Like there's something, again, I see Ruben running after Shimon, and therefore, again, I want to step in, I want to go Ruben, and prevent him from having Shimon. And I have to figure out, you know what, I have to run through this way as well, because there's just here, there's just there. It's going to end up costing me $1,000 to go ahead and save Shimon. What do I say to myself? I don't like Shimon that much. He's a nice guy, but I don't have the money for that. Therefore, this is like one of these tikkun olam. You know, where you see a similar concept. You see it from at least in halacha. I think contemporary practice law a little bit different. Halacha shields doctors. Salofa says if a doctor comes to the scene, the doctor goes in and helps someone, the doctor cannot be found liable for any type of damages that he does. If there's gross negligence, not just negligence, it's gross negligence, then Allah again, so there could be some liability. In the absence of gross negligence, even if there are mistakes, the doctor is covered by halacha. We'll say the same logic. The reason for that is because otherwise people won't want to help. Halacha understands that the only way people will help is if there is protection from legal recourse. But if every single time I step in to help someone could sue me, or there's damages, then the halacha understands people aren't going to want to help. Tomorrow goes back to Avo. Harodi Bakara Behema. Most remember again we learned that if somebody's running after an animal to go ahead and commit an act of bestiality, we don't kill people. Time Yerashvi Omer, Ha'ovi Lavodos B'Chavim Vatzu Nafsho. So Shomai Chai says it's not true. We see someone about to worship idolatry, we kill them to save them from violating that Avera. The Kavah Omer. So what's the Kavah Omer? Umat Kagam Hagyo Nitanatzi Nafsho. The Kavah Omer Kaposhki Navose. I can kill someone for preventing him from violating an Ara Hamurasa, which is what we call the Pagam Hegel. We say Pagam Hegel means he's hurting an ordinary individual. He's going to hurt HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right, by worshiping Avodah Zarah. Allah has come and become that I have the right to step in and to kill him. I have the intention to do it. We have the ability to go ahead and kill someone based on our Kabbalah, right? Kasara Ushunadi, yes, we'll say this something holds that you can't punish, you can't even destroy much based on our Kabbalah. Tanya Rabbi Elazar Rishon Omer. Elazar Rishon says that Machalas Shabbos he does it with an afshon. This is actually pretty wild. Elazar Rishon says if I see someone about to Machal Shabbos, I can kill them to prevent them from doing so. We'll say, remember again, I'm killing them to prevent them from doing so. At the end of the day, that's a chus for them. Right? I'm preventing them from violating an incredible idea. So, I'm sorry? So we're going to talk about that. So, Savarla Ka'avro. So, say he holds like his father. The Amr Unshin Min Hadin. He says also that you can derive punishments, even capital punishments, from a Kavachomer. The Asya Shabbos, Filo Me'avolos, Mohammed. That was something that says Shabbat Filo, between Shabbos and Avolos. Just like we just said, that you can kill someone to prevent them from worshiping idolatry. You can also kill someone from preventing them from being on the Chal Shabbos. I'm going to be able to show you Shemi Yod Tzadok. Nimdu V'Gamru Ba'adiyas case in this is of the word. So we'll say they came to a conclusion about this in the word. Kalabesh was like, this is a very important sugya. Kalabero Shabbat Torah. In Omrim La'adam Avor Ba'al Harik, Ya'avor Ba'al Yehud. We'll say they threaten a person and they say to a person, with any Avera in the Torah, either commit this Avera or we'll kill you. What's the halacha? We'll say, you commit the Avera. You commit the Avera. Chutz, Ve'avodas Kochavim, V'Gila Arayos, V'Shivos. These are the three exceptions, the three cardinal Averas. If somebody tells me Chas Hashem to worship idolatry, or engage in immorality, or engage in an act of bloodshed, then what's the halacha? The halacha is I can sooner give my life than to violate. So the Gemara says that Avodas Kochavim, is that true that you have to give your life rather than worship idolatry? But I know we learn Amri B'Shmom Nation, Amrullah Adam Avodas Kochavim, Va'ati Hare, Minayin Shiyavor V'Ayar. How do we know that if they threaten the person that told him either worship idolatry or we'll kill you? How do we know that he has to worship the idolatry and not let himself be killed? So the Pasuk says, Havolomar V'Chai Bahem V'Lo Shiyavos Bahem. The Pasuk says that you shall live. The Lord wants us to live and not to die. So therefore, again, you see that you can even worship idolatry to save your life. So you must 1 second. Yochel Afidu B'Parnasyo. You might have to say that this is even true in public. Or let's say somebody tells me to worship idolatry in public, but they're going to kill me. I would have thought that again, Chayim Avos I could even worship. Talmud Lo Sechalu L'Shem Koshid V'Nikdashti V'Nikdashti. Therefore, also the pasuk says, Moshe says, do not go ahead and profane my name. So we'll say at the end of the day, we don't pass it this way. We pass that Avodah Zarah is one of the three cardinal averos for which you have to give your life. Right? And that person, now again, the scope of that, when that is, what's concerning Avodah Zarah, so that is a lot of halachic literature. Not our topic for today. This other opinion that says that no, even idolatry you can worship rather than give your life also has limitations. For example, If this act of idolatry is going to happen in public in Parhesya, then it is not just about the Zara. Then it's full of shame. Desecration of God's name. When there's a desecration of God's name, you certainly have to give your life rather than worship. So the Gemara says, "Timu damar kabbalah, girls and kabbalah, the Sanya, or those who are they have to say Shalom Kefa, but follow Babu Babu, follow Nafsha, follow Kefa." Say beautiful Gemara. You have to love HaKadosh Baruch Hu with all of your heart, all of your soul, and both Choma of death. It was like for our purposes right now, though, that means with all of your needs, with all of your needs, with all of your money. In them, the authority told me that I have to love God with all of my life. Presumably means what? That I have to stand ready to even give up my life for God. So if Torah already told me that, then why does it have to say with all of my money? To which the Gemara says, we'll say, so some people, life is more important than their money. Therefore, HaKadosh says you have to love me with all of your heart, which means that even if you have to give your life for me, you have to stand ready for us. There are some other people whose money is more important to them than their life, and therefore again the Torah says ultimately again with all of their money. So we'll say you see from here what they're bringing down this thing besides that it's beautiful is that from Bahamtas Hashem Lakecha, we also learn that love of God means, Rashi says, that you may not switch up to the Baruch with any other deity. So from here we would also see that Avodah Zarah is a Yehorik Yad. So just an interesting machlokas, where everybody seems to agree on Gilai Rayas and Shivas David, the machlokas about Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara goes back to Gilai Rayas Shivas David. So we'll say, where do you learn that Gilai Rayas Shivas David? We learn from Rabbi Kiddusanya, Rabbi Omer, we'll say the pasuk says, just like a man will rise up against another one and murder him. So the pasuk says, right, and murder him. So the Gemara says, King had dam razeh. So we'll say, what are we learning after this case of the murder? We'll say, it turns out that this came to teach us something, but we end up ultimately again learning something. Also, we're going to compare the Rotzeach to the Nara Murasa. Ma Nara Murasa was it just like we know that in order to save Nara Murasa from being violated, you can kill the offender, right? You can kill the perpetrator. So therefore, again, Rotzeach means so to Rotzeach, you can go ahead and you can kill him in order to prevent him from going ahead and committing the act. Umakish Nara Murasa. Let's say they're now comparing Nara Murasa to Rotzeach also. Marotzeach Yarek Gayavot. We'll say just as an act of murder is Yarek Gayavot. If somebody tells the Chas Shalom, either kill Ruben or I'll kill you. I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another. Therefore, I will say, so to what? So to if a woman is going to be violated, or if a man is forced to violate Nara Murasa, which I will say is an act of adultery, I have to sooner give my life than commit that act. To which there is 1 second. Let's say you know what? You just made a statement that murder is Yehorik Gayavot. Where do you know that from? Where do you know that from? That I have to sooner give my life than take the life of another. So the Gemara says, Svarah. It's actually just amazing. It's actually a Svarah. What's the Svarah? So what's the man who came before Rabbi, and he said to Rabbi, the local governor said to me, the governor said to me, he said to me, go and kill Reuben. If you don't kill Reuben, I'm going to kill you. What did Rabbi say to this man? I'm like, lift it up, below sit down. You have to let yourself be killed. You have to ask Hashem to kill someone. Who said that your blood is redder? Maybe the other guy's blood is redder. So we'll say Rabbi says essentially it's Svarah. What license does one person have to take the life of someone else in order to preserve his own? We'll say, when do we say that in general? We'll say, so Gemara made a statement. The statement was that in general, if somebody tells you, violate a particular avera, or I'm going to kill you, then what's the halacha? You violate. Okay, there are 3 exceptions, but that's the general rule. That's the general rule. So we'll say, so where do I know that? Where do I know that in general, again, so again, the Gemara said, but the Gemara says, let's analyze this. We know that in general, if somebody tells you to violate an Avera, you do so. And it's what we call Ya'avor Va'al Yehari. Elishus Gemara says, sorry. So Rabbi says, who subscribes to this idea, that in general, by all the other Averos, we say Ya'avor Va'al Yehari. How do I know that there are exceptions to that? Lo Shanu Elishus B'Shas Gzeres Malchus. About B'Shas Gzeres Malchus. Hakilu Mitzvah Kala Yehari Va'yachol. And we'll say, when is that true? That is true when there's not a Gzeres Malchus. We'll say, when the Gentile government is actively launching a campaign to undermine Yiddishkeit, so then I will say that's called Shas Gzeres Malchus. At a time like that, I have to give my life, even for a mitzvah kala. When it's clear that there's a coordinated attack against my religion, and these things are unfolding right on a governmental level, I have to give my life rather than violate even the smallest of mitzvahs. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says another qualification. Rabbi Yochanan says when we said that in general we hold Ya'avor V'al Yehari by mitzvos kalos, so we'll say that's when we true. That's when we true. Consider that's when we true. We're violating these averos in private. How about the Hesia? And we'll say to violate even a quote unquote small avera, even at a time when there's not governmental persecution, is going to be mitzvah kali or valya. Was it being forced to violate in public, even if it's not a time of Gzeres Malchus, and even if it's a time, and even if it's just an avera kalo, mitzvah kalo, I still have to go ahead and give my life. Yehari va'al. Listen, by the way, my mitzvah kala, everyone keeps using this term of a mitzvah kala. What's a mitzvah kala? Amarav Arbari Rabbi Yitzchak Amarav Afilu. Even if the open Oven are getting me to try to change my shoes. We'll say, what does that mean? So let's say again, Gentiles wear one kind of shoes, Jews wear a different kind of shoes. So again, that's a mitzvah kala. In all the circumstances, the Gentile comes up to me and says, change your shoes, I'm going to kill you. I say, okay, yeah, I'll change my shoes later. I will say, so again, the first thing over here is the following. If it's clear, this is part of a systematic approach to undermine Yiddishkeit, then I have to give my life for it. I can't participate in anything that is part of a systematic undermining of Yiddishkeit. And number two, if the Gentile is going to make a public display of his look, the Jew is willing to change his shoelace to yield to the Gentile. It wasn't this taking place in this context. Even though again this is the Kano, the Gemara is suggesting ultimately again that I have to give my life. Now, obviously in the Hesia piece, and also in the systematic piece, they become elements of total Hashem associated. The Kano for Hesia, she says, by the way, how much is public? Right? What's the definition of Hesia? Definition of public? So Rabbi Yochanan, in Hesia, we say that servant of Hesia. So for Hesia is 10 people. Shita Yisrael. We'll say, this goes against, by the way, every single piece of instruction you all received before any school trip. Right? So I'll say, so right, if you went for any, right, self-respect. So what happened before you went on a school trip for research? Right? Don't make it throw Hashem, right? Don't make it throw Hashem, right? You're going to see people are not comfortable. People are not usually going to throw Hashem. So just you understand, the point was well taken, but I think we inaccurate. On a technical level, Kol Hashem is a good kind of shoe. Kol Hashem is not a good kind of shoe. So we see over here that if the Gentile is trying to go ahead and get you to change something in the Yiddish, even in Tzikala, with Farhesia means in front of 10 other Jews. She, the Israeli woman, like they say, the Nikash himself in Israel, because the Pasuk is, I will be sanctified within the midst of Jewish people. Sorry, actually, it was they're going to see. This exerts Shabbat. This pasuk by itself doesn't help me. It's just this pasuk talks about the mitzvah of Kiddush Hashem, and by extension, the mitzvah of Torah Hashem. We're going to make the drush up Tov in just a little bit. What happens if we have 9 Jews and 1 non-Jew? Did that form a proper quorum for Torah Hashem? This is Tashma T'Kari of Yanai, Achud Rabbi Abba, Asya Tov. What's the meaning of Tov? Sit Papa. So it says over here, I'll be sanctifying to the Jewish people. So it says by Korach, it says Kashmar says to Moshe Rabbeinu, separate yourself from this Edom. Right? So Dir Shavav Tov, Ma Lahalan Asara V'Kuli Yisrael. Was it just like, now again, I'll just tell you one other interesting thing. There's one more piece in this Gzir Shava Rabbi that elsewhere. The Gemara that makes a second part of this Gzir Shava of Ida from Korach to the Meraglim. And just like by the Meraglim, Ida represents 10. So too again, Ida represents 10. And so you have a twofold. It's Tov Ida. Mala Alon Asar Kulisa. Just like over there, it was 10. And they were all Jews. Afkan Asar Kulisa. Therefore, both side by the Dashli Bisot Bnei Israel. It was also what? 10, and they were all Jews. So we'll say, so again, and that indeed is halakha. Just you should, well, I don't want to say halakha yet because you still have more to do. But again, even if you hold that you have to give up your life for a mitzvah kalam, that you're being forced to go ahead and perform or to violate bit bar hesya. Bar hesya means 10 Jews. So the Gemara will say this is such an incredible thing. Esther bar hesya. 1 second. But how was Esther Hamalka permitted to go ahead and live with Achashverosh? Was this not a public display of arayos? Remember again, everyone knew why a woman was taken to the palace, and everyone knew what was happening between Esther and Achashverosh when she was his wife. Is that not gila arayos? Is that not ultimately again immorality? And Esther, essentially, the Gemara saying over here is, why did Esther give her life? Why did Esther give her life? To which the Gemara said, and by the way, this sugya never. It has such incredible halacha and nice applications throughout the years. There's an incredible process here, which we're not going to get to today. No, we're not going to get to today. But you'll look at it on your own. I'm going to buy one of these two answers. Number one, Esther karka olopis. Esther was passive in the act of relations. And I will say, now what does that mean? So this is an incredibly useful. What Rabbi is saying is the following. When do we say Yeharik Va'al Yavor? When do we say Yeharik Va'al Yavor? When by giving up your life, you will not have to perform the act. So if someone comes over to me and says, Silver, kill Ruvain or I'm going to kill you, I say no. So I say, so we'll say, but saying no and refusing, then what? That prevents the act from materializing. And at the end of the day, the act does not go forward. If halacha l'maisa, the act is going to happen anyway, then I'm not, as long as I'm not active in the act, I am not trying to give my life. So Rabbi says, is that never, one of the sons, if somebody threatens a woman with immorality, she can say no all she wants. He can violate her. So because he can violate her, therefore what? She's not mechuyevas to give up her. So when Rabbi says, Esther karka olamaisa, it means she was passive. Yet, also, by the way, the first Shirayit is in the Megillah. Remember again the most dramatic part of the Megillah, when Mordechai says to Esther what? You have to go to the king. You have to go to the king. And what does Esther say? You didn't do it. What does this mean? So Pasha Pshana, she's saying, I wasn't invited to the king. I'm going to go ahead and potentially be killed. The Gemara says, remember again, there's machlokes about the nature of the relation between Mordechai and Esther. So some say that Esther was Mordechai's wife. This whole time there's the possibility of reunification because she's karka olam, she's essentially again being violated. Therefore, again, it's not a rayos. So she says, my dear husband, I'll do this to save problems, but you understand that if I initiate contact now with him, this becomes a rayos. And once it becomes a rayos, I become usher to you through this act of adultery, which, by the way, is a different discussion. Esther Amalka is the paradigmatic example of an Aveira Lishma, which again, don't try this at home. Not try this at home. But again, there is a concept like this of an Aveira Lishma, specifically in situations, ultimately, again, of Hatzalah for Klal Yisrael. We see it by Esther Amalka. We saw it again by the Haftarah on the first day of Rosh Hashanah, by Yael and Sisra. We see this concept. So the Gemara says over here, why wasn't Esther Mechuyeves to give up her life for the act of arayos? Because she was karka. Rava says, Hanoas atzman shayim. So this is actually amazing. Rava says, it's also different. When do we say that a person has to give up their lives, ultimately, again, to these averos, when there's a clear desire on behalf of the person who's forcing me to do these things to try to go ahead and get me to violate the tenets of my religion? But when there's not really a religious battle over here, there's just desires at play, then what? Then I'm not mechuyev to give up my life. So Rabbi suggests over here, Achashverosh, look at Rashi and us, Hatzmo, Shino Bekochav Miskavin Adiro Miros, Elanos Hatzmo Miskavin Shiny, Venkan Chilashim Arikap. So listen, Achashverosh's intention with Esther Amalka was not to go ahead and get her to violate her duties. Remember again, that's because you know who she is. So again, what's happening over here is desires are at play. When there's not when forcing me to commit an avera is not there to get me to override my religious sensitivities, then again, Rabbi suggests one is not going to give up their life. Now, interestingly enough, Rabbi gives examples of this. If you don't hold this way, Hani kavaki v'dimonki heichi avinu. So Rabbi actually points out that the Persians used to have a Yom Tiv in their Bate Kinesios, where what they would go home to home collecting lamps like lanterns, and you have to donate a lamp that they were placed in the house of Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, I don't understand how are the Jews permitted to participate in that collection? Aren't they contributing to Avodah Zarah? To which the Gemara says, here's the thing: the Persians weren't trying to get the Jews to convert. Rather, what did they want? They just wanted the lanterns. They wanted the lamps. Meaning, they didn't want to have to spend all the money on providing all of the lamps. So they figured just get it from the Jews. But there was no concentrated effort of getting the Jews to convert. Therefore, again, there's no need to give a help on that. Let's listen to this. But this will stop. Let's listen to this. If an Akum says to a Jew, cut down this asbestos, we'll say asbestos is a plant, cut down this plant on Shabbos and feed it to the animals. So we'll say, so obviously this is under the threat of death. So the Gentile's telling me, if I don't cut down the plant, which isn't Isrit L'Orais on Shabbos, he's going to kill me. But he's telling me to cut it down and to feed it to the animals. So what's the halacha? We'll say, if you don't do it, ultimately again, I'm going to kill you. Right? I'm going to kill you. So what's the halacha? We'll say, I'm sorry. Likdil below likdilay. Ultimately, again, cut it down, right? Cut it down, and don't allow yourself to be killed. So, right? We're going to see a distinction in just a moment. Shadi lenara. Let's say the Gentile tells me what? Cut down the asbestos and throw it into the river. Then what? Likdilay below likdil. Ultimately, in that case, I have to allow myself to be killed and not cut down the asbestos. We'll say, what's the difference in these two cases? My time, we'll say, what's the feeling? You see, when the Gentiles tell me to cut down the asbestos and feed it to his animal, what's his motivation? Right? For his animal. He doesn't want to do the work. So he happens to have the Jew at his disposal. He'll make it back into the Jew. It's my Shabbos. The Gentile doesn't care so much about that. But it's clear that he's utilizing it in a way that benefits him. I'm shaking it. He tells me to go ahead and cut down the asbestos and throw it into the river. Then his intention is what? His intention is to get me to violate the tenets of my faith. Oh, that you want to do? That I can't. So therefore, again, we begin to see over here. So I'm going to stop over here. But what we begin to see over here is the following. Number one, three averos that you heard about Yavor. We have machlokas about Avodah Zarah. Normally, mitzvahs kalos you can violate. You don't have to give your life. We see exceptions to that if it's farhesia, or if it's clear that the intention is to get the Jew to violate the tenets of his faith. We now begin to see major exceptions. That even with the gimel chamuros, it was that if either, like in a case of Arayos, is karka olam, Tosos points out obviously karka olam only works for a woman. Karka olam does not work for a man. But at least by Arayos, when it comes to a woman, could potentially save her life by being passive in the act of Arayos. And Hanas Atzman, if it's clear that the purpose of the Gentile is not to make me violate the tenets of my faith, but instead is his own benefit, then Allah would appear that in those cases, we would not say Yarik Allah. Stop over here. We'll pick up with Shvai tomorrow. I said there was one additional art that I wanted to add in. The Gemara on the Aleph, spoke about the idea of Rashi also. So the Gemara's context was, if I see that my friend is missing something, Shabbos Haveidah. The Gemara used the statement, if I see that my friend is in danger of losing his self, i.e. he's in mortal danger, I have an obligation to try to return it, to try to do something. And the Kukei Allah says, in general, in life, everyone is missing something. We say, B'lein nefashos, not most of us are needs many different nefashos and their deficiencies. Each and every one of us is deficient. Each and every one of us is missing something. What is the abode of Vashivosa lo? Vashivosa lo. I have to look out and try to figure out what you're missing and what can I do for you. And you have to try to figure out what am I missing and what can you do for me. The Rebbe makes a beautiful observation. He says that your first Shachar, we generally phrase all of the brachos in the plural. Like Pokeach gives, Hashem gives thanks to the body. Malbish Shargumi gives tubing to God. Everything is phrased in the plural. There's one bracha that's phrased in the same. Sha'asali kol tzarki. Thank you, Hashem, for giving me all of my needs. And the Rabbi says so beautiful. You know, when it comes to my own life, I have to say, Hashem, I have everything. I have everything. I have everything I possibly need in this world in order to be successful. Again, it doesn't mean I actually have everything, but it means I have everything I need in order to be successful. That's the way I look at my life. But when I look at the other, I know they're missing something. And so the shaila is, what can I do to be malad of this soul? What can I do to kind of fill the void of the deficiency of them? What can I do to be there for them? What can I do to give for them? I have everything I need for my own child. I know that everyone around me is deficient. What it means to be a unity, what it means to be part of the Am Yisrael, what it means to be part of the community, is to be constantly aware and cognizant that everyone around me is missing something. And my sacred opportunity in life is to try to figure out what you are missing, and to figure out how I can return to you. How can I be with you? How can I give to you? I know that all of my chaverim, all around me, are all missing something. I have everything. But if I can figure out how to be there for the other, how to get back to the other what they're missing, how to help those around me to fill their void, that is the greatest opportunity, the greatest success in happiness. I always get ready to put Arab Shabbos. Say good morning. I'm sorry that I can't be here with you in person. I'm trying to put this satisfaction to be able to continue our music together. That is how you do it. Up on I need days on the basis 13 lines on the front. So the rest is as well. So what if we Katan on the base, we throw out some of the next show. Katan, the minor is running after someone to try to kill her. The hope is you're allowed to kill the Katan to prevent him from going ahead and killing someone else. Kasaber, low day payments are Kasra. So the logic will be here, so your logic is that Katan, the minor doesn't need Kasra. Obviously, Kasra warning requires Das, requires it. Katan doesn't have Das. So the fact that you're allowed to go ahead and kill a Katan is running after someone else indicates that a Rodef in general, right? A Rodef doesn't need Hasra. Whether the Rodef is an adult or a minor, someone who's running after someone else to kill them, the perpetrator, right? The attempted murder, there's no obligation of Hasra, kill him in a case of Hasra. So if this is Yatsen Roshah, a noble role, if you should look at Nefesh, so interesting case here. What happens if Halot Lomais begins to be birth? The baby begins to come out. The mother's life is missing. So now let's say they don't need to say the mother's kill the child. So now what is once the head is come out of the mother, you're not allowed to kill the baby in order to go ahead and save the mother's life. Why should you look at Nefesh? Because at that point, who's to say that the mother's life is more important than the baby's life? But why is that? The baby is a rotate. Again, obviously not a premeditated mandate, but the baby is a rotate. The baby is actually putting the mother's life in danger. Which the Gemara says, Shem Hasam, the Mishmayer Karat. It's different over here. Why? Because the Maisa, again, this is not a premeditated act. Like at the end of the day, this is coming from a Kodesh Baruch. So because again, it's not couldn't call this, you can't call the baby. Rodef requires intention now. Rodef requires kavanah. This is trying Kodesh Baruch Hu. So maybe say, let's say, let's make this part of Rodef, Shavir Rodef, Anker Lavado. So if Reuben was running after Shimon to kill Shimon, Omer will always say to Reuben, Shem Yisrael, what are you doing? What are you running after Shimon? Shimon is not a Yid, he's not a Jew. Reuben Brissu, the Torah Omer, Shoveh, Dama, Adam, Ba'anam, Da'on, Shabbat. The Torah says, but ultimately, if someone's trying to kill someone else, we're allowed to kill the killer. So I'm not sell the Moshe or allowed to save Shimon by killing Reuben. So again, the point over here is interestingly enough is under normal circumstances when you have to give Hasra, so there's the warning that's issued, and then there's like a verbal almost like response on the part of the perpetrator. I hear you, but I'm doing it anyway. Interestingly enough, this doesn't report any need for a verbal response. It seems to indicate that a Rodef does not need hasra, does not need any kind of one. Which the Gemara says, no, I think that less than the Buddha. That's a different opinion. So this is the Buddha, this is what we say. So this is the Buddha, Omer, Chaber, Ein Tzar, Hasra. In general, someone who is well versed. The Chacham doesn't require hasra. Why not? By the way, Chacham doesn't have to know. Just someone who you know has Judaic information doesn't require hasra. Why? Shelo mitna hasra el haftin in shogi goes. Because hasra in general is only there to see if someone knows the difference, to think that someone is an accidental perpetrator versus intention. When it comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder, there's no hasra that's going to be necessary. Ashma, road issue, if someone bites someone and moving was running after shooting to kill him, Homer lower issue is found and this Torah Homer Shobek Tama Adaba Adam Dama Yushama. So he said, what are you doing? Shmi is here. Why are you running after him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the covenant. The Torah says that if you try to kill someone, you're allowed to kill them attempted murder. Which the Gemara says, Amar Yordan Yishu came to Potter.
Yo, how are you? Rocky, can you hear me? Yo, Rocky, how'd you find out about me, my friend? Oh, Rocky, go fuck yourself. Don't want to talk to you anyway. He's the worst. Rocky sucks. It's Rocky. That's what you ask.
That case is talking about a situation where, let's say, we're on one side of the river, on the other side of the river, we see who they try to action. There's absolutely no reason to prevent you're going to see that if you someone have the opportunity to get a portrait of success, and you always should be able to do things like that. Since it's the opportunity to clean up lights, everyone is going to be
Look at this. What is this? Just
It is like a cool con to be somebody that threatens violence all the time, but follow that up with listen, I'm fucking you. At the end of the day, I'm
when somebody tries to kill someone else, we're not
used to be brothers. Don't call me a brother. It's always, it's crazy because he's such a nice guy. That's great. Not only will I kill you, but I would be unfazed in all its game. Yeah, with it. It's funny, that's kind of funny to be like, I will be unscathed, like saying essentially that no harm at all will come to me. I can kill you, so why not just if you're so confident in your fighting abilities, maybe one a few punches, you beat this up and you're like, or just don't fight, because if you, it'll be like me talking to my 6-year-old, and I'm like, listen,
Hasavar, Roti, because
they're 6. If you're so confident that you can do that, you should let them be, right? Maybe
you're allowed to
that's really funny, but I feel like the guys checked in.
Number one, number one, moving to pursuing shooting.
So this is true.
Next,
Oh my god! I just noticed that. That's.
Yeah, and now
I don't understand. This is a recent thing shot. Why shared a picture. Shut up. Pretend like I did on purpose. The Oman shared a picture of Brennan doing stand. That's true. That is on top of that, you've got a motherfucking sort of road you walk on. I forgot that. Somebody on this page tried to message me about that. I forgot that was a swear up emoji too. One of the hardest cruise I ever been.
Or خلاص الشعب is
Then again, shop does have a lot of shops. So maybe
so again, that's also
I think it's possible that the U.S. checked down. He's like, oh, here's a picture of Brennan. Would you like to team up? We should like easily go to his podcast and speak to him.
shop is for that matter to prevent you from working on
Maybe that's the other back.
by the way, we talk about this concept, but we do know. How do I know that moving is running out of shit? I'm allowed to do moving before he does anything.
Because the Tiger Billy people talk about
Roma was Simon Adame.
the higher ups tell us what to do, but like the interns and producers just if we tell them to stop giving us money, where they go? I don't
Don't sit high. That's not what you do.
Alright, let's see here. This is posted by Various Concept 2615. So how long before he buys a Cybertruck after shitty for Tesla for the last 2
Allah
years?
you also that has to be something else. I need one to design something. You got something else. What about you? What? Nonetheless, I didn't shoot from webinar. How do I know that I see my friend? See another Jew.
It is a truck.
Drowning in the water. Oh, how you go about
It's
one
fucking
animal
gas.
drowning
We
in the
know
water?
it.
Oh, listening by the lovers, being attacked by others. Sure, I am not single. I don't have the right to stand by the sun. I have to do something to myself. Now, happens to me, this is
I don't
fascinating
know why that makes me laugh so much.
about what level of danger I am in myself in order to see someone else. Like that, see more shot than a mask twice. Right, so you didn't even catch my writing, and again, I don't even whip it, right? So,
Posted by
there's
Fantasy
much to
Fire
talk
3.
about.
They
Yeah,
did
you
not
know,
chip around the
sounds
sun.
if you see someone in mortal danger,
Description just
you can't just simply say not shot. Someone on that left, you have to jump in. Omar, Osama Dami. So again, so you just choose that possible Osama Dami to teach us.
yeah, I don't know why, but that's interesting that they're doing that.
Shouldn't be by moving that I'm allowed to write the moving presentation.
Okay, so this is something
Plus,
we watch this week.
I'm like in mortal danger. I can't
This
stand
last
to
week,
die. I have to go ahead and
pressures.
jump in and try to
That's how you spell it.
So which one is that? Which
Okay,
was production of it. You're right. You're right.
yeah, but
The concept of Osama Dami after moving
yeah, I realize
in mortal danger.
that too, yeah. But that's, we're gonna do that on the Patreon. Yeah. Supposed to see
Animal, allow me to have to try. The Allah you came out to live in so where do I know that if moving is I'm allowed to scrolling through Netflix. Actually, how come now?
never seen him do stand up, so I
Come
decided to give it a shot.
now,
I don't want to see it. I don't take this guy's word for it. Yeah, thank you. Immediately he takes off his shirt and talks about sex. Talks about sex with his wife. I'm laughing every single time he makes these little jokes. And I keep waiting for the punchline. I was coming through the special, it's mostly saying that there's physically, even the fellatio on the mic is well, big game. He's still being run for his money. So what about Rogan's fellatio? Like, let's not forget that. This guy's
yeah,
sleeping on the couch. That's my specialty, sleeping on the couch. I genuinely think Grandpa Poppy is a better special. That makes me laugh. His fun way of manner. Now you're on the side.
I'm not throwing you on the so again, now you're trying to fight it out of the rest of we're about to kill this.
She outfits in a way.
All the worse, so look at how
In its own way,
the more so when I see people running after shit, it's killing me. Now I'm on a rust off, so moving is running after is now on a rust off.
he has to put it
To prevent them from violating the rust off. All the more so I see people running after shit, kills shit. Of course I'm allowed to go ahead and do it. I'm doing so, which means once again, if you're coaching me again, you can't put someone to death on the basis of
but it's just, it is,
I
just don't understand how it can get worse than that. It's more self-aware now.
It was a hackish juxtaposition with
There's cops that way, so we all know movies
Gemara says, Kana Hekishu, Kikash, Yaakov Ishmael, ROTHSCHILD. This is the possible Mahara, and this is talking about therefore, Asher Yaakov Ishmael, or Tzapon Nefesh Kinadam. Nara Mulasa is someone else to kill someone else. What does that mean? So the Gemara says, the female so what exactly are we learning out from this? Which means you're right. We have to hurry the above and it sounded like we're trying to learn something from Nara Mulasa. We're trying to learn something from Nara Mulasa. It turns out that no, we're actually learning out something from Nara Mulasa and applying it to us. What are we applying? Which is this? Rana, it ends up not being Nara Mulasa. Nara Mulasa and Yosef. So, Nara Mulasa is actually natural. So just like Nara Mulasa, you're allowed to go ahead and kill. So to Akotea, needs a lot to go to natural. Ultimately, yes, ultimately, you have to kill him, you're allowed to kill him. Turns out, he told us explicitly, right? We want to see that a local inside, and then it's not juxtaposed to Nara Mulasa with Kotea. Just, it's just that you can kill. You can't get fired by Nara Mulasa, so if you kill someone who's trying to kill us, Nara Mulasa, no. I know by Nara Mulasa, obligation to do what I can to help return myself to them. And then again, what Samadhammayaka teaches me, even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire people. I have to spend money. I have to not hurt them. I have to do it on time in order to help that person. Pero طلعوا أخذها الوجود So again, whether I see moving running up the street, or I see moving after running up the street, sunrise, or I see moving running after the effort I think is reducing, or I see moving going to go ahead and let's say violate someone for whom there is a or back at the pieces, or I see moving running up someone to violate them with a pieces. What's that about? Maximum also all these pieces controlling things and combined. So the Gemara says, interesting enough, tomorrow is my show. You should have come to my show. In Maximum also not show. It's only when I'm listening with Risha or Kamisa, right? It's actually if a coin does it, it's going to go in navigation or a regular coin for navigation with it, which should have come. So remember, that's very biological. Hey, Maximum also. Now he wants to take it. What he is I will discuss exactly why let's say by now I'm lost. She's about to be violent. She has a way to save her without showing somebody check on that question. If that's a real person. She's going to be perpetrator. The last instruction. The comments on your social media. If there's another way, stop moving. Why would you have a loss? I love my son. I'll be for yellow cells. And you really says, I hope you never has you below Shalom Yahazim. You this name. This is really got 5 hours. Rabbi Rasa says, and 3, and it doesn't matter. What happened to the people? I love how nice to see women. He says, she said, Rabbi Rasa says, leave him alone. Let him do this. Go through this. I don't know what it is. And ultimately, he says, you listen to him. This was my rabbit. You might hear how you do it. On the top, my now was not the top. So what's the picking up that verse? How do you know all of these affirmations? The word character is you might have probably different from number of things. Plus it says, don't do anything to Nahara. Because the Nahara has no culpability. So the Gemara says, interesting enough, Nahara is the only plus so if you have the Nahara, so what is that? The Nahara says so. Therefore, if you take we can kill the human one person from doing that. Nahara, which is in our Rasa. This is really about Nahara, some lots of children. Prevent them from violence. What is this? Right, well, that's right. I think this is this is what I would have said, why can't I go ahead before you sodomize me? But that's not that's not normal. Therefore, then I can kill you about knowledge, the earth came alone. Now, as much as it's active, act itself, the act itself is more of so perhaps again, we didn't kill therefore, again, possibly now, you can testify not only yourself, you can kill people in this time. Because of that, one another, furthermore, again, we would just say that. I would have said the reason you're allowed to go ahead and kill 40 bodies not only yourself, is violence or hold them from the So ultimately, again, it has other potential marriage ramifications. Rashi says if you're talking about the sleep, you're not a high. Rashi says over here also about nine, you look at the rules, or maybe it's but again, quote unquote, there's no damage. There's no like there's no status damage, and there's no necessarily perhaps. If a person say no, even if it's over because of that one, I would have just said not law and suffer. So far we have again, moving right down on the Russell, just trying to sign about chili, preventing the branches from doing so. So before what he just said, because of one, he wasn't on the base, we should get high lot more. The high Kahagi. So now that's what you should actually do. It doesn't blemish or status perhaps I would not be able to control which we must consider hate. If a church says no, it brings it out from these solutions. It is our values. But God said, because of what hate, how about you not feel like you love it? So would have just said, I would have said, maybe like you reading it out by love, perhaps you should say something within for that as well. So Rahman of Mars. But the only thing we can find is a relationship which is punishable like that. Because of that one among us, out of this having these people, and it's so slow. If we would just said modest, I would say, oh, what does modest mean? Modest means having these as basic. English, like hiding peace of us. So Rahman of different processes, which comes to hiding peace of us. So the little Rahman of faith modest, the low body narrative. Any relationship with any act is punishable with your body. You're allowed to kill the perpetrator as he attempts to perpetrate. Now, if you would say that, that would automatically and suffer. Both of us. So just leave out nar, right? Leave out nar, just say hate and mothers. And we know that if Guinea is trying to do something, attempting to do something, trying to keep a definite behavior, or if you punish, you're actually kill Guinea for preventing of perpetrating violence. Well, why not? Right? So nothing on it, right? Yeah, you're right. That would make sense. So why does it say so what's this? Here's the difference. Remember, there's a dude who was the church. They live like this. If it would have been now to now, it would have been without coming like this. Moving is a company that carries the faithful of the currents to prevent it from being used to understand that these got to be Kamo Shabbos, I can kill them to prevent from being Kamo Shabbos. Or if women is got to worship on the Zara, I can kill them to prevent from worshiping on the Zara. So what the Torah says, nar and nar, which tells you what? The only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone, prevent them from committing an Avira, is when that Avira impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avira doesn't impact other human beings, for example, women's about to make Kamo Shabbos, very bad, but doesn't impact other human beings. Or he's about to make an Christian, doesn't impact other human beings. Or he's about to worship on the Son, doesn't impact other human beings. In those cases, what I saw, you cannot kill Reuben to prevent him from committing the act. Incredible. So here's the problem. Without contrasting, the Omar Obiko again, we'll talk about this more tomorrow. Sorry, I should say Sure, guy says, if I step in without worship idolatry, I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping idolatry. Why? So according to Rabbi Yochanan, then why do I need Nar and Nar? So that's the family with the Himo, the family with the Shah. This is never talk about why this is. Rabbi Yochanan is tomorrow, Rabbi Yochanan all so like you observe me, you see, if I see anything about the worship of Avodah, I can go and choose to prevent it from worship. That's only by Avodah. So you can like I Nar and Nar is exclude this this is not the mission or if I see like the cow Shabbos, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that. Okay, good. Come with the him, come with the Shabbos. So like that was for Tisi Shabbos, Nifu. You will have all this problem. I don't know like this. Both just Shabbos and all these other. Both is Russian food. So I'm at a point to show my time. He's saying that people will be from working on the Zara, and also really to prevent him from being Shabbos. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon is only for the Zara, not for Shabbos. Already, a lot of Shimon, or the Elas and Shabbos, he does another Shabbos. Oh, so but there's another sheep. There's more. So what's the primary school of thought is something like this. The independent of action when he's about to commit something that is punishable either by death by poison or curse, and it impacts another person. And if there is no other human victim, you can't prevent Ruben from being right there like him. That's the first school of thought. Second school of thought, I'm sure by a five, I agree with that, but the exception is about this. You can't kill Ruben to prevent the worship of Avodah. Then there's a laws of Shimon. What Shimon says, not only do you kill Ruben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah, but you also kill Ruben to prevent him from being the fellow Shabbos. The fellow Shabbos. So the deal is the other fellow Shabbos is not supernatural. That's the Shabbos with Kilo Kilo Miachos B'Chadis. Because if the laws of Shimon makes it say the Shabbat, Kilo Kilo says Kilo by Avodah, it says Kilo by Shabbos. Just like you kill Ruben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah, so you kill Ruben to prevent him from being the fellow Shabbos. So like according to the laws of Shimon, and why we need now and now. Because essentially, for those of Shimon, anytime you're going to about to do something, you carry with it the Nisas Bacon, right? That's by your support colleagues. It doesn't have to be victim. You still have to come through. You're doing it. So why don't you now and now? Which was no, where it says, my doing, right? How do you when you put it up? No, one of those were called Nara or Nara. One of them will come to exclude Christianity. Anyone will agree with consuming about the Christianity, and that means you don't kill them to defend them. So, the I do the trust of that one and Nara, trust of Nami. You speak to Torah Lord Nara, you tell the also Lord. So it says, if you just do enough to see over here, everything will have to see the halach on myself, but essentially, you get number one, allowed to prove it, prevented from doing when the Avera A, the person on this is Paris, the point of Paris has not been no mean victim can't kill the nation from Paris. We're shown by a high, agree, but adds an apple this. Totally correct from worshiping of myself. And according to the Muslim Shimon, he actually also Shabbos. Totally from being a follow Shabbos. Everyone will agree, for example, I can be young, Tarot like that, if you're back to it, I can't totally you don't, I don't know, so you can all that. You the ideas. What happens if you made a without the Bible? We're ready to play. And now it's like, oh, so don't do it. I don't want to listen to it. I want to say this, but since I'm not doing that kind of stuff, if I didn't have any legs, obviously, you guys are fucked. So what's the point? Like I'm screaming out of the protect us, I'll keep you off and I'll say the way you have. So what's the solution to this? So the team of focus here, people say my friend does not come here about any place. So let's say you know that this is Someone started in the public, about enough players how to do this. So again, there was an it's not the uncommon skill. Therefore, again, so it says kill the day. And we know that she's not good on herself, so remember, again, we're not doing what she says. We took that to prevent it from going ahead and fighting. The leader, I become like one of the fighters, must not be or must not be our Muslim says, the leader will say this, why does it tell us? Why does it tell us? So the perpetrator, we're afraid that he is the perpetrator, she's being seen with her life, not in the fire. So if you're sending out the practice, you have to like on the fire. But in this case, it's just going to be coming up all of us are actually told. I'm going to talk about that. I'm one of us, which you can actually says over here. You must not put colors. You see what you must have some levels. She has a little people, but I'm going to tell you it's still done off. The demo. This is ultimately again. So, again, this is in general, that's what she's saying. She's going to be about correct on the she's telling us no, let do what you want. What you run this. You listen to her. I'm going to put on diet. I'm going to put a little non-fight. What if the puzzles go again? Also, how they figured out how to start now she's so we can do the point for something like that. I'm going to team up that, but probably not one of the fact that now, again, I'm one of the people tonight is calling okay. Obviously, it's representation, but the mindset thing is not for itself. Sounds like how much you take and that's what it is pure as someone who's ready to commit murder and such, we are allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating the so what she do is we listen to her. Now when we say we don't listen because you could very much more about a cover, and she cares about herself. And it's like, okay, myself, you can do what you need to do, what you stop yourself from having to do. As we said, we're going to stop over here. We're going to stop everyone against her. That means it's not fast. There's two individuals. I like this. That counts like the term of thrift shop around here. There's no venom, guys. You can turn it into that count. I got venom.
Alright, so let's say good morning. Let us begin the day by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's today. Our Commodore sponsor for Hutchin KA, 5785 Tilson Stock of ROTHSCHILD. For in the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen, Mazel Tov, Lady Zilchem, Rose Hashem. We should just note that Yeshua Mordechai is a brave Chayal, a brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael, and it's so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Eretz Hashem, B'Shar Kavod Mitzlachos, which should in Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful Simcha, Mazel, and Bracha. Rosai, with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discussing all of our practice after we far from Eretz Hashem, bring them home. Shalom and Bekarov, and Rabbi, all of our soldiers will be successful. B'chol Ma'asei Yidei. Rosai, today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's not lose. Don't lose the trees from the forest. We're going to be learning Sanhedrin today in Eretz Hashem. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Eretz Hashem where the journey takes us. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. Bais Hanuga. So Gemara says, Kiman Azla Hadisanya. In whose opinion is reflecting the following statement? Bais Hanuga lo Hayva lo Asik. So there was never such thing as a Bais Hanuga. Bais Hanuga means ultimately, again, a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing never happened. Such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. Who does this opinion reflect? Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Look, that's the halacha. The scientist not a He says, the olam in a bais, mamei achir tishtei gis and ashtei abonim tishtei ksomim. The carrying of is so again. In order to have saras in the house, remember again, there's a whole topic of saras in the house. Rashi actually points out that halacha on the bais saras in the home was not a good punishment as much as it was a bracha. This Rashi points out before the Jews came into Eretz Yisrael, the indigenous nations hid treasures in the walls of their home. And the truth is, the only way you would know that those treasures were present was with saras, because that would require the removal of stones. And then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, Rabbi Elazar says in order to have saras of the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like 2 pieces. A piece is a measurement. Ashtei avanim on 2 different stones. Tishtei ksomim on 2 different walls. The Karen Zavis. So essentially, we would have to be in a corner. Our coke is snake piece, but our coke is piece. You have to have a length of 2 pieces, a width of 1 piece. So my time at Rabbi Elazar, what's Rabbi Elazar's logic? Why does he say this? Ksiv kir or ksiv kiros? Because the pasuk says, talking about tzaras in the home, it says it appears on a wall, and then it says it appears on the walls, plural. So the Gemara says, easily here, shoot the kilos. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like walls, plural? The Omer is like Karen Zavis. This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya Amar was wrote Zadik. So we'll say, so Elizabeth Zadik says, Makom hayu b'tchum asa, v'hayu korim also, churbeso sekirta. So the Gemara says, there is a place in Asa, and they call this place in Asa, churbeso sekirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that the word Churva is Mitzora. And Churva is called Mitzora. So essentially what the Lord was saying before is that there was Mamish home that was known to have saras. And Rabbi Shimon, Ish Kfarako, Hamachas Halakti, the God, the Galio, Reisimakum Shemit Simon, also Amru, Abanim, and the goes to Sham. So Rabbi Shimon, Ish Kfarako says, one time I went to the Galio, and in fact I found the place where they were throwing stones. Like they said, we're removed from a home afflicted with saras. So let's say, so once again, you see distinction. On one hand, first thing you're saying, there's never a home with saras. Never happened. Too much specificity. The other opinion is saying, and Allah might say, no, we actually saw a home with saras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some light lessons. Says the Mishnah, Haya Echem Gidei, O Kiger, O Ilain, O Suma, O Kirish. Remember, we saw in the last shikha that in order for a child to become a solar motor, as much as the matter was, the parents have to be shut. The parents have to be told right or similar. And the reading I was talking about there was that the parents have to be shut at the call, the nara, and the koma. They have to be shut, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and their appearance. Imagine which goes on to more technicality. If one of the parents was a gider, Rashi points out that here is giding is they're missing the hand, an amputee, or chiger, or they're crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk, or ilay, or mute, Osumo, or blind, Okesh, or Kesh generally means definitely. Eno Nasa Ben Soromora. The child can't become Ben Soromora. This is a technicality. Now, why? Is that Shnamar? Listen to this. The tough subo of a people, the Pasuk says his parents will grab him. Will grab him for low dignity. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if you're missing a hand, when I look for myself, kid can't become a Ben Soromora. Both Sio also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go ahead and remove him, they can't take him. They will say, the parents will say, below ilmi, not if they're mute. Benenu zeh, that they will to identify this son below sumi, and not parents who are blind. And then they say they have to say the son doesn't use blood horses, below harsh and not a mute. Not a mute. Like Marsh's Master Shlosha or Malkin also. They warned them in Solar Mora, so again there's Hasra. They warned him first in the presence of three, and then ultimately administered Malchus afterwards. Chazer B'Kilgal. So again, I will say it's interesting because here we're introducing something new. Apparently, there is like a Hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three. Right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this. The child, the young man, steals the money, purchases the meat and wine, and points in order to continue that he established in the last couple of battles. His parents warn him in front of the basin of three. And then again, they taught him, they give him Malchus. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Solomon. Chazer B'Kilgal, Ba'asur Mishlosha. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by reason of 22, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. Ve'on Miskal, Achu Sham Shlosha Rishon. But again, he's only executed if part of the vision of 23 consists of part of the original three. The original three were essentially judged from Malchus have to be part of the suspect basin of 20. Shnehemar, Benenu Zeh, Zeh Shalaka B'Fnei. You have to say, the parents of the news that this son. This son means the son that was warned and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming a son. Incredible. Shema Shamsmina, what do you see here? Well, you know, Krop, Kid the Sid. I must say, what you see here is something very interesting. That halacha l'maisa, when a person is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, you'll say, what does this mean? So you look like this. You look at this pasuk of Ben Sorah Mora. Right? So the pasuk says, the top simple of the video, the parents will take hold of him, and you will take him out right to the basement, and they say, now you notice, what's happening over here? You notice there's a very literal interpretation of pasuk. Right? That literally they have to be able to land. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly the mission is stated in a literal sense. What do you see in your Shabbos Minah? But Inon Kra Yitzit. You have to follow a pasuk as you're going to change. This is different. Shining Ha'acha, why? On the base. Shining Ha'acha. 71b. The Kulei Kra Yitzit. First I say, no, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such a elongated form. Look at Rashi. Kulei Kra Yitzit. The Matzi L'Michta Vod Seisen also Shara here, Holy Skelton. Because we have this whole thing to cancel that. Just say, you take it through the face, done. The fact that the pasuk is really such long here indicates to us that there is a hashkadah towards telling us that the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes and in ability to do so that you can become permanent son of God. Okay? The Mashal of this was up. When he warned him in front of me, he was a Ramalu. Why didn't he free the chase cycle? Why didn't he have in front of three? He just didn't have in front of two witnesses. A Rabbi Hafiz from a massive of his name, Shnayim, the Malkin also with his Shosha. No, what it means is like this. You're right, he warned him in front of two witnesses, and he gave him Malchus in front of three. This three represents a baby. Mercy, whoa. Malchus Ben Sorah Mora, where do we ever see Malchus by Ben Sorah Mora? Right? So the only thing we ever see by Ben Sorah Mora is what? His execution in the sun. Where are you getting Malchus from a Ben Sorah Mora? Right? Yisru. So it says the Yisru also. These are Ben Soromora. And then it says the Yisru by Malchus. And then there's the Yisru again, the Zan, by Yom Ben Achozon. So essentially there's a zero Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Soromora. To teach us that first time offender, right? First time offender Ben Soromora gets Malchus. Okay, you must cause of escape from the customer. Again, the Soromora once again repeats this negative behavior again. But you judge this kind of negative behavior because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, "Haini boile zet simar darshan b'nei zet." That's how the Gemara darshan. That's how darshan from Mishnah. So one second, "Haini boile zet below suit." Now remember again, but we already used that zet. That zet was already darshan to teach us what that Allah and parents have to have sight in order for the teaching of that sort of Torah. So how are you now using that same exact word? Who? My Benini Zach, possibly just in Benini who? But it says in Benini Zach, Shmanu Natati. So it will say Zach teaches me two things. What are the two things? It teaches me number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a Sarmar. That's number one. And number two, that the original three who served as the basin for Malchus have to be part of the basin of 23 for execution. Incredible. Mishnah, Baruch actually, the Africa remember again, during the beginning of the Bensora Umora Sugya. That Bensora was interesting. It was like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a katan somewhat each, which essentially is you can only become Bensora Umora immediately after reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So this is a very interesting point. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Mesorah, right? And when he's roughly, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where he can be judging the Mesorah. And then what happens? He ran away from Beis Din. He went back, he escaped from Beis Din. Actually, before the verdict is passed. And then what happens? They find him again. They want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he has further physically matured. What's the halacha? Pater. In other words, he's aged out of Ben Sorah in Moreh. And therefore, again, it's an interesting part. Remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time he gets back to Beis Din, he's already too physically matured, like has already formed. He's out. He's free on a technicality. Then you should Baruch, the Africa on the other hand, let's say the kid came to Beis Din, was judged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find it afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, he is still executed. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Benoach should be a Hashem. So we'll say that Benoach, a non-Jew, who cursed that Kodesh Baruch Hu. And then what happens? The Achakaf is Miskaya. Then he converted. What's the halacha? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the last word? Holo b'nishtana, nishtana misasa. His whole legal framework changed. Remember again when he was a Rashi points out it's in the very next. So literally translated, since his legal ramification from his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. If you look at Rashi, all the Nishkan Misasa, even the cardinal from the Edafod, the guy in Ephod, the Asra, you go over Ash, Kabalin Asra, as a Benoach, is judged with one witness, one judge, and no Hasra. A Jew is judged with a basin of 23, Hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he converted, therefore what? His din is halacha changed as well. Incredible. Gemara says, Baruch Atzma Migmagir. Once the Amishka is the same idea. The Bensora Moreh, he escaped before the verdict was delivered. And before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His father might have what's the reason? Not in Shum Damir Hoil Ishtani. Has changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Which Gemara says, no. Lo, shiny hawkov, the other tashkala bag talib. So it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if you were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would not be tried at this stage. That's why if he escapes before the verdict, we find him later on, he's going to be Paka, so Tashma, so ultimately, again, so that's our Mora. If they deliver the verdict, and then they find him. And by the time that they find him, he was already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. He's tired. Now, why is that? Nigmartino comment. Because again, Allah says verdict is passed. Nigmartino garbakatilahu. He's already, his verdict is passed, and Allah of course, he's going to be tired. So the Gemara says as follows. We'll say, by the way, what a tremendous musafas it is. Tremendous musafas. So the Ben Noah curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then he converts. What's the halacha? He's not subject to death penalty. Why? Because again, the lashon of the old lashon of the Gemara, holov v'nishtana dino, nishtana misaso. He didn't change, and therefore his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here this that halacha l'maisa. Even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. Because this is very important because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, committed an avera. As a person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I can go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? The Rebbe doesn't change his mind. The Rebbe doesn't change. The Rebbe is perfect. So what does it mean? I'm tied to the death penalty, or whatever the particular ownership may be. How does it work? So once I say, the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple mushroom. A person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So that's $100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then this is the din. This is where it is. The beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be ready for me over there. And if I choose to become someone different, it's just a whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications that are there to our side. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I changed. So the Ben Noah who curses at the powerful class of Shalom, he becomes a yid. So at the end of the day, again, he's now all the Ishtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of being. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go like that. In Tashma, Ben Noach says, Kabero, all issues, but in this guy, a Ben Noach, non-Jew, he goes there and hits Stalinoid, or commits adultery with the wife of the Stalinoid. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble here. And once then he decides to convert. Now what phase is taking this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But nice. Again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? Pater. He's pater, right? He's pater from all of these things. Why? And we'll say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha l'maisa says that Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now, halacha l'maisa, he is not subject to a death penalty. So death penalties also came to be some of this guy. The Ben Noach hit a Jew. or a Ben Noah committed adultery with the wife of the Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. Still going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that had he committed them as a Jew, he would also be liable. Because of Ben Noah, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Neighbor Hall is shiny. Why would he go out and say, but he changed? He converted. You know, we saw somebody, the high, sorry. When we saw somebody, now, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. The high, Ishtani, Misasalo Ishtani. Here, the particular facts of the judgment for change, the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So, Bishlam knows that the Karasai Bad Messiah, so I understand the death penalty itself. Right? When he kills someone, says Ben Noach, it was Sayyid, and now he doesn't get high side. Remember, Ben Noach, such purpose a little while ago, Ben Noach was always executed Sayyid. So as a Gentile, it was Sayyid, and as a Jew, it's Sayyid. However, Aishas Ish, or with adultery, as a Ben Noah, it's Sayyid, Vahash Kafenet. And now it's going to be strangulation. So this is different. Which was, let's say, second line down in the white line, the Nara Murasa. Let's say, you're talking about here where you committed adultery with the Nara Murasa. The Idi is both Ben Noah as well as a Jew have the punishment of Skiva for Nara Murasa. I also can be so. To me, the Aishas Kabbalah. But it says if he committed this same act with the Yisrael, comparable to Aishas Kabbalah. Ella, Kala Bechamura Misha Shaita. So it's like Rabbi we see again, interestingly enough, it is more lenient penalty, is automatically dragged along or included in a more severe one. That's why Rabbanan said that Sayyid is more Chamer than Chenek. Ella, Shimon number Chenek Chamer might be there. We had all this before. The Kurdish Shimon says that Chenek, strangulation, is more Chamer than Sayyid. What are you going to say? Rabbi Shimon said like you kind of became national. The Amar, for me, Samura, Bilibnei Noach, Eino Ella Chenek. So we had this focus. So hold the good national, hold the no Bnei Noach, always put to death with Chenek. So Mishnah Aishas Ishmi Karach and Bahash Kanek, science then case with Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of Israel, and then he converted because what he was a Ben Noach, what he's a Jew, he's punished by Chenek. So it's other Rotzeach Karach and Bahash Kasai. One second. And according to this, as a Ben Noach, the murder, you would be Chayiv Chenek, and now as a Jew, you would be Chayiv Sayyid. Which the rest is not a problem. Kala Bechamura Misha Shaita. And we assume that Sayyid is a more lenient form of death penalty than Chenek. And therefore, the more lenient one is including the more common one. Let me see here, right? Sarkov, Yachakach Pavla, and the Gemara says, Tidon Chenek. So the Gemara says, Tidon Chenek, the skill of my time alone. So she would be judged with Chenek and not with skill. And why not with skill? I'm sure the whole Ishtani. It must be because Allah when I saw Nara Murasa, both were committed those against the king of Geras. So what's the law? She's judged with Chenek. Right? The Gemara says, why not skill? I'm sure the whole Ishtani, because she changed from Nara to a Geras. The coach came Hava, Ishtani the gun, right? You know, the more so in this case where the change was complete. I'm going to be open on the Tani Tigon Skill. So ultimately, again, so Yochanan says the Tana, you write rather instead write that Allah myself subject to incredible. Also, what's the takeaway? Takeaway, sorry, I went a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? Takeaway is like this. Allah myself he's been Surah Mora, and he escapes. And we find him later on, what do you do with it? So the answer is, it depends. If his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, then you find him to execute. If he escaped before the verdict was passed, then what do you do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed further signs of discrimination, you pass the verdict, and you kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed, and now he developed further signs of discrimination, since he has changed, right? Things have changed, you can no longer judge him as against Solar Mora. And just other cases like that. So Ben Noach becomes effectively powerful and then converts. So Ben Noach goes ahead and gets his friend or commits adultery and converts. Similar types of cases. Cool. Let's go. Then Solar Mora. We'll say this Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire paragraph. But okay, we're going to hear Ben Solar Mora. Nidon Hashem Sofer. Ben Solar Mora is executed. Not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned is going to become. The Gemara says, Yamos Zaka about Yamos Chayim. Ultimately, again, let him die innocent, and don't let him die chayim, don't let him die culpable. But why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them, because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. But tzaddikim, the death of tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. I will say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? It's such a profound Gemara. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Like the myself, with death, we no longer have the ability to go ahead and myself. We'll say life is the greatest gift, because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing. And with the death, you lose your ability to impact and change. And it's bad for the world. You might say, Yain B'Shem Rishon Hanara, and I'll be over. So I'll say this is wine and sleep. If you're shutting, it's pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if the shutting are drinking and they're sleeping, which means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep. Go for it. It's tzaddikim, ralahem, rali, or what's it? Sleep. Tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Once it's not found, this is why. Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplished. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplished and drinking, it's not accomplished, it's bad for him, and it's bad for him. Let's say, here it is. Right? This is a raya to what you do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is bad, apparently. It feels so good. That's right. But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to be tzaddik. Incredible. These are the shutting. So we'll say, these are means, again, it will be again, displacement. You might say scattering. It's good for a shun and good for the world. In other words, if the sha'im are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzaddikim, ra'lahem v'rali over. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good. Because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for a sha'im, Pizar is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. Let's say it's also Pizar. So Pizar means literally again scattering. Pizar also means, sometimes we'll say, no, Pizar could be in one geographic place. But there will be a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience times like that, it's very disjointed. It's very destructive, and it's very hard to accomplish something when we're not essentially really what Pizar represents. Let's look at the opposite. The opposite. You might say kinos. Kinos means shayim ala amrali olam. So kinos means gathering. When the shayim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. But the tzaddikim, hana alahem, v'hana ali olam. For tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So most of it's really incredible. So for tzaddikim, Pizar scattering is bad, kinos is good. So of course, you have to understand when tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate, they can accomplish, they can force multiplier. But when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for this is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life, I'm in a state of Pizar. Pizar is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere. Why? Because it will say Pizar means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of your work is significantly diminished. That's Pizar. Pizar is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You might say, Shaket, or tranquility is bad for a shayim, because when it's tranquil, a shayim can do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. For the tranquil, a shayim of Shaket. The tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them, because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more, and obviously, the tzaddik can accomplish more, and it's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for them. There's so much to discuss about this Mishnah. For a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a says the Mishnah Tanya. Rabbi Yosef Levi Olam. Because the base, because the bestseller of Mora has stolen money and has purchase some meat and purchase some wine, he should be executed. You know, so there's $1 million question. Everyone here told the soft title shall Ben Sora Mora. The Torah knows what is going to happen with Ben Sora Mora. The Gemara says why? Why? At a certain point he's going to finish all of his father's money. And the Vakish will go to Imotzi. He's going to want to sustain his harvest that he's formed. He's not going to be able to. The Yotzi Parshas from the last day of Sabios. He's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. He's going to become a robber. Amra Torah, Yomos Zakai Ba'al Yomos Chayiv. The Torah says, let him die for his sins. In other words, remember, has Ben Sora has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve that? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately, again, he says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. Because the death of the Shun is good for the Shun. Again, kill this kid before he goes out and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And also, by the way, this is so fascinating. First of all, so this harkens back. I just like that phrase, harkens back. This is all, Anyway, so let's say Anyway, so it's about to go finish that. So you want to say so remember, this goes back to yesterday's back when we saw the Machlokas. Did Ben Sora Mora happen? Did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's how there's Machlokas. I would say that it struck me. Why do you say this, right? What's the whole of Ben Sora Mora? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase people, purchase wine. And we're afraid that when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. He doesn't manage the hedge fund. I don't know. Why do we automatically see that he's going to continue to steal in order to support his habits? So I'll say, what do you see here? What do you see here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid has never worked, there's one thing if he's an industrious young man, he likes nice things. Like he likes nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. So he hustles and he wants nice meat and nice wine and nice food. Okay, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is somebody who's still going to have it. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young, that like ideally the world owes you something and you go out and support yourself with other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be good. That's the kind of returns to him. When all the father's sons, he's not getting a job. So you know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. I was saying, you know the worst midah you can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, you know, on the saps. So the time people pointed out that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism. Right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. And the saps, the Yiddishkeit about the life, and the Yiddishkeit are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. It's like, 1 second, that's not true. People do owe me something. Right? People owe me Akbar. So I thought people owe me this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to do all these other things. Or walk around, you know what? No one knows you anything. Don't walk around with a Magiyari entitlement. That's what I say again. In marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. And then when they do something, you will feel such a profound great hakaras. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what the real danger of the Ben Sora and Mora? It's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age. with a feeling of power. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships, become much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back to it. So, Marcy, Vanal, Tzadikim, right? Marcy, Vanal, Tzadikim, Rov, Rov, Yova. But Tzadikim, ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, just repeating what we saw in the show, Yayin, Shin of Yayin, Hanal, sleep and wine, a good for a second, but maybe not for you. Shin of Yayin, Hanal, for Tzadikim, rather than the Olam, wine and sleep is not good for the Tzadikim. Why? Because the Tzadikim, if they are drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing their nice and children. Sheket or Sham, rather than the Olam, tranquility is bad for Sham, bad for the world, because it isn't time to engage in all their imaginations. But Tzadikim, Hanala, Vanavi, Olam. But Tzadikim is good. But Tzadikim is good. Kizor, Risham, Hanala, Vanavi, Olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Risham, good for the world. But Tzadikim, Rala, Hevaravi, Olam. Mishnah. Abab Makteres, what's his switching gears? Abab Makteres is a thief. It's a thief. Abab Makteres means a thief comes in secret. I will say that literally, Makteres, the way that Rashi understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunnels. Literally, again, digging a tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So above Maktaras, Nigan Hashem Soho. What says that Allah is somebody now, the assumption this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say Ruben broke into my home. And we're breaking into my home, broke a barrel. Also, if I'm not allowed to kill Ruben, we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Ruben is going to be fighting for breaking the barrel. In Eno Damin Potter. In fact, the end of the day, I'm allowed to kill Ruben, then he's Potter for breaking the barrel. And listen, now why is that? That's a Kimei B'Durabim. Because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's fighting that penalty. Because definitely he's Potter for financial damage. Saying to Gemara, my time, the Maktaras, will say, now, why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Right? After all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So Gemara says, listen to this. Chazaka in Adam Mamin Atzlam Amono. So what says, listen to this. The Chazaka is, people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Right? In other words, it's my stuff. And I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, Amar, so therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his own. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and again, I will say, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a murderer. The thief, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, you're allowed to kill them first. That's above Maktaras. Incredible. So Amarav, Habab Maktaras, do not okay, the Yatzah Pot, that's fascinating. So let's say Ruben breaks into my home. Right? Ruben breaks into my home, and Halach Alamaisa again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says, Ruben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it, right? My time. Well, the dumb and cunning. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a rodei. He's chayiv nisa. So because he's chayiv nisa, therefore he's pater for any type of monetary law. Therefore, he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets out alive, right? If he gets out alive, and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. I will say, by the way, very similar also, like we have this law, like castle guys. Like this idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if someone makes something at home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. Well, yeah, it is stuff. You know it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I work for it, and you did it. So if I'm armed, I'm going to protect my home. And the law recognizes that as well. Right? And you're not trying to ask, look, exactly what he's doing. Right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe little something people don't talk about. There's no key to understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home, you're going to defend my home, and therefore if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. That's the halacha. Rabbi. So Rabbi says like this. So this is a pretty wild thing with the Rav. So Rabbi says, Ruben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rav says he doesn't have to give back. Why? Because since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's punished for any type of monetary compensation. He can keep my stuff. But so Rav's statement makes sense when, let's say, the object is no longer in existence. All right, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not trying to make financial restitution. The Gemara says about not all, but no, yes, let's get back. Now look at the Gemara says not true. Oh no, not true. Rav said even if the object is extant, he still really doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. The Hayesh was done in Zuchayev. Because again, essentially, since Ruvain the thief was liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through the death penalty, like he's subject to death. It's not something any type of financial compensation, and therefore, Allah says the object is now deemed to be in his rishos. Gemara says, "V'lo, this is not true. Gemara says that's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishos of the thief, that's for only something happens to it. The thief is responsible. But if Allah for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. He's no different than a show. So what's that? So Gemara suggesting over here is this interesting statement of Rav. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rav says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course the thief has to give it back. So that's none. Thief comes in, writes repetitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damin chayis. What's the lashon of yesh lo damin means? If the homeowner is not allowed to kill in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable to damage the barrel. Ain't no damin potter. But again, if Allah is not allowed to kill it, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation for the broken barrel.
Are you fucking serious?
Especially whether it broke the barrel. If he ain't no damin potter, then ultimately again, where Ruben will be punished from not to kill him. Hanotol lo, which is equal to right, that had he taken the barrel, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. So the Gemara says, no. Who adin afilu natal nani. It's not true. If he took it, technically he'd be chayiv. The reason the Mishnah framed it as a case of breaking the chavis is because if yesh lo damin abagav shiver nani chayiv. That Allah in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, right? Or not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. So where it says exactly, it's massive, he's a damager. Even if you did it without kavanah, he's still going to be chayiv. What's my question? In case kavanah not kavanah, Adam muad the olam.
Account suspended to West Side Pam.
Damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad the olam be'be shogi be'im be'lezid be'im be'onis be'im be'rasim. Person is always muad. First, the Gemara says, you're right, Kasha. Kasha, you're right. I don't know what to do with this. So Master Rabbi, Vivarabaye, Hagon if kiss b'Shabbos Chayim. We've seen this case many times. Person, Ruben steals my money bag on Shabbos. What's the halacha? So Chayiv, I will say now normally again. Now, what's the halacha? So Ruben steals my purse on Shabbos, then what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over here. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. Stress. Remember, for Chilul Shabbos, you Chayiv Misa. But the halacha over here is he's Chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he takes it out of my goodness. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no community grabbing it, and therefore Allah is chayiv for both. The Gemara says, but if you dragged the money bag out, right? You dragged it out, so that remember, you're only chayiv for Geneva when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, at the moment that it crosses my threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isri Gneva Isri Skila Ba'in Ka'avad. And the boss says, the Gemara says over here, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah again, right there is the Siyum. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, five lines over the bottom, the case ultimately, again, where we said that it's potter, would be a case ultimately again where the object is thrown into the river and therefore no longer exists. So what the Gemara suggesting, remember all of this is in Rav, right? So Rav, again, what the Gemara is suggesting is like this. Rav says that if a thief is chayiv misa and steals an object and gets away with the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rava and everyone else is incredulous about that. That doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is killing the Rabbi. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is punished sitting in your hand. Rabbi and everyone else says, what are you talking about? I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken, there's no obligation to financial institution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the ongoing machlokas. This Rabbi, ignivu leit definitive machtarta. So this is this. Rabbi, now remember, Rabbi was the one who argued on Rav. And Rabba had goats stolen from him. Right? It's repetition. Someone tunneled into his pen and stole the goats. What happened? Then the thief had a change of heart. And the thief wanted to give it back. But lo kablinu, Rabba would not accept it back. Why? Amar, since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Now let's remember again. Now Rabba argued on Rav. But Rabba said, since Rav said, so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rav says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha l'maisa. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. What I just want to point out is halacha l'maisa, though, just to be clear, we don't paskin like we paskin like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object and gets away, Salah Kalamaisa again, he's going to be liable, but now technically obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But Lamaisa again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Reuben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is still in existence, Halach Lamaisa, we don't pass it like Rav, we pass it like Rava, and Halach Lamaisa, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. So the pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. The Gemara says, I don't understand. The Shemesh alav bilvad zarcha is the sun only shining on one person. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Ella in bar lecha davar kishemesh she'ein lo shalom infa hargegu. Rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. Then lav, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. I will say, now watch this. That's Brisa 1. Brisa 2, Tanya Ida. Zarcha Shemesh Alav, Damin. Dechi Shemesh Alav Bilvat Zarcha, Ela. In Barlacha Kishemesh Yish, no Shalom. Rather than saying what says like this. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, Hargeu, kill him. Rabbi said, the Gemara says, Kasha Stama Stama. Rabbi, you see what just happened over here? These are two dramatically different Brises. Rabbi said, Brise number 1 essentially says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second Brise, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him first. Rabbi said, those are two pretty dramatically different Brises. So what do you do with this? Lokasha, I'm a base. We'll say this. I'm a base. We are great. I'm a base. 10 minutes to go. I'm a base. Kan ba'aval ben ala'av. Wow. What's the answer to this? Everything depends on who the thief is. Right? One is talking about a father stealing from his son. And when a father steals from his son, it's absolutely certain the father will never kill his son. So if the son, now again, the father might steal from his son apparently. Right, but the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son discovers, he wakes up and his father's in his house, tunneling in, stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. He may steal from his son. See, what you see from here is, parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you see over here that you have a case of it. You can't say that a father won't steal from his son, because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents, knowingly or unknowingly, mislead their children. But one thing you can count on is Rahman a father towards his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if his son breaks into his father's house, not so pashut. Not so pashut. Sometimes a son could kill a father. So I say, such a heavy Gemara. I said, therefore, again, if the thief is a father, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore, again, the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, Halacha says the son breaking into the father's home, we don't know. We don't necessarily know what the son may be prepared to do. Incredible. Called the Asyali Malay Machtara, Haklina Leila Barme Rav Hanina Bar Shiva. Because this is interesting. So Rav said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill, except if it's Rav Hanina Bar Shiva. I'll say such an interesting compliment, right? In other words, anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down, except if the thief is Rav Hanina Bar Shiva. Versus my time, what's the reason? Either we should decide. If because Rav Hanina Bar Shiva is a tzaddik, well, obviously, it's really percent a tzaddik. Ha'ka'asi b'machtara, because someone breaks into someone else's house. Ella, you should be killing b'gavei, d'merachim alai t'merachim abalabay. We'll say this is such a touching Gemara. Rav says because I know that Rav Hanina Bar Shiva loves me like a father. Rav says something so beautiful about this. I know that Rav Hanina Bar Shiva loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that halacha l'maisa, he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone can love you like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love. So the father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique, but apparently in life there are other people who could love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job if I don't go. So tell Rabbanon. So Damim Lo, Bein B'Chol Bein B'Shabbos. Ein Lo Dam Bein B'Chol Bein B'Shabbos. So also the Gemara says all of these halachas. So essentially, what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this: if someone breaks into your home repetitiously, the understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because they're ready to kill me, therefore, what I have the halachic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take life of the thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life at all costs. Now the Gemara says these halachos apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So the Gemara says Bishlam and will come and maybe Shabbos. So ultimately, again, I understand I'm allowed to take the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or weekday. That makes sense. Why do I need that qualification? It's true. It's how that kind, we need to have that with a based because also this is kind of like execution by Bezin, just like Bezin is warranted to execute someone. So too, if the thief is coming in and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the Bezin. So I'm at a thought that Shabbos Lokatino. So I'm at a thought that Bezin doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Kamash on what's that first white line? Tikatlino that I can. Ella Domim Lo Day B'Chol Shabbos. But again, thief, I'm not allowed to kill the thief. And there is liability for killing the thief. So now the halacha applies on Shabbos and during the week. So I understand what's the chiddush. Hashta b'cholo katlino b'Shabbos b'Bari. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. It means it's like this. We'll say, let's say somebody breaks into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. Sif halacha l'maaseh is clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. The halacha is because he's liable to death penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, or I'm sure that he didn't come to kill me, halacha l'maaseh again, I can remove the rubble in order to save his life even on Shabbos. Tan Rabbanon. V'huga b'chol adam. Umeis b'chol misad. Shata yachol amis. This is incredible. Reuven breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Reuven breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Reuven. It's not just me, the homeowner, who has the right to kill Reuven. Even someone else has the right to kill Reuven. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Reuven. Anyone's allowed to kill Reuven. I kill Reuven with any way we need to. So we must it's terrific. So I understand why the Torah needs to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Reuven. After all, why is that coming? Because one would have thought, I might have thought the license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for who? Only for the balabas. Only for me, the balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash from Rodeifu. I was saying, which by the way makes sense. Why Kamash from the Rodeifu, back to the Achanan. Remember, once Reuben is breaking into my home, he has the status of what? Status of what? Of Rodei. Once he's a Rodei, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute, even my neighbor. The Elamis. The Chamisa Shati Yochalan. So, Lama. I will say again, why do I need a special people that teaches me to kill him? Anyway, we need to kill him. So, I said, not go. Actually, let me say from a murderer. What's not about a murderer? I'll say, this is someone in general. So, right, Reuben killed Shimon. Now, Reuben is going to be executed by Beis Din. There's a particular type of Misa, right? You must say, whatever the type of Misa, whatever, depending on the crime. Let's say Reuben is hired to side the capitation. But let's say, whatever the reason, Beis Din doesn't have a sword. So, what do? You execute him. You execute
This one.
him. You must design your most, you must have your Rotzefu. England, the Misamuro, found Misamuro. I don't mention execution with the prescribed death penalty. So, how do I know that if I can't execute Reuben with the prescribed penalty, that I could go ahead and execute him however you execute him? Most you must become up. Plus, it says execute him however you need to execute him. Which is why so therefore, we'll say, same thing over here. 5 feet, kill him however you need to kill him. Which one says, no, shiny Hassam, number most you must. It's different. Because the execution of Torah is the Lashon of most you must. And what is most you must? That double option teaches you that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Beis Din has the right to execute him however you can execute him. So once we learn from this, learn from Rotzeah, that I love them when someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. There's also called that down. Call it down, remember again, right? Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuben. By call that down also, they have the ability to Reuben however they want to do it. What do you have over here? You have 2 psukim that teach you the same concept. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, what is this called? This is called Shnei Tzuvin Abon Ke'achad. I have 2 mitzvahs or 12 offers that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, what's that? Shnei Tzuvin Abon Ke'achad Ein Malach. So we'll say in general, whenever you have 2 psukim that teach you the same concept, you cannot create the principle of conflict. So now, Machteres Ini El Machteres Gadol Katzir B'Kanti Fuminayu. So we'll say again, but I love the Lamai. So therefore, so again, we don't turn any part of Allah. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a road. That's halacha number 1. Halacha number 2. How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. 2 parts of Allah. Supposed to another part of Allah. Turn about Machteres. Any of Machteres. I don't even know if the thief is coming in here. And the Gemara says, Gadol, Katsero, how do I know that it's coming through my roof? My chutzah, my carpet. How do I know? Or even if he's not tunneling, it's going through a window that I can also kill him. Plus it says however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, without the execution. That's the why does the pasuk say Machteres? Because the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Finally, you got Machteres, any Machteres. I only know that the tunnel's in. Head on it, from the window to the closet to the roof. So ultimately, again, put down to this. Why does it say Machteres? Because Machtereso, Zohi Hasra. Remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your Hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that Halach you are warned. I was like, we have to stop with it for today. But Lamaisa, this is now going to be end. This is going to be for the next suit, which is, does the thief require Hasra? Is the Hasra the same as this? You want to suggest tunneling in, by definition, is your Hasra? No for the Hasra. You want to stop over it for today? Oh, yeah. Okay. Great run. All right, come on Zoom. We'll get these scraps to all of you. Jerry, Mazel Tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel Tov. Come on Zoom. Jerry will ask me right up his granddaughter today. London? Oh, okay. That's very well. Good. Advance Mazel Tov. Shvek, everyone. Sorry? What was that? It's only extenuating circumstances. Alright, so let's say good morning. Let us begin the day by taking all of our questions for this morning. Our Hamilton responsive for touching KO, B5785, closing stock of Israel. 4. In the source of wishing a Mazel Tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, and the Zoltan Yetz Hashem. We should just note that Yoshua Mordechai is very our very salty. Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, Clarence Yisrael, and it's so beautiful that he's going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Yetz Hashem, the Shah Tov of Mitzvahos, and should Yetz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful Simcha, Mazel, and Bracha. Well, saying that, let us begin the first story we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our precious Hatzim Yeh, which one from Yetz Hashem, the Shalom and the Shalom, and by all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yeh. Well, saying today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Don't be teaching the cars. We're going to be learning something I think today. We're going to be starting on that out of 71, and we're going to see the Yetz Hashem in where the journey takes us. We have to have the Yetz Hashem on. I'm out from lab 71A. We're picking up about the 12 lines up there about the Bites and Yuga. So the next is Gemara as a Holy Sunday. Who's opinion reflecting the following statement? Bites and Yuga will hide the awesome Yugas. So the federal section of the Bites and Yuga, Bites and Yuga means ultimately again a home that was afflicted by Saras. So such a thing never happened, such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara inside, but I'm going to make why is it if it's never going to happen, why is it written? Jews and Kabbals have ultimately in order to learn it and receive reward. Gemara has lost Jesus being reflected. Kabbalah is very shimmy. Like Kabbalah is Mishnah. That's not what the scientist is not a Mishnah. The Mishnah says, the Olam in a Bais Tomei, Ashir, Kishtei Vis, and Ashtei Avoni, Kishtei Ksavim. The Karen's office. So again, in order to have Saras and Omnabas, we can remember again, there's a whole package of Saras in the house. Last year, I just points out that Halom for the Bais and Saras in the house is not as much a punishment as much as it was a bracha. He actually points out that when the Jews do enter into Israel, the indigenous nations, their treasures in the walls of their home, and which is the only way you would know that those treasures were present with Saras, because that would require the removal of stones, and then one would see the treasure will be again that is buried behind. So again, one version is in order to have Saras as a home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like 2 pieces, a grease is a measurement. Ashtei Avanim are 2 different stones, which take some are 2 different walls. The Karen is surface, so essentially we have to be in a corner. Our goal is to be safe, but our goal is grease, and have to have a length of 2 grease and a width of 1 grease. So my time at level so most of our version is logic. Why does it say this? Siv kilos, it's Siv kilos. Because the pasuk says, talking about Saras and the home, it says it appears on a wall. And then it says it appears on the walls, plural. So you must say, easily here, shoot the kilos. What ultimately is a home? What is a wall that is like 2 walls, plural? How the Omer is that carries on this? This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya Ha'yah Tzaddik. So what I say, so Rabbi Tzaddik says, Makom Hayot B'Tchum Asa, V'Hali Korim also, Chulvisa Sekirta. So you must put your place in Asa, and we call this place in Asa, Chulvisa Sekirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that the Chulva is Mitzora, and Chulva is called Mitzora. Mitzora is not even Sekirta, she knows in Misham, Bais and Luva. So essentially what the Baruch Tzaddik is saying for us, that there was a Manish home that was known to have Saras, and the Shemay Ish Kfar Achro Kama Kat Halakti Gott Galio, but at least Makom Shemexayin also Ba'aku, Avalim and the Goes, Teenage Misham. So maybe Rabbi Shimon Mishkfa says one time I went to Galio, and in fact I found the place where they had throwing stones, but they said we removed afflicted with Saras. So listen, so once again we see this tension on one hand, afflicted is saying there was never a Hamid Saras, never happened, too much specificities. The other thing is saying that Allah said, no, we actually saw a home with Saras. Much the same is, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some of the lessons. Same thing is no. Hayachman Gide, O Gide, O Ile, O Suma, O Kirish. Which is one of the reasons last sugya that in order for a child to become a son of God, as Russian we do not was, the parents have to be shabbat. The parents have to be quote unquote equal, like or similar. And the reason what I was talking about over there was that parents have to be shabbat, the kol, the mara, and the kol. They have to be shabbat, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents wasn't Gidin, Rashi points out that Gidin is they're missing the hand, they have to teeth. Oh, Tiga, or they're crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk. Oh, Ilay, or mute. Oh, Sumo, or blind. Oh, Kirish, or Kirish generally means deaf mute. Eno Nasa Ben Solamora. The child can't become Ben Solamora. This is a technicality. Now, why is that Shneimar? Because listen to this. The tough symbol of an evil, the Pasuk says his parents will grab him. Will grab him for no giving. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing the hand, then I love Melissa, she can't become a Ben Solamora. But see also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go and remove him, they can't take him. We will say, the parents will say, not if they're mute. The name is set that they will identify this son below Sunni, and not parents who are blind. And then we show me as they call it. It's saying they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices, below Karshi, and not a mute. Not a mute. Like Master of the Shosha, or Maki also. They wanted to sell the Lord, so again it was Hasya. They wanted to put the Persian free, and then ultimately it leads to Malchus afterwards. So you're like, it's interesting to see what it means to something new. Apparently, there is one day Hasra. There is one kid that is behaving in front of the key. And so again, apparently the way it works is like this. The child, the young man, steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all the criteria that we established in the last couple of factors. His parents want him in front of the business, and then again, they flog him. They give him out this. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a very sorry mother. But when he kills them, that's when he's supposed to. He goes ahead and repeats his own behavior, and he's judged by the reason of 23, which makes sense because God, this is a capital case. There, let's go. Actually, shows Shosha Yeshua. But again, he's only still, he's only executing. And part of the reason of 23 consists of part of the, I should say, the original three were essentially judged him for Malchus, have to be part of this festival based on 20. Shenehemar, the name is Zeh Shalaka B'Fnechem. So they have to say, the parents say, this son means the son that was born and flogged in front of the first three is now going to be executed for becoming a son. It's not chasing them, you know, it's a reason. But you know, crop. You can see, I will say that you see here something very interesting, that halakha l'maisa, when the pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, don't say, what does this mean? So you look at like this. If you look at this pasuk about Sarah and Mora, right, so the pasuk says, the top symbol of the video is going to take multiple, but see also of the sequel video, thou shalt become it, and you will take them out placing the video. But on you, and it says, you have to notice what's happening over here. You get very broad interpretation of the pasuk in there. That literally they have to be able to do that. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said, the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know what you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly, you look at the initially things in a literal sense. It was what you see in your Shabbos Minah, but you know, Krah, you can see it. You have to follow a pasuk as a literal sense. You know, this is different. Shiny up a while on the day, see it, if you're making progress. Shiny up right. 71 B. The Kuli Krah is saying. So as I say, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Look at it actually. Kulifra Yisera, the Matzi Nifta about Sisim also Sharair, Holy Scalping. You know, clean out this whole thing. Cancel, grab onto it, just say, you take this to the face, gone. The fact that the pasuk is really such long here indicates to us that there is a hachada. It's always telling us that again the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and in ability to do so prevents the different comments on the board. Okay, the mathematical shows up. I'm warning. In terms of three, see what's wrong with you. Why do you need three? It's a factor. Why do you have circle of three? You just need a circle. Just two of the six. Or Rabbi has it from a maximum of the three. Shnayim, the multi also gives you a shosha. You know what it means is that this like means one in front of two. See? And we give it Malchus in front of three. This three represents a three. So that's a wall. Malchus and Solomon, the big see. Where do you ever see Malchus by that Solomon? Right? The most you really never see by that Solomon is what? His execution is so. Where are you getting Malchus from the Solomon? Because you have a remedy about, but now you have this room, shows that you look at Jen Shabbat. This room, so it says the this room also, this Rabbi Solomon, and then it says the this room by Malchus, and then again the this room then, by Yom Konsolation. So essentially there's a Jen Shabbat between Malchus and between the Solomon. To teach us that first time offender, gets Malchus. Okay, because you must charge up a kid on the computer. So again, your Solomon once again repeats this executive behavior again. How did you judge this time of regular days of 23 because now it is effectively capital days. So the most is highly violated exact some more actions that's not a more action, that's what Mishnah. That's what's happening. Highly violated exact. Now remember again, we know you use that set. That's the only action to teach us what? That Allah myself, the parents have to have sight in order for this to become that sort of order. So how are we now using that same exact point of Joshua? Is the Mishnah who? My community is that. Plus, they just read the who. But it says the name is Shmani Ratzaki. So the exact teaches me two things. One thing is it teaches me number one. It teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a son. That's the one thing. Number two, that the original three who served as the agent for Malchus have to be part of the agent of 23 for execution. Is that about Mishnah or actually Nazino, the African Zakar Pakton, okay. Because remember again, David is giving up the son. That the summer is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like cutting some of the reach, which essentially is you can only come back immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what you might call like a rear pubic hair, a window pubic hair. So the Mishnah raises a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Sarah, and when he is, and when he's brought to basin, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where he could be done, because he's a judge of and so on. And then what happens? He ran away from basin. He ran away when likely he skipped from basin. Actually, you imagine though, before the verdict was passed, the appetite, and then what happened? They find him in jail. They find him in jail. They want to bring him back to basin. But by the time they bring him back to basin, he has further physically matured. What's the halacha? Potter. In other words, he's aged out of Ben Soler and Mora, and therefore again, it's an interesting part. Remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time he came back to basin, he's already too physically mature, what we call his character has already formed. He's free on a technicality. Then but the other guy had the technical type. On the other hand, let's not say the kid came to basin, was judged. The verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, and you should be a session of interesting research. So let's say that you're a non-Jew who calls that Kodesh Baruch Hu Chas v'Shalom, and then what happens? The Akakas in this guy, then he's converted. What's the halacha? Potter. He's converted potter. Why? What's the logical? Let's say when you potter. Kolu b'mishtana bino, mishtana misasa. Because you want to say the halacha l'maisa, his whole legal framework changed. remember again when he was in Rashi points out something very interesting. So what I'm saying, since his illegal ramifications or his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. However, the Stein is also dealing with currently from the Echad, the Dain Echad below Asra. You know, other Ashra, you know, Asra, the Sanhedrin Shachal do what they do. As a Ben Noach, right? Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, right? One judge, and no Hasra. A Jew is judged with a major of 23, Hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since his legal framework changed, therefore what he's doing is his halacha changed as well. Incredible. So the Lord says, you're in the Sayyah, right? Let me say, like, Baruch actually did not do this. Also, I just want to see the support the same idea. If the guy saw him, if he had still the order was delivered, like a catch, except a catch was potter. And before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of purposes for maturation. It's because my papa, what's the reason? Rabbi showed that you're horribly stunning, has changed. Since it physically changed, therefore what? His doings changed as well. Christmas is no shiny hot ball. The other Hashtalah by television. So it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money, and by youth and by once, he would not be kind at this stage. That's why he is still before the verdict. He finds him later on, he goes, we talked about so Tashma. So ultimately, so that's all about it. If they committed the verdict, and the man with the reason for was executed, and then they find him, but by the time that they find him, he's already exhibiting signs of further physical maturation. What's that? It's started. Now, why is that? Because again, our local is verdict was passed. And he's already the verdict is passed on our local race. Of course, he's going to be so the Ben Noah curses up on his family, and then he converts. What's Tavacha? He's not something predestined to why. So he is what the Russian was doing, all Russian was doing. All of the Stein is also, it didn't change, and therefore there is that penalty change. What we see from here, you see here, the halacha of myself, even if there is a certain thing training over a person, a certain training over a person, if you choose who and what you are, ultimately, again, that's what changes your love. So this is very important to perspectively. Because in general, it's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, I commit an idea. As a person who committed an idea, I want a particular punishment. So now, there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that to go ahead and change my deed. So how does that work? The Torah doesn't change his mind. The Torah doesn't change. The Torah is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm trying to get out whatever the particular ownership may be, how does it work? So as I said, interestingly enough, the way it works historically is the thing doesn't change. The thing is always the same. What changes? I'll give you a simple muscle. Person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So it's $100,000 a year. You're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say you're in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? That's the whole dynamic of children. Here's the thing. If I remain the same person, then this is the thing. This is what it is. The beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I just have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be over there. But if I choose to become someone different, there's just a whole new set of laws, and a whole new set of realities, and a whole new set of ramifications that are happening. That's the greatness of change. The greatness of sugar. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. Everything changed. I changed. So that by now, the curses that comes part of the fast for shelter. If he becomes a yid, So at the end of it again, He's not called the Stein. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of demons. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go like that. So that's what I'm not sure because I don't know all interested in this guy podcast. See to this. I don't know. Not you. We go to your kids. Spell on you. What can we do about you? What the wife is spelling on you? And then what happens? So obviously getting yourself into a whole boat more trouble than you. And what they make decide to get hurt. Now what things is this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But the nice thing here, he goes ahead and you can birth like Putter. He's butter, right? He's butter with all of these things. Why? But we're saying now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that Halakha and Isa, remember, is converted as a Jew, a Jew who goes ahead and gets the Bayah, or a Jew who gets a Jew, the life of the Bayah, is not subject to that penalty. So therefore, Halakha and Isa is the Bayah who is subject to that penalty. Now, Halakha and Isa, Jew is not subject to that. So that penalty is also Jew, you saw this guy died out of the Bayah, hit a Jew, or a Bayah committed adultery with the life of a Jew. And then he converts, he's still going to be liable. So he's liable. Why? Because again, these are actions and how you do it, and as a Jew, you also be liable. So he's not be liable, the Jew is liable. Rabbi, why? Never harm each time. Why would they go ahead and say, I'm saying, do you know you saw somebody, the idea is the idea, sorry. Do you know that you saw somebody, in order to apply this measurement change, it has to be that both the gain and the death penalty changes. The high, you know understanding, you suffer understanding here. The particular facts of the judgment will change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So much longer directly parasite back to Sayyid. Sayyid is in the death penalty itself. Right, when they kill someone, Sayyid Ben Yoach is Sayyid, and now he has to be Sayyid. You know that Ben Yoach was so promo said a little while ago, Ben Yoach was always executing Sayyid. So as a Gentile Messiah, and as a Jewish Messiah, H.S. or adultery as a Ben Noah Messiah, the Hashkechel, the Hashkechel strangulation. So if they're going to we'll say second right down to the white barns, they are going to less up. So we're saying becoming a Jew, they're going to go to the now to less up. Both Ben Noah and Moses and Jew have the concept of Skiba for Nada Murasa, or I also give Israel to me the HS cabinet. But I will take the communities of sin act with Israel to have an HS cabinet. Ella, color the Hamura Mission Shaker. So it's a Rabbi we see again, interestingly enough, is the more lenient penalty automatically dragged the law or including the more severe one. I'm not sure that I'm saying the fact that Rabbi says that Sayyid is more common than Khan. And the Shuri number Khan common as we had all these this before. But according to the Shuri says that Khan strangulation is more common than Sayyid. What do you say? Rabbi Shuri is something like the Khan who did not show. Lama, Kami Samur, Nino, Aino, Ela, Khan. So we have this focus. So all the good natural, all the good enough, always put together. So much longer ages, each color the hashtag. Simon said, "When you are committing adultery with the wife of Israel, and then you convert because one was a Ben Noah or he's a Jew, he put it like Hanek. So it's either on Zef, me color Hanek the hashtag side. Or exactly, according to this, as a Ben Noah, for murder, you would be tired Hanek, and now as a Jew, you would be tired side. Which means that's not a problem. Color the Hamura Mishak Shaifa. Again, you see that side is more form of the penalty than Hanek. And therefore, the more lenient one is the more common one. You understand, right? Sarka, Yapakat, Babla. Right? The Gemara says it's Tidon the Chenek. So the Gemara says Tidon the Chenek. The skill of my time ago. So she would be judged on the Chenek and not the skill. Why not the skill? But she would have the Ishtami. It must be because Halakha L'maisa to my Nara Murasa. Sorry. Nara Murasa, who would committed adultery, then she became Bogares. So what the Halakha? She's judged with Chenek. Right? The Gemara says why not skill? That means she would have the Ishtami. Because she should be Nara to Bogares. The first thing Halakha, the Ishtami the Gamma. And on the most of this case, where the change was complete. But we're not so ultimately, again, so I said to the Tana, you write rather instead, write down what I saw, subject to incredible. Also, what's the correct? You say against that, whether the quickly or whatever, what the take away like this. That what I said to you, these next sort of horror, you can propagate them, and then he escapes, and you find him in the arm, what do you do with him? So you enter this thing, that if his verdict is passed, like when he escaped before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict is passed, then what do you do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed, for example, discrimination, then you can pass the verdict and you can kill him. But if you escape before the verdict is passed, then now he develops further signs of physical maturation, since he has changed, like things have changed, you can no longer judge him as against Sodom and Gomorrah. And there's other cases that, and there's other cases like that. Other than that, of course, it's like a Mishpar thing, because the Yoakim goes ahead and pays a strike, right, or commits adultery, then converts. Similar types of cases. Beautiful. Let's go. Let's Sodom and Gomorrah. Goes like, this is true. This Mishnah feels like it changed the meaning of this entire paragraph. But okay, we're going to do it here. Let's Sodom and Gomorrah. We do not say so far. Sodom and Gomorrah is executed, not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. You know, it says, ultimately, again, let him die innocent, and not don't let him die chayiv, don't let him die culpable. Well, why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them, because the death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. The death of the tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. So I say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? It's such a profound Gemara Mishnah. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because the Mesa, with death, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform as he told you. We'll say, life is the greatest gift, because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with the death, they lose their ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. Because it's Pisa, sorry, so also this is wine and sleep. When you're shutting, it's pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if we're shutting or drinking and we're sleeping, it usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So we occupy with your wine, we occupy with your sleep, and go forth. So tzaddikim, we'll say sleep, but for tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Isn't that profound? This is why? Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping, you're not accomplishing sleeping, you're not accomplishing, it's bad for him, and it's bad for us. And it's bad. This is a lie for what we do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is bad. It feels so good. So sometimes again, it's not good if we want to eat tzaddikim. Incredible. Pizza really shutting. So we'll say pizza means again, displacement. We want to scattering. Is good for shutting, good for the world. If the shutting are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, obviously it's not good. It's not good. Because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for the shutting, pizza is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. It's also pizza. So pizza means literally scattered. Pizza also means, sometimes also a person could be in one geographic place, have to be different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience times like that. It's very distracting, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not so. Essentially, pizza represents, let's have to do the opposite. It's the opposite. You might say kilos. Kilos, they're shutting out the other. So kilos means gathering. When you're shutting out together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. But like tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So also, this is really incredible. So for tzaddikim, pizza scattering is bad, kilos is good. So of course, the only thing is on a pashat shot level. When tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate and they can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when you're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for intelligence, this is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life, I'm in a state of peace. Peace is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere. Why? Because peace means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. right? Guinness means there's mindfulness. Guinness means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. And we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pisa. Pisa is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, and presence. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. Tranquility is bad for his shot. Because when he's tranquil and shot, he can do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. Right when he's shot at Shagger. But Tzadikim, Hana'ala Erev, Hana'ala Olam. For Tzadikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them. Because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the Tzaddik can accomplish more, it's good for the Tzaddik, and it's good for them. There was so much to discuss about this Mishnah, but I tried to get time. Talk about it in 72a. Says the Mishnah, Tanya, I'm not saying it over. If you take Shabbos, I can't watch on the shots. I can't even get my time. I'm not going to get to the Sucker. Because the ladies, because of that solar mother has stolen money and has purchased some meat and purchased some wine. He should be executed. It was a $1 million question. Everyone here told himself that the show Ben Solar Moda. Right? The Torah knows what is going to happen with Ben Solar and Moda. If you want to say why, that's why Shesok Migmar Nixon Aviv. At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money, and the package the Yuga in Hotzi, and he's going to want to sustain his habits that he's formed, and he's not going to be able to go to the parashas directly in the last thing in Sabrios. He's going to go out and he's going to become a rabbi. He's going to become a rabbi. Yamos Zakai Al Yamos Kai. He's going to say, let him die in a sense. Otherwise, remember, has been Mora, has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve that? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately, again, he says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. So he says, because the death of his shot is good for the shot. Again, kill this kid before he goes out and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. I was the other day, it's so fascinating. But first of all, so this harkens back. I just like that phrase, harkens back. Does it go, you know? Anyway, so let's say, so I feel like you say an accent. Harkens back. So let me go finish it out. So you know what I'm saying? So remember, this goes back to yesterday's stuff when we saw the focus, think that sort of what happened, did it not happen, so remember, all of this together. So that's why we're going to focus. I said, but it's struck me. What is it? What's happening to one son? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase meat and purchase wine. And we're thinking when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe manage a hedge fund. You know, I don't know. Why do you automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support his habits? So I said, what do you see here? What do you see here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid has never worked, well, there's one thing that he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things. Like you see kids like this. They like nice things. So what happens when they do? They hustle. He hustles and he wants nice meat, the nice wine, nice play. Okay, that's fine. You're working hard for it. You're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is somebody steals or to support a habit. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young, that like Magiyali, the world owes me something. And you go and you support yourself from other people's hard work, that's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be broken. That's the kind of person that when they run out of their father's funds, he's not getting a job. He's saying, you know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. Listen, you know the worst midah a yid can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magiyali, no other sex. So it's like I pointed out that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism. Right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. But it's actually, because I've got my rights, but in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities not rights. Why? Because the king should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And also, by the way, it sounds strange because it's like that's not true. People owe you something. People owe you cars. I thought people owe you. Let's say the problem is if you walk around feeling entitled, there's one thing to be absolutely sure, which is you'll be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled that everybody owes me everything. Okay, I'm going to guess how you can get upset, you can get offended, you can get hurt, you can all you can do before. Walk around, you know, no one knows you everything. No one knows you everything. Don't walk around with like you are the entitlement. As long as I can, in marriage, don't walk around thinking that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful to do something for you. And when you do something, you will feel such a profound relief on cars at all. Beautiful. Again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what the angel of that song is, alright? It's not the meat, it's not the wine. It's the one you learn from the other age. So the truth is entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all your life relationships, and you become much happier all around your life. That's what I think. So what's the banal about that? Tzadikim ultimately at the end is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yain teaches the people of Israel. Sleep and wine are different because then you're not causing problems. Shina B'yayin or Shana Lava. But wine and sleep is not good for the Tzadikim. Why? Because the Tzadikim, if they are drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing the nice and told Shaka or Shana Lava. So I couldn't be back for the Shana back to the work because it gives them time to use all the imaginations. But Tzadikim, I know about Ba'anah B'Olam. But Tzadikim is good. Tzadikim is good. He's good. Shana Lava Ba'anah B'Olam. So they're stuttering. Especially if it's good for the Shana, good for the world. But Tzadikim, Ba'anah B'Olam. Mishnah. About my test, let's switch gears now. About my test is a thief. It's a thief. About my test means a thief becomes the secret. I'm also now literally my Perez, the leader of actually understands it. The way the market says over here is a thief who comes in through tunneling. Literally digging the tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person who wants to lie. So about my test, we don't actually say that. Joseph says, I'm looking if somebody has the assumption this is happening and like this is happening in secret. So Johnny said that if somebody breaks into your home, tunneling into your home, you'll have to kill them. You'll have to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. And you might say, so the thief is judged based on what we believe he's going to be willing to do. Harvard might say to shoot us up this. So let's say you guys broke into my home. And when this into my home, we broke a barrel. Also, so what's our home? We each woke up in Chayim. If I'm not allowed to kill you, then we will discuss the parameters of this, and we're going to be Chayim for breaking the barrel. You're double potter. If I can't be allowed to kill me, then it's potter for breaking the barrel. There must be why is that? That's a chilling that you're having today. Because since we're allowed to kill me, it's a Chayim that penalty. Because Chayim doesn't want to do it it's potter for financial damages. Says the Gemara, I'm another night time, it's my time to make Paris. We're saying now, why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Like, actually, when the person is a thief, he's going to steal stuff. So why do you have to kill the person? So let's listen to this. Chazaka is at the moment at one level. So let's listen to this. Chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like, in other words, it's my stuff. And I'm going to defend my property. But I know that thief knows that. He knows that when he gets into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, how about you guys steal my Kaila? So a Shavik way, the Kaila, Kabila way. So therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore what does that mean? Every thief therefore is ready to do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore a thief, and I hear this like, this is a thief. This is not like a pocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it was required. And therefore the thief becomes a blow thief. The thief, how So again, it's essentially looked at as a murder. That Torah Amra, and by the Hakika, Ashkin lo Hardo. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, I'm not going to listen, you're allowed to kill them first. That's a lot of Makayas. Incredible. So it's Amra, Habak Makayas, the level king, that's a part of the first issue. That's a fascinating. Something we do with my home. Right, really into my home. And Habak Makayas, again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So that's just interesting. Rav says, Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it to me. Like my Taima, it's done in kind of what's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a loader. He's Chayiv Nisar. So because he's Chayiv Nisar, therefore he's popular for any type of monetary law. And therefore, he doesn't have to return the items. If he gets it, he gets out alive. Right? He gets out alive, and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. And listen, by the way, very similar also like we have this normal castle doctrine. This idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if somebody goes in their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. No, yeah, it's stuff. You know what it is stuff? And you know what? It's my stuff. And I was told, and you did it. So I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home and go to a wall. Recognizes that as well. Right? And you're not having to ask, what exactly are you doing? Right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, you need something to go for. Now, there's no, there's no heat on the stick over here. I'm going to defend my home. You really want to defend my home, and therefore you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. So Rabbi says like this. So God said, what is the reason why I came with the Rab? So he said, we never sit to my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rab says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because halacha makes it kill with the Rab anyway. Since he's subject to that penalty, therefore it's like any kind of monetary compensation to keep his stuff. That's why the standard rules is the Rab Kishishiba. So let's see. So Rab's statement makes sense, but let's say that the object is no longer in existence. So he stole something and then it's road. He's not tied to a financial restitution. He says, about not but no, yeah, and just get back. Now look at this, not true. I'm not doing nothing, not true. That's it. Even if the object is extended, still really doesn't have to give it back. So I need smoke dummy. How long your shoes say time? How long your shoes say time? Because again, essentially, since we were liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object to a death penalty. Like he's subject to death, he's not subject to any type of financial compensation. And therefore, what relates to the object is now due to the individuals. Not saying, oh, this is not true. She came out one of the shoes in the evening also about even never shoes in the right time. Yes, it's not true. When you say that the object is in the shoes of the thief, that's for only if something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if I'm for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Even how about show up? He's no different than a show up. So what's that say? Nothing over here. Because it's interesting to the Rab. So Rab says if the thief gets out of an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rabbi says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course, the thief has to give it back. So it's not like the thief comes in, he writes repetitiously, and he breaks a battle. So what's the Russian means that the homeowner is not allowed to kill in any circumstances. We'll see what the circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable to revenge the battle. But again, if I'm not allowed to kill it, then I'm carrying for financial compensation for the broken battle. But I'm carrying the Shiva. The reason this whole discussion is happening is he broke the battle, if he is double butter, or ultimately again, where we will be covered from that together. Hard not only which is season where they have taken the battle, you not be liable seriously supporting the position of God. So what's the name of who I did, and who I did, I'm teaching back on that. It's not just if he took it, that he will be carried. But how did God come in Shabbat, so how is Kamash Malar, the reason which considered as the case of breaking the Shabbos is to teach us that he is no dummy, Abba, the Shiva, and now he's hired. But I'm not going to myself, in the case I'm not allowed to kill the thief. Even though we broke the battles, not still the thief, come up. Even though we broke the battle, he's still going to be tired.
So much as Pshita, that's obvious, massive is a damager. Like what's on that you should look at Kavana. Even if you do without Kavana, it's not really Kavana. Even that's right, much as Kavana Kavana. Adam Muad Yoba. Like the person is always responsible for damages that they cause. Whether they have intention for it or not. So tell you now, the Gemara says, Adam Muad Yoba, that the Shadi did the Lazy thing that always made the Massive. Person is always Muad. So if you want to be right, cash up. Gosh, you're right, I don't know what to do with this. So Massive that the Rabbi, I'm going to just the Shabbos Chayim, but we've seen this case many times. Person literally steals my money back on Shabbos. So let's talk about it. So Chayim, she's Chayim, they go to Shabbos with this Shabbos. I don't say that normally again. Now, what's that? So literally steals my purse on Shabbos, then what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over here. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. He says, remember, the Chilul Shabbos is Chayim Nisa. But the Allah over here is Chayim the both things. Why? Because you do simultaneously. Why do you do simultaneously? When does the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he takes it out of my goodness. Because you do simultaneously, you'll get through the job today, and if Allah for the race is Chayim for both. You know, it says, Chayim the guy of the Yotze Pater, but he dragged the money bag out. Right? He dragged it out so that, remember, you only Chayim for the neighbor when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, they will be simultaneously. Because he's dragging it, therefore, over there, crosses the threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shabbos Isur, Gimeva, Isur Skila, the sun. And the Rosh says, you might say, what do you see here? You see here that Allah is going to get very good to you. The sun, the Shadim, the Naya. And also, the Rashi says, the sun, fires over the bottom. How do you turn it, you know, the Shadim, the Naya, the rescue. Which is ultimately again, when he says that it's covered, but he agrees ultimately again, when the article is not delivered, and therefore no longer exists. So what's what the Gemara suggesting, remember, all of this is in Rav. Right? So Rav, so again, what the Gemara suggesting is like this. Rav says that if the thief is Chayim Nisa, and steals an object and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rava and everyone else is incredulous about that. It doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is community revenue. Seems like a thief, you're liable to debt, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is not sitting in your hand. Rava, that's what I said, what are you talking about? I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken, there's no obligation to have any restitution. But it's the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's that one with my book. It's Rava, if he relays the key with my character. So this is Rava. Now remember, Rava argued on Rav, and Rava had goats stolen from him. Right? So someone tunneled into his pen and stole the goats. What happened? Ajur did, and the thief had a change of heart, and the thief wanted to give it back. But let's come with me. Rava would not accept it back. Why? Amar, hold enough to be with Rav. Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Now let's remember again. Now Rava argued on Rav, but Rava said, since Rav said that so when a thief steals something, she's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rav was even like this agreement thing. I accepted halacha myself. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. And also, I want to point out halacha myself, though, just to be clear, we don't pass it like we pass it like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object, and gets away, so halacha myself again is going to be liable, like to be liable, but obviously change after the fact, right? But the mice said, yes, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Ruben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then you find the object, if the object is still in existence, I want for myself to pass it like Rav, pass it like Rava, and I want for myself the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. Come on, everyone's done the exact fashion we saw. So the Pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not tired, is not trying to killing the thief. If the sun, if the sun is shining, right? I understand. If you have so much Allah for if the sun only shining on us, but what's meaning of Pasuk Allah? In Bar the Pasuk, but the Shema no Shalom Incha, right? What means is like this. If you know that future thief, that the thief is there, it's a clear in the sun, that the thief is there to kill you, thief is there to kill you first. They rob, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll tell you, don't kill him. Now listen, now watch this. That's verse 1.
Right, c'est tout le temps lui that the Zaka Hashem Shalom, double. If Hashem Shalom Yovatzah. However, the body of the Shem Sheish, the Shalom Yovatzah, and some of them say like this. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, how dare you? Kill him. Rabbi said, Kasha Stama Stama. Rabbi, see what just happened here? These are two genetically different rights. Rabbi said, right number one, essentially says like this. The only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second right, son, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any sign, you can kill him first. And what's that? So those are two pretty dramatically different vices. So what do you do? This, look at you, I'm days, I'm saying, this, I'm days. Oh yeah, great. I'm a days, 10 minutes to go. I'm a days. Kan ba'ava, kan ba'ava laven, kan within our house. Wow. I'm going to listen to this. Everything goes on with this. Right? One is talking about a father who's doing for the son. The rest of the father shows him the son is actually saying a father will never kill his son. So if the son nowadays, the father makes still kill his son, right? But the father is never going to kill his son. So his son discovers, he wakes up, and his father's in his house, telling him to steal his stuff. The son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. You see from the son, so what you see from there is, fathers sometimes do mistreat their children. Like I told you, see over here, when you have a kid, so you can't say that father will steal from the son, because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents, knowingly or unknowingly, will mistreat their children. But one thing you can't do is you have to let a father kill his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if the son breaks into his father's house, not so much it. Not so much it. Sometimes the son can kill the father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. As if like the thief is a father, the son knows exactly what his father is not going to kill him, and therefore the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, halacha license the son breaking into the father's home. The father, you don't necessarily know what the son will be breaking into. Called the Asiyari Malay Mahtara, Hadmir Layla Barmira, Khanir Bashila. So I've said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's like Khanir Bashila. Well, it's such a interesting compliment, right? Anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take them down. Except if it's a Khanir Bashila. Most of my time was easy. Even we should be talking. Maybe because of Khanir Bashila is a tzaddik. Well, obviously, we wouldn't be such a tzaddik. So I was going to break into someone else's house. Hello, we should the keys together. Listen, this is such a touching word. Love says, because I know that the Khalil of Bathsheba loves me like a father. And so I say, people like this. I know that Khalil of Bathsheba loves me like a father, so I know. And even if he were to break into my home, I know that I love all myself. He will not go ahead and take my life. So what's interesting also see what you is, apparently we can be other relationships outside of the actual father-child relationship with someone who loves you like a father. So it doesn't exist. There's nothing like a father's love. Right? So the father's love is unique, the parent's love is unique. But apparently there are other people who could love you with an unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible. There's so incredible. So much to say about this, but if I don't regard. So tell me, bro. They will probably be Shabbos. They will probably be Shabbos. So that's what you want to say. All of these halachas. So it's like what we have over as follows. The next week is not just like this. Someone brings into your own stuff. The always thing is the person is going to stand up and make like a doctor. Anything is that secretly. It doesn't tell me that for what I have now, that's what we should do first. But when you're to take life out of you, only when you are not 100% sure that you come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that you come in peace, then I can't tell you. The only good example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all costs. Not the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So you must push them to the family they will call the Shabbos weekday. So it's ultimately in Ireland they're not to keep the life on the feet. But in Shabbos weekday it says why is it called? It's just tell that kind of you know that is the weekday. Because you know this is kind of like execution by weekday. It's like they don't want to execute someone. So if the thief is coming in and I don't know 100% that it comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the gangster. I don't like the religion. So I'm not from the Shabbos of Latino. So I'm not from the religion of the execute. Shabbos maybe I can't kill these people on Shabbos. Hamas wasn't first my life. He got me that I can. I was done in the days of Holy Shabbos. So once again, the case I'm not allowed to kill him. So then it's not going to kill him. So now the halacha applies like Shabbos and British. You must understand what's the English. Hashka the Holy Company Shabbos and British. If I can't kill him this week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. I'm going to teach them. Mitzucha Elo, Lekachia Kalabas Hagab. It means that let's say someone gets into the Holy Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. So Allah said it's clear that he is going to kill me. I can't do anything level from him. Because he's liable to get me. But if I'm not sure if he's going to kill me, if I want to sure that he's going to kill me, Allah said then I can remove the rubble and the same thing even on Shabbos. Turn up on it. For who God, the call of them. Who makes the call himself. Shati the call. Shati the call. So it's incredible. It's incredible. Now what happens? Shimon is my neighbor. Sees women breaking into my home. So if Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill women. It's not just one of the homeowners that has the right to kill women. Even someone else has the right to kill women. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill women. Everyone's allowed to kill women. I can't even kill women with any way you need to. So the Mercy Bishop will look about all the things to it. So I understand why it's hard to teach me that everyone is allowed to execute women after a while. That kind of the would have thought. But if I teach you, they don't know the actual law. About alcohol. I'm not about the license to kill the thief. It's only for me, only for the Balabas. Only for me, the Balabas. But other people don't have the right. Kamash will only do. But also, if it's Sunday, it makes sense. Why Kamash will only do, that would often not remember. If once he really gets into my home, he has a status of what? Status of what? Of relative. Once he's a relative, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute him, even my neighbor. They have a lease. The police are shut the up about himself. Why don't you special legal that keeps you killing each other? So as you know, Zach Nafka, I told you that what's that for murder? What's that for murder? What's that? This is someone in general. So let me go check. Let me execute by these. Particularly like by Lisa, like the ones that whatever the thing is, whatever it is for. Let's do this high to sight decapitation. But let's take whatever reason it is, have a sword. So what do? You execute it. You execute it. So you must be signing notes. So what's the matter? And then we said, well, Irish to execute someone with prospective penalty. Yeah, she's going to have to look at these Super Bowl. Check out these shocking look at these. So how do I know that if I can't execute women with prescribed penalty, that I can go ahead and execute it? However you execute it. Most you must be called up. As it says, execute it however you need to execute it. Do what you want to do. So therefore, we'll say, safety over here, by the feet, kill him however you need to kill him. There's what's no, shocking also, then on low cross, most streets is different. You have the execution approach for much than most streets. And what is most streets? That double also teaches me that even if you can't give proper that penalty, it is going to execute you however you can execute it. I can make you out of the way. So once you learn this, we're going to come and say, that I love them myself, when someone's liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. There's some that will set and all that actually see about that, but because you'll say there's also all that time. All that over again, that can even kill the shame acts against me. The relatives of shame have the right to seek revenge from it. By all of them also, and the emergency community, how do you take second was when you have a beer? You have two people that teach you the same concept. What's that? You check and all of that. What they teach you? The number someone violent to a death penalty, if you can't give that, you prescribe that penalty, then what? You can kill them or everyone. So they'll say, oh, what is this called? This is called shame, sin, I want to have up. I have
two mitzvahs, so two halachas that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halacha? Because Shimon Abban Ge'echad ain't Levites. And what's in general, whenever you have two psukim teaching the same concept, you can actually take something from them. Then Rabbi, Machtaras ain't Machtaras, Gadol, that's a Gadol. So they will say, look, for halacha, so therefore, so what's it say again? We're going to tell everyone halacha. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a relative. That's all for number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two part halachas. What's another part halachas? Machtaras. Any of the machtaras. That means I already know what the thief is tunneling in. And when it says Gadol, Chatziro, Karfifo, how do I know that he's coming through my roof? My chutzner, my carpet. How do I know? Even if he's not tunneling, it's going to be a window that I can also kill him. He must say, the pasuk says he must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, you'll have to execute him. If it came, not Tamur Machteres, in that case, then why does the pasuk say Machteres? If they should know, God love you, you should Machteres. Because the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the more that it's done. Tanya, you got Machteres, any Machteres. God will catch it because I only know that he tunnels in. Head on, he comes into the window, he comes into the room of Talmud, he wants to have gone up, I came Matamor Machteres. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Machteres? Because Machtereso, Zoli Hasra also. Because what's that? Because remember, if you're tunneling just now, that's your Hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that Halach L'maisa, you are warned. Now we'll say, we have to stop over for today, but L'maisa, this is not going to end, this is going to lead into the next sukkah, which is, does the thief require Hasra? Is there Hasra necessary in this case? You want to suggest tunneling in, by definition, is your Hasra? No, that's all. That's what's going to stop over for today. Shkoya. Okay, great run. All right,
Just run. I don't know. I hate it. I don't know. Russian food.
Oh, okay. That's good. Russian good. Thanks, Martin. Shkoya, everyone. Sorry? Sure. All right, then let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our commentary sponsor for Tough Shin Hey Hey. See, those who stop about Israel, we're dedicating all the share instructions this year as these are just for the Soros Tovos for Ami Israel. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the shir in honor of the birth of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yerakosh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful on the camera, but of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our shir this morning, the Revaya, the multiple Revayos for the Bivas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, those precious neshamas should have an aliyah. That broken family should experience in Chama, and that Eretz Hashem and the Torah messages bring the Soros true the Soros for all of our Israel. With that, let us begin. Today's back is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. We have a lot to do to Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 73 lines up from the point of lines at the end of the wise. Remember, again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musa to Shlomo. And she said as follows, so not Mitri. So again, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she not buying emphasized, it's just the Shlomo, you are the son of my mother. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, how you know this? So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Nisr.
that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. She's essentially giving him different forms of mussar. So lesson number one is that people are going to hinge with behavior on you. Because that's what fathers and sons. Some fathers and sons thinking, you misbehaving, it must be your mother. Must be your mother. That's number one. Number two, she said, I'm out of my way to make sure that you be a healthy baby. And now number three, she calls it Barometry, the son of my neck. And I said, this is incredible. She says, all of Prophet's wives. So we can find that Yehi ben Hagel giving a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is what I was saying. All of the Arabs wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different from you, Prophet. What did I want? Va'ina da'ki va'amarti, Yehi ben Zoris of the Mula Batorah. Why? What did Bathsheba want from her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoris. That's the one who said Zoris. Alacritus. Zuzos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose. He does it with a sense of kindness. He does it with a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Zuzos. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. All good, limitless, and ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. Because there is so much to be learned from this tomorrow. What do we want for our children? It's all too often already. We put the right emphasis on working well for our kids. And it's also focused on, what do we want our kids to do when they grow up? I want to make sure that my son has everything to be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi, there's such a hyper focus on what our kids are going to do for Parnassa, which of course we have no say is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted from her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Giving a son who takes life seriously, that's his reason. So also, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the relationships in life. There are people who are, Jesus is a midah, and Jesus is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Jesus, that's why the Rav puts it so early on in the Silas Yishar. When you have the midah of Jesus, it means that you have a seriousness and a commitment approach to life. And when people who are serious are successful in whatever it is that they do. When you look at Torah, don't read what do I need to do with Torah. You don't get Torah, or there's different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance. A person could be Mamula. Mamula means I'm lonely, I'm fully committed. Hugging the abuse. Hugging the abuse is all encompassing. What are the qualities that I say in order to become a Nabi? I don't know. But I imagine that you have to have Allah mindless to be a Nabi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Jesus, the Torah, hugging the abuse. Incredible. And so welcome to the world. I would love them to trust in that. I would love them on the road. Not if I eat in the trust in Shakri. Only another American. So that Shabbat said to show is incredible. You've got the wrong friends. You've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? It's like a king clever, a mana clever. Why are you hanging out with the mana clever? Because they drink too much wine. They have to drink as much wine. What do they say? What do you need God for? The king, you're all powerful. So the only thing you should have, and there's rulers, they're really getting intoxicated very much too much. Reach the call, that's the only window. Reach the guy, reach that. And you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed. So you become inebriated with wine. In other words, we'll say, you keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the virtue of wine. So, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also, to unlock, to bring down the walls that sometimes we won't be operating to be sharp. On the other hand, it's easily used and easily misused as well. So, however, nice of it, Hashem says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the lower of all secrets to Hashem's heart? You can only reach a colloid, the only mashkin in his heart. Reach the man, reach that man. So, no matter how powerful really is. I'm starting to how powerful. So again, if you have to go ahead and show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time? Yitzchak, United Position will hold a Hadmer Shlomo, Shlomo the Church, so to speak. In other words, Shlomo is Mekabel, his mother's Musar. So he said literally again, I'm less than a leash, and I don't even have wisdom. This is incredible. Kiba are looking ish, who's the ish is referring to? Noah, the Sid, Vayakalo, Ish Ha'adama. Shlomo was expected, again, do not fault Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what, I made myself even more mundane than Noah. But like Noah's Adam, and there's not even a proper wisdom of man. And who's that? The other Arisha. That first other Arisha, again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech said he's not sitting on that level. Incredible. They say, another tremendous mission ask you, what is the hallmark of great people? The hallmark of great people? The ability to take yourself. No one likes Muslim. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even positive feedback. I become to find positive feedback is often laced. Often, in some cases, some other people don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Good people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to implicate it, and they're able to pair it with it. And it's got to Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was one of the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. I'll call it. I'm going to be about it. So again, back to the story about I'm going to be about it. Any guy actually look up a computer, she did this weekend. So this is very interesting. One story about so when we established yesterday is that, right, is again, what he has to steal, right, what, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to pursue. Now, we're talking about who does he have to pursue it with? Who does he have to pursue it with? So Rabbi says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikin. Now, what are srikin? Actually, this group of srikin, it's like 3 lines up from where we are in Kwasi Rashi. Rikin, Shiadir B'Kach. Listen, it's fascinating. What turns a person, or turns a king into a Mitzvah Mola is not just them stealing money, and he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for one week. It's also the chevra that he ends up with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi says the only kind if he eats it with a group of speaking, that's interesting. It actually defines who knows as breaking. What does breaking mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shiagiru B'Kach, who are contributing to these type of habits. About each the Kabula, Adam Hagun, the King Agabno, Ramamshi. They were nice and sorry about the Kabula to love Sakana. So what's like the Steve Allah says, what is Ben Sorrow Kayu? Only when he's eating the meat and the one who eats sweet. And I want to point out that it's interesting. If you notice how actually defines sweet, it doesn't say Abayone. People who go ahead and do that with us. How does he define a bad chevra? Empty people. An empty person may only mean not meaning negative. What does it mean empty? There's nothing in it. There's no drive. There's no sheep. There's no call to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no Jesus. There's no Mamuda Latona. There's no tightening in the ears. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying is, listen, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, not every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit hareros. But I said that at least when a person's committing a hareros, what do you say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something? Okay, maybe one thing, but desire for something. Making, there's a desire for nothing. There's a desire for nothing. Just emptiness, that's the discovery. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the Ben Solo and Maya addictions are really facilitated. However, the Gemara Tzvahar of Tanai, but we learned. But the Mishnah said that if the kid is eating meat and drinking his wine in a Chaburas mitzvah, now we will discuss what that means, but the context what that means is she's eating it, she's stealing the wine, she's practicing eating the wine, and it's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context, then it does not become a very solar in the so what's the time of the mitzvah, because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, so the other mitzvah, Ababat, the last cool speaking, even if not everyone in the Hebra is one of the speaking. Ababat Malon, Ababat the cool speaking, even the mitzvah for us to go in Shah. So what's that? So some people are saying like this, that if the events are more even in the Sudas mitzvah, even if the entire Hebra for the Sudas mitzvah are speaking, he doesn't become a solar mora. There's no solar mora. Or if it's in a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, he doesn't become a solar mora. Or I'm not going to say again, if the entire group minus one person is speaking, or if there's one good guy in that Hebra, he always doesn't become a solar mora. He only becomes a solar mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. And we're saying two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of Hebra. The power of Hebra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. You don't provide anything. The truth is, it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So the Kabbalah through the sweet things, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, it's just the enough, what you should realize, if it's a fact that all sweet and fun, there's one good guy, then what? That's not a Kabbalah sweeting. What is it in there? The power of the individual to impact a Chavra. But one person, in a Kabbalah of speaking, can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole Kabbalah speaking, but you're eating a Sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to come from around. Because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chazah, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashivah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashivah on you as well. I like that to see that's mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chazah has the right hashivah on you. But never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible lives. What you need to see as a sort of know that basically you're not experienced. All of these things feel rich, right? In other words, that it's the fact of your money, the overindulgence or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also indulge yourself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to live the nature of your life. I'm not being established. I would say also, so remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for us, that's the mitzvah, was the student that they moved to the apartment. So that was the second one, the integration of the middle. In other words, adding on the extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They were really super for that. So you know, so what's like the middle? So that's what we have now students that say that they have to be wine for that super. But how many days? It's only what other times we got to know about. But that meal is actually very simple. They have the integration of the month. They have bread, yes, they have bread and cookies. I love these. But it was like, everybody loves us food, but they have to decide about how to integrate the money. So you don't want that to lead to a couple of things. Like, that needs to be, like, there's a lot of decision that you live there. So you need to, not because they might take a long time, but you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So you want to talk about the I got to very hard about the business to do us. But you have to also change the needs of us and what it's cost. That's pretty true. You look at the people who sell things, Suda, you know only the interesting fact. You know the things like Suda, the people that called us, bread, meat, and legumes. So let's say you're having a meal. And when the best server shows up for that meal, he's not a best server yet. He's a candidate. But when the best server or candidate shows up for that meal, with stolen meat and stolen water, it's just going to be that can't transform it into a best server. Why? Because he's eating this in the context of a Sudan mitzvah. So even stolen items in the context of a Sudan mitzvah, we're not going to do it to a best server. Incredible. Come on,
One. This guy's fucked.
assume that's mitzvah. Let's assume that's mitzvah. So remember again, when we're seeing what God has developed on a that sorrow Mara only goes ahead and comes back sorrow Mara. Number one is stealing money. Number two is purchasing using wine of very high quality, very quality. And then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative emotions. But what we see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context. In a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of emotions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be super Shabbos, like I mean, something in Shabbos laws. But the English over here, the English over here is that let's just say something as simple as Sudas Havra, the New for our building. Let's also see that of a mitzvah that will not be seen with the feeling of a negative emotion. Incredible. So we know that like times tzibor. So here's our data. So let's exchange money purchases we can one and pizza during the fast day. Pizza and disaster. Pizza and disaster. So we are saying, so that doesn't mean that that's so long like that. So it's like why would somebody do it so long? The kind of like I'm a crash. And then there's the red Calino. The Calinos are not called Sherlock, and this is fascinating. Right? Because they say we actually need that the child is defining his parents' instructions. And also the Calino. But if his active consumption is in defiance of activity, that does not make it into Beisar Mora. Yes, isn't that fascinating? But that's just a technicality. So Beisar Mora is someone who defies his parents. But his active consumption is an act of divine defiance. Then he doesn't get Beisar Mora. Again, he's getting up on a technicality. Incredible. And I say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things, that's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like, steals money and buys chazer? Of course, Beisar Mora. He's not. He's fascinating. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he comes to the Beisar Mora. Goes to the synagogue and buys a piece of chazer, not Beisar Mora. Why? Because that's the truth. Because the mitzvah of Beisar Mora is an initial Kolino. His act of defiance is active defiance against his parents, but it's not active defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is active defiance against God. But it's stealing. But the consumption itself technically is halakhically prohibited. But if his active consumption itself is halakhically prohibited, then Allah for myself. Allah for myself. He's not a Beisar Mora. That's what I do. So Shas Kamash Kolo, Shas Ilani. So the thing was the same idea. If the Beisar Mora ate anything, but didn't eat wine. Sorry, didn't eat meat. It doesn't mean Beisar Mora. In Beisar Mora, you have to eat meat. In order to Beisar Mora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, what if it is in Lassie, the Bela Kilos, the Moses from Judas, so a very high quality, and it's really especially in that quality and stuff like meat. The man is Allah for himself is still going to come in soil water. The Shasa, the Vash, the Chala, sorry, See, interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey can have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, it doesn't go in soil water. This time, it's just the Vash, the Chala, the Nichnas, the Mikash, Chai, Tabavaina. Because what's interesting enough is the Allah for Kohanim. If a Kohen goes ahead and eats a Tefillah kilos, his cake of breast 6 kilos, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the Beis Hamikdash and does the avodah, he's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avodah under the influence. Like that's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avodah while intoxicated, and if he goes into the Beis Hamikdash after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and it's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely terrible. Once I out of about 71A. Everyone has so I'm going to actually help us reach the line. Tell about cold, busser. But if you buy soy more, the kid eats any item, but doesn't eat meat. Shots of a much called shots of line, or he drinks any drink, but he cannot drink one. And that's the soy more, actually, a busser, you see that. You only become a soy more, and you go ahead and you drink one chili. And I don't do so low, you do so low. Because also calls him again low, and it goes low. The iPad actually right in the dollar.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff.
Right, he's right, opposite right in the dollar. Same dollar. There's things with Germany because we just started this machine. And I think he is so very young. Business of wine and exonerating Buster number one greatest consumers of meat. The owner, he sold it, ratings the great publish people. Those are some interesting enough to tell you just watch what sold out this already. And then you see from this other person, initially, that again, soda refers to wine, and soda refers to meat. So you put that all together, and when you say that condense what we know that is the issue of overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. But also, this is a fascinating zero. Correlation with its nutrition. But the sleep is language. Torasa Nasa is Torah becomes patchy. So it becomes patchy. Right? The patches of clothing. Now, the Kirei, how is Yuma? The one who slumbers will wear patches. I will say, there's no great place to this tomorrow. It's actually very straightforward. Let's say, one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two studies, two sides. On one hand, you have an experience of discipline. The next experience of discipline really happens just by showing up. But then Nathan says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind really doesn't understand. But your heart absolutely does. And it understands everything. He said, you know, what that says to me, what did you learn? I have no idea. It's something that you realize that, right?
As always, join the Patreon, join the Discord. This week we watched, we watched Cannon Burns. Yeah, copy special, but you read it. So if you want to know what we thought about that, join the Patreon. Also, we do early access for this show. But also, on today's episode, we have our good friend ASW, Alan Strickland. Alan ran through that just came out. Alan, what's up, y'all? It's vinyl. Usually got back being camp whenever he got it. It's my wow, look at this. It's cool. I have a record player. Just check it out, man. Look at this. How many dudes kissed you in the face? There you go. It's all fake, man. You can't believe anything. That's one-liners. That's drug stuff. Just about the shooting houses. Drug stuff, sex stuff. It's cool. Lay out the eggs in the grocery store. Get yourself something nice. Yeah. It's actually it's not. If you're not soccer players like that, your takeaway is that's not why you're here. You're here to watch them as a shot. Start the timer. Play the cheap clip. Okay, so the first for today's from Joanna's Instagram, posted by MMUFC fan. Happy birthday, son, but here's a picture of that's good. It's also me. It's a special birthday for Tiger this year. He didn't want to bring more gifts. He wanted to celebrate every day with his family and children. But that's not what they were doing. They're here for this next shit. This shit was wild. I watched the video on it for podcast. Great shout out. Never heard of it. This is posted by Haphazard. It's called Callan has been telling people that T5 might end soon. You guys have no problem. But it's time to show up the ending. There's fear in my heart now. That fear. They start coming in and taking away things. They kick you out. They take the chair. No, not the chair. I was going to drink that eventually. I swear I was going to drink that. The guys moving the chairs are like, why do you keep calling chairs? You don't get it. Alright, check this out, dude. My child electric remind me of this on there. What the fuck, dude? How do you start like that?
just
The stuff that Ken
and
leaves in
completely
his house.
shut off the distractions. And lose yourself. And listen to the rain, listen to the happening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping too badly because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping here learning because I'm
Everything you
elsewhere.
say while you're here with me, it be IT.
The greatest treasure in the world are our friendships. Every single day. Every single day. Watching you live in a car, you live in a car. It is so
You drink out of their shoes.
there's only one
Everything is
thing
a
we
bit.
have
That
to
means
do.
my point behind Gritty is not this
Attention.
one.
Don't go to sleep.
Your friend of
Don't
ours.
go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just go to sleep
Man, I talked to
in
Brian,
this
so,
now. Just do that.
you
Just do that. Bring us
My
Jesus
wife
to our
has the
life. Bring us
epilepsy,
Jesus
that's
to our
no
life.
one to him.
We have a long way to go.
And I go,
There is no telling what we can accomplish there.
clearly you don't like me.
It's like, you shall have an open Jesus. By the way, I feel like that people sentence when we started the Silver Day Solar Mera, which is what's the word for it? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, and that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say that. It's a symbol of death penalty. Right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So that Solomon also all the details in watch this. He says, "Not we shall other we should have this. Kid, let's call him Kid. He's an adult. Remember, he also all talk this information. How old is Ben Solomon? How old is he? Right? Remember again, he is a garble and he's watching the Gemara. Somewhat foolish. In other words, he entered into a dark kite. We're going to see that concept again. We're going to see that concept again shortly. So Ben Solomon, he stole his father's money. Well, all of the Jews are there, but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or you shall not say about the rishos of him. Or you never had arms, he stole other people's money, and in his game, or you shall not say about the rishos of him, or other people's money, and he ate the rishos of his father. So first of all, I would know about it. And when I say Ben Solomon, there's another thing he's doing Ben Solomon, as she eat the rishos of him, you don't have rishos of him until he steals his father's money, and because they had hands, and because they had hands, simply someone else's rishos. Or it's like even saying sounds like this is deceptive. So that's it. Ben Solomon was all about what? The vision of the picture of things. So the idea was doing his father's. Right? Obviously, what happened to Rachel? What has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing. Right? It has to be that. But the very interestingly enough, if he's conceived in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what does the father do? What father do? Father's going to say, what are you doing? If the father sees his son engaging in reckless behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. He'll shut that down. So the answer was, this is just a tremendously subtle point as well. Too often, we see ourselves engaging in negative characters.
Like if Tony and Dante were very stupid,
They think we're not friends. Parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think that if I discipline my kid, it's going to go off with that. If you discipline your children, you actually have a better chance of staying on with that. If you don't discipline, and it's a free-for-all, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is betrayal of the seeking responsibility that a Kabbalah who is giving you how it's supposed to come down and get celebrates on every single day. But boundaries are the essence of parenthood. And sometimes parents think, I'm just like my kids do it well, do what they do, they'll come back around. That is a real label with that. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, the fact that you're here, even as kid knows, I can't, strip myself to be here on my father. The father's going to shut that down. So I told him to shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben Solomon that's growing up is when he was stealing the money of his father, but conceiving the money of his somewhere else. Not this combination. Because that combination is just the assumption is to steal his father's money to give access to wealth. So therefore, you have access to money plus the consumption taking place somewhere else. That's the default combination of these Ben Solomon. And that's what I said. Just something like that. You don't become Ben Solomon. You
stealing the father's money and pursuing this elsewhere. And this will lead on actually you've already seen it. It's not just the father's money, it's the father's and your mother's money. Both have it together. We'll see exactly what that means. Tell me more. That's actually a good point. So that he steals from his father and eats his father's interest. After that, the Shia was, he has access to money. He's going to be trained to develop this type of habit from his father. Why? Because his father sees him doing wrongness. His father is going to shut this down. He shut up doing the wrong thing, which is other people's money. But when you have millions of other people's shows, that's also not happening for me. Why? I'm not going to work in the real concern about it shows their Shia play. Other people's money, just like the whole concept of so more is stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's what we're worried about having to develop in the behaviors. The first king, which are here, the opposites, other things, you have to work with what we see. Most of the stealing of people, but even in his father's religion, the money is not accessible to him. Apparently, he steals his father. Actually, even though he saw all this, no public is appealing, he's careful of that. So much as we only told about that in 16, it's like a story more. So there wasn't keeping a running list of all of the qualifications. Now, he's stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the only really combination. That is the loveliest combination of everything to describe that. Stealing his father's money, worried about having money right because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him wisdom about his behaviors. That's what we are concerned about. The habit from the behavior is incredible. Incredible. The answer to the actually really shut up and shut up. The reason we said he only tries to steal from his father and his mother. This is what it says. First of all, the way he steals from his mother. It is his mother's property from Masha Constitution. What do I say? What do you steal from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother always belongs to his father. So what's the shot? So the mother says, how do you tell that over? Decide. Well, I'm not your sort of so that's how we tell the other religion. It's just being wrong. His parents, the kids' parents, but they're beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks, beautiful wine, and what the kids do, it's just that's a secret that is ready for his parents. And the kid comes in and steals it from his parents. They fuck it and steal from both his parents. What's it relationship with his mother? I'm ready to learn about it. Hey, if I actually could buy some resort, you don't have the idea yourself. But that's not how it works. You don't come and say, well, you steal something. You don't come and say, well, what? If you steal money, I can purchase expensive wine at this time, expensive even at this time. So you want to say, oh, the main stealing comes from other people. Right, rather than what happened, the father had set aside the money, take it right out the window. And we got the expensive purchase made up of meat and wine. And what he was doing is the kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. That's in there after the acne, the ahar, the amrullah, I'm watching the bottom of this thing. Or again, the wife took the mother put up money, how much you have money. Someone said, someone did for you. You look at the recognition of the husband has no rights in that. Okay, let's say that one is just like the Rambam does not accept WSC's idea. The Rambam does not accept the money does not have to belong to the father and mother. It has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, higher other churches and minor rights, also this is incredible. Let's say the father says, the father wants to bring up the day for the mother do it. Or other day there was a new rule, so the father did what the mother wanted to. And once again, so the mother actually makes a shoe. Actually, the screen on the side. And keep it different, so the mother with both parents are committed to bringing the baby for you. Then so the mother process. So Jesus says, I don't know how to see, but we need to obviously figure not to so the mother. But Jesus says, if your marriage wasn't a legal one, so it sounds like the husband you have has a legal marriage, your son can't become a soul of the mother. All right, so what does this mean? Well, it's not even what is it? What does that mean? So, what does that mean? I love what it is. The wife is not fit for her husband. So the Gemara says, some sort of love, some sort of OnlyFans show, and they do a prank where this next boyfriend comes in and what are you wishing here? The account immediately runs out of room. Yeah, I would threaten the users to take this.
Yo.
The mother is similar to the father. What does this mean?
You gotta be 18 to be in here, son.
Listen to our voice, which indicates to us we need to cooperate with each other. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Now the common now you have each other. So we're going to resemble themselves absolutely. Things have to look at the siblings of some level of resemblance. All the resemblance as well say, what a tremendous mismatch. What is you want to teach us about parenting? That parents have to be each other. They have to be on the same page about the care of the kids. When children receive contradicting messages from parents, it's a disaster for their kiddos. So how do we shove up the culture? Parents have to stay there. Parents have differences in their happen all the time. So that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach in the context of the children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're not just looking at how they the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you give it your kid two different types of food, if the mother say one thing, the father say one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong path because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interesting enough, but the person who performs something like the kid can't become a sophomore. Why? Because it can't afford the kid from making great decisions. When the child is receiving a non-unified voice.
What up, Breskers?
That's what that song was just
Yo. Yo. How old are you? How old are you? Yo, how old are you?
So it's says as follows. I'm not rushing you. I just want to put you on 4 hours. So if people from other shiur taught you about the slow pace of our shiur, just remind them, in the last 2 cycles, we never finished later than any other shiur. Right? So Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. It might not be on a daily basis, but we'll get there. It wasn't listening to this Gemara. Keman Ozla, Hadesanya. So it's reflecting the following idea. But Sora Umora, no Haya Bolo Asilinus. So you're like, what? Why would you just do this the whole time? So who's it being reflecting the following idea? That Sora Umora never happens, Lohaya, it never happens, and it never will happen. So I said, by the way, actually when we see this after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. Just learn it for the sake of learning it and get started actively, even though you might not do anything practical that you can do with this, but there is time to do it for your acts. So it's very important. There is time to act, but just engage in the Torah for the sake of Torah. I think that's what we need to do. You should have a time when you're like, people like you, that then someone in Morah will never happen. Will never happen. analyzes the cosmic sky. What's the sky? What's the color to the world? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Solar Umura. Even if it will not actually ever happen. Okay, what are the lessons? What are the lessons? What's the drush? What's the drush for cosmic sky? So what's this? I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next slide. The Holy Soul, the Holy Soul Umura is what? What's the Holy Soul Umura? The Holy Soul is Hashem HaAsid. Hashem HaAsid. Ben Solar Umura is actually put to death for what he's done now. But rather again, why is he put to death? But what is he doing to his own? So let's say, doing something like you know, as this new everything is lesson of Ben Solar Umura. What's the lesson of Ben Solar Umura? What's the lesson of that?
I understand why, but like,
What's the Ben Solar Umura? Is that once a person makes a decision, they can't change. That's been so remote. You can make a decision at your age to steal money, to buy money, to buy CDs, to buy meat, to buy wine. That's a decision. But so remote says, oh, you made a bad decision. You have put yourself on an irreversible course. So American woman says, that's not true. That's not true. And solar moral exists as a concept. Objectively, practically is not true. Because there's no such thing as a need to change. So no matter how bad your decisions have been or right, you can always put it in reverse. You can always go ahead and take it like this. That's what it means when it says. Those are the words. So that's the words. Did you know what it says? I'm sorry. That's solar moral. That's solar moral. No higher for obstacles. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who change. As a scientific model, so I'm not going to specialize in it. Drugs the cobble sky. So learn it and receive reward. What's the reward? What's the concentration? So analyze. And this is what the analysis. The analysis has been so more huge, but yet there's so many people think that they can't change. There's so many of us who think that they can't change. So I went to where I live, I saw, you know, that I learned that a person who quote unquote can't change. It means some kind of decision where you can't happen. So that event, that's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I find myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. Doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. But it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are going to be decisions, and you can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means by solar reward. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change their heart below you. So what you do is, look at how it's happening. There's so many times in life, we think we can't change. We think we can't change. So learn by solar reward and recognize that you absolutely can. You know what it says? Come on. Entonces, ¿qué más pasa? Yo solo me voy a dejar así, pero no es estar súper bien, es que man, se te va a ir a vai ser a cheia de design de industry. Além disso, o dia que ele já apresenta aqui uma bossa de chassa táxi do ganho táxi, alguma coisa de school, que sabe só because this kid stole someone and put this nigga in one and played it picking out to get stoned. I mean, so what has to do this? And so far it never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? George the couple stars. And I say this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire series. It never happened, it never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is no incredible to be checked. So what do we do with this? So because that's what someone is, kids can't change. Never happened. What's the thing that person can't change? So what do you do with this concept? George, learn it, analyze it, how it's going to beat the bank and work with that thing by learning about the context of the kid who can't change. And recognizing it. It's never happened, never will happen. I received the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is of recognition that I absolutely and incredibly have been going to change. And in juncture at any point, incredible. But notice, I'm going to notice it. But notice it says, one second, what are you talking about? This is incredible. Watch this. I'm going to see it. But notice it says, I saw a thing so I saw he had shot the outer row. I sat on his grave. I thought that was great. How could that never happen? I saw it. I went to the Rabbi. I saw it. It was great. Now, why exactly said it was good? You might say, well, it's special records, not for them. Not for now. You know, just come on. So let's say simple. So what do you do? So, but notice it says, the rest of us, let's talk about this. I guess it's all right. We never want to make some more that. We never will be this. You know what I'm saying? And many people don't do that. That's the all of that soul. But the other one says, you know what? I think too many of us are people who left this world, and we left into that soul world. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You know, there's no such thing as a soul in the world. There's a piece of how many people leave this world thinking that they were that soul world. It's like one of the most tragic things in life. Tragic things in life is we leave this world. There's so many things that accomplish. We leave this world without actual potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we need to become. So the end of the world is like this again. I think the Lord is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's also people who say I'm more because change is impossible. We get the message of tragically I go to the revivals of so many things, so many lives. People left this world and never made the changes they did because they thought that they could. But they believed too much of them so many incredible. The mother says this house. Come on, I'll draw this on you. So it's an easy thing to fucking the public area. You already got this. Now you already got this. You see that kind of a for a couple of dollars. Well, how do you see about seeing it? Never happened. Never will happen. A lot of this divine isolation in the Torah. So as you drunk the couple slide, ultimately against the road. I can read up the women and back us. And then also there's no such thing as a city of Jews in the national side. Impossible. Every single youth he says that. Impossible. It's just the house that someone got covered, someone got hold. So when I so therefore you see it as even one result of it can't become a daily gachas. Can't become a daily gachas. Also, Chris's work every make sure those that jump says, I need to see famous fucking actor no, dude, I know this but that's I said the room just I still blame doctors. It was like once again to see myself. I said sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better. They can become okay. Communities are made of individuals. They can keep up people to think of themselves as a bad soul or they can't change. Become a government, become a couple, become a peer, become a community. That's a thing that can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, I'll the sign go. Buy some of those. Hurry up. Let's stop over here. Listen, just when the focus of you comes out, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I said, we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. I said, you tell me, what can you see? What can you see? Nothing. I said, should not this train stop? That's what you like. That's your underlying that much. You're fucking weird, people are like, dude, drag. It's like, that's so weird. That's weird, bro. Anyways, I think I should have been like, can you cut that part out too? Who was that? Is that something else? No, I have no clue what that was. I feel like it's like all right, then we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's church today. Our sponsor for ROTHSCHILD, hey. Those who spell the ROTHSCHILD, dedicating all the Sherman Russians this year as a supposed for the Soros, Kovos, and Yisrael. I've got the only sponsors for this morning, Milton, Melanie Gurtner, dedicating the Shir in honor of the birth of their grandson, God Moshe, or to Shira and Ari Gurtner in Yerushalayim, Yerakosh. Mazel tov to the Gurtner Mishpacha, beautiful on the cup, but I also, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our share this morning the Levaya, the multiple Levayas for the Bivas family on the way in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the night of our family, that those precious Neshamos should have an aliyah, a broken family should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem, for the Torah, should be the Soros levels, true the Soros levels for all of our Yisrael. Those who are back, let us begin. Today's dot is Ayin Aleph, 71. We have to cover Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph, basically a lot about Hashem, and we have to be off 73 lines up from before the lines get wide. Okay, when we left off in the middle of the Sugya of Bathsheba giving Mussar to Shlomo. And she said it's how we not reach actually I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. Not binding, sorry. It's just Shlomo, you are the son of my nether. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, are you Logos? So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Mussar that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being a prince, he got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. She's essentially giving him different forms of Mussar. So Mussar number one is that people are going to him, you should really be doing behavior on me. Because that's why your father's a tzaddik. If your father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number one. Number two, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number three, she calls him Barney to be the son of my nether. Also, this is incredible. She says, all of Shabbos is wide. And you know this, you need to follow me there. Give me a son who is worthy of the manor. So this is incredible. So all of David HaMelech's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, brother. What did I want? I got to the Amalek. Yehivi ben Zoris and the Mula Batorah. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoris. That's the word. Both of Zoris. Alacritus, Zvisos, give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of kindness, does it with a sense of alacrity. Now, whenever he does things right, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible purpose. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. V'algun l'nevius, and ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. Right? She says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. And so there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what do we want our kids to do when they grow up? I want to make sure that my son, I'd rather deal with a doctor or a lawyer or a rabbi. An accountant, all different. And it's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do from Parnasa. Which, of course, Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. What Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Keeping a son who takes life seriously, that's his reason. So we'll say, you don't tell a lot about a person by how they approach the community kids in life. There are people who are, Jesus is a midah, and Jesus is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Jesus, that's why they like how puts it so in the Silas Yishar. When you have the midah of Jesus, it means that you have a seriousness and a covered approach to life. And when people who are Zoris are successful in whatever it is that they do. Mamula b'Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be Mamula b'Torah? Be filled with Torah. In other words, there are different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or first it could be Mamula. Mamula means I'm mulling, I'm fully committed. Hagum Levius is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have Allah minus. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Rizos, Mamula b'Torah, Hagum Levius. Incredible. Elam Malachim, Al Malachim, Shashu Yanis. Lashem Shashu Shlomo. Al Malachim, Al Malachim, Malachim, Shashu Yanis. Lama Kel. So Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible. You've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kids who become intoxicated? It's like a kind chevra, like a monarch chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch chevra? Because they drink too much wine. You know, they drink so much wine. What are they saying? What do you mean God calls? You think we're all powerful. We're wrong from the shake. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. We should call Raza only living mode. We should get young and doctor. You have access to the wine. Which one thing, all secrets are revealed. Since you become inebriated with wine, and as we'll say, literally you keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow you to deal with many found circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls where sometimes quality of your aim can be done. On the other hand, it's easily misused as well. So halacha l'maaseh, Hashem says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine? You have access to the knower of all secrets throughout the Mishpat. Misha kol roz le'olam mashkin v'hisro. Yish di'ayim mishtaker. No matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why is the trying to do how do we know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was Mekabel his mother's Nisr. The Tziv, Ki ba'ar anoki mi'ish v'lo binas adam zi. So he says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. It's incredible. Ki ba'ar anoki mi'ish, who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Tziv, Vayochel Noah ish ha'adama. Shlomo was excited. Again, you might have faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he tried to go to Shlomo recognized, you know what, I made myself even more mundane than Noah. V'lo binas adam zi. And there's not even the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? This is the Adam Rishon. That refers to Adam Rishon, who again had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. They'll say another way, another tremendous question to ask you. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take mercy. No one likes mercy. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. Come to mind, positive feedback is often laced with, often sometimes laced with some others don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to implicate it, and they're able to give it. God, Shlomo HaMelech was the wisest of men. He gets a touch from his mother. He gets a real touch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, it's like it. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. I'll call it. I'm not going to vote. So again, that was back to the story. I'm not going to vote. Bring a fight, actually, from the Kabula. This is very interesting. Then Soramar, when we established the issue with that, right, is again, what he has to steal, right, what, or I should say, stealing money, what he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Yavon says, he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sweetening. Now, what are sweetening? You're actually sweetening. It's like 3 lines up in the cross mention. She had this is fascinating. What turns a person or turns a kid into an insular morat is not just that stealing money, but he's creating an addiction to overindulgence for wine. It's also the chevra that he hangs out. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Rabbi says it's only chayiv if he eats it with a dip of sweet enough. Interesting. Rashi speaking over is raking. Well, what does raking mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shiagilu b'kach. More than habituated to these type of habits. Aval nish b'chabura adam chagum b'fi haydavno romantic. They renounce the Ben Sorah Mora b'chabura to love mitzvah kama. So we'll say this thing that Rabbi says, when is Ben Sorah Mora chayiv? Only when he's eating meat and the wine is sweet. And I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines sweeting, he doesn't say like aval yod. People will go ahead and commit idols. How does he define a bad chevra? Raking. An empty person may or may not be living in a day. What is meaning empty? There's nothing in it. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no shikita. There's no hope to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no mamuna l'torah. There's no hugging in the ears. There's nothing to point a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing to point towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying, is, they say, you know what? Chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sin. Well, first of all, like every chevra is a chevra of sin people, because all of us are chevras. I will say that at least when a person is committing a chevra, what does it say that a person? If they desire for something. Desire for something? Okay, maybe the one thing is desire for something. Maybe desire for nothing. Desire for nothing. Just emptiness, that's the greatest chevra. The internal view is if he's surrounding himself with these 10 people, that's when his 10 Torah and Moya are really destroyed. However, you must bahad and I must be learned. One of the Kabulas is not what's the Mishnah says, that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a Kabula sweet spot. Now then we'll discuss what that means. But what that means is he's eating it, picking it up, stealing the money. He's purchasing the meat and the wine, he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context, but he does not become a ben solar in the So when it's a time of the mitzvah, the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of the mitzvah. Halab mitzvah, but the wedding mitzvah, avagav, the last mitzvah, even if not everyone in the Hebra is hungry speaking. Hakamat malad, avagav the Kohen speaking, gave him the mitzvah for us to go mitzvah. So I said, more saying is like this, that if the thanks right now is needed meat and wine in the Sudas Mitzvah, even if the entire Shabbat in the Sudas Mitzvah are speaking, it doesn't become a Ben Solar Mora. It doesn't become Ben Solar Mora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, it doesn't become Ben Solar Mora. Or how about for second, if the entire group is one person or speaking, or if there's one good guy in that Shabbat, it also becomes Ben Solar Mora. It only becomes a Ben Solar Mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. Let's take 2 profound lessons. Number one, well, 3 profound lessons. Number one, the power of Teflon. The power of Teflon. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think, because it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So the Kabura Sukin, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is if it's a Kabura of all speaking, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not a Kabura speaking. What is it again? How is the individual to impact on Tesla? Now, one person in a Kabura of speaking can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number 3, even if you have a whole Kabura of speaking, but you're doing this Sivas Mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become necessarily a wine. So you put yourself in the right circumstances. Even if you don't necessarily have the best Hebra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. I like that too, that's mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right Hebra has the right hashpah on you. So never underestimate the ability to have impact even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong kind of influence. Incredible delight. What you did see for Ben Solar and Morad, interestingly enough, is all of these things feel exist. Like, in other words, that the effect of the money, the overindulgence, when you go, you don't have to pay for expensive things like the onion wine, right? And then also, embedding himself with one group of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make a Ben Solar and Morad. First, about Ibra Kodesh. And it's almost like, so remember, the example that we should be able to us, that's the fun, and the secret that we need for Ibra Kodesh. Ibra Kodesh was just like, for the integration of God, of the people. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. So we're going to see that for that. You know, so what's that? The rest of the Massachusetts, that's saying that they had to use wine for that speak about time. We learned in only law and the basket that we know about, but that meal is actually very simple. So why did they have the recipe of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread and kidneys and leg meats. So it was like, that was a very heavy discussion. They had to decide about how to do this. don't want that to be into a remedy, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time. But you want to keep a very simple thing. You might talk about from the Africa, you might have a business, you do us, but you know, welcome to the mitzvah class for much. Oh, that's great. Normally the people who were going for this suda, they were only, this is an interesting fact. What did they eat by the suda for people at Kodesh? Bread, wheat, and leg meat. So let's say you're having a meal. But let's say Ben Solomon shows up for that meal, or not Ben Solomon yet, Ben Solomon candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine and sits down with the says that can't transform it into a Ben Solomon. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of the Sudas mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of the Sudas mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Solomon. It's incredible. Come up, ain't only Libra, it's not just the word about that Suda. Ain't only Libra, it's possible to celebrate Adam. You need that is the meaning, like that is the meaning for that Suda for the Kodesh. Very only law about past doesn't do this. Furthermore, they're only going to go up there with red and something past like red drums. And this thing like this. They only I know one kilo. You only go up on the next little thing. Like that. They only go up on the old Alabalai. They only go up to see that at night and not like that. The Rice says they go up. This is the like day and not like night. They're not here, but about so the day after you go over, after you go, maybe the ritual go up early to the meal, go to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise. People are starting to get up. That will make a rash. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. Awful. This is again. Just to keep our train of thought here. What we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Solo Umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Solo Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavros also can't make the boy into a Ben Solo Umora. Fascinating. So in other words, like that. All mais sushi, all mais sushi. Even if you want to pay you, have a sorry. Even if you want to pay off, late for months. Because you never again, so he steals money, like steals money by sushi money. Doesn't purchase meat and wine eating you shalai. So again, it doesn't go out and so why not? Because that's enormous that. Right? She's performing something where then control money. The act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes it into a Ben Solo Umora, the development of non-normative appetites has developed through non-normative acts of consumption. And if you do something called normal, you can't become a Ben Solo Umora like that. Fascinating. Let's go back to alcohol and let's take a discussion that I'm watching. Alcohol buster old, international Ben Solo Umora. This is great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Solo Umora. It's gotta be flesh. It's gotta be meat. Rice is right there and he steals money. And he buys schnitzel, right? But that's not going to make me feel Ben Solo Umora. Going on top of the learn. The Mishnah. Open the doors to take off. That's it. Let's say you're not saying Solo Umora. Hot to hold not saying Solo Umora for a second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if you stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is. It doesn't become a Solo Umora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, or even if it's cow, but a local stuff, he should become a Solo Umora. Which means no, so this is fascinating. Remember how much meat does the little Hagara? How much meat does Ben Solo Umora have to eat in order to go and become a Solo Umora? Right? A focus. First opinion in Mishnah, right? Tatsumar. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tatsumar. Tatsumar, I don't know, minus desires. So the halacha is if he's mashing his desires with fowl with chicken, that can become a soda. That's the case here. So you can't eat the tartimar, you can't eat the tartimar, ultimately again, you can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you mash them, eat that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you a good soda. Alright, incredible. I'll go to Shemitzvah with Varavera. She also says this. So we have the Mishnah said, if you eat something with Mitzvah or Varavera, it doesn't become a solar moon. What is that? So Bar Mitzvah, what does it mean Bar Mitzvah? Tanchulu Aveiros. Ultimately, again, you participate in a meal for consolation of mourners. Consolation of mourners. Look at actually this moment. It actually says over here that soon as you think about it, we have it. That's what happens to Rabban, but I'm going to be in the Mishnah of Amina Kapuras behind let's say the kid, you can't call it Ben Soromor because they're the Soromor yet. Kid joins a Nichum Aviv, right? The halachah is that when they come back from the cemetery, you have what's called the Sudas Havra, really consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins the that's a Sudas Mitzvah. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. So remember again, always single because the development of the kid. A Ben Soromor only goes ahead and becomes Ben Soromor if number one is stealing money, number two is purchasing wine of very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. Or you see over and over if the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then you are not concerned about achieving the addiction. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. I mean, you Shabbos all the time. The Kiddush shall be that. Let's say something even as simple as Sudas Havra, from your Paragim. That's also enough of a mitzvah, but you're not concerned with the addiction. Incredible. The Gemara says, so let's say he steals money, purchases meat and wine, and eats it during the fast day. Eats it on Tiny Sastre. The Gemara says, so that doesn't make no back Sorah. So why not? That's so strange. Like, why wouldn't that make it no Sorah? I'm a crowd, and then there's Shomer B'Kolenu. B'Kolenu, the love call of Shema. This is fascinating. Every time that Sorah Morah, that's the view that the child is defining his parents' instructions. And there's B'Kolenu. But if his active consumption is in defiance of activity, that does not make it into Ben Sorah. Listen, isn't that fascinating? But that's just a technicality. Right? So Ben Sorah Morah is someone who defies his parents. And if his active consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't know Ben Sorah Morah. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. I will say, by the way, and that's why all of these, that's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like, he steals money and buys chazer, of course Ben Sorah Morah. He's not. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cup of meat, he becomes Ben Sorah Morah. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer, he's not a Ben Sorah Morah. Why? Because that's the shot. So each one of Ben Sorah Morah is his act of defiance is an act of defiance against his parents. But it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God. But he's stealing. Consumption itself technically is halakhically prohibited. But if his act of consumption itself is halakhically prohibited, then halacha l'maisa, he's not a Ben Sorah Morah. Let's go right there. So for example, it says, same idea. Ben Sorah Morah can anything, but didn't eat wine. Didn't eat meat. It doesn't go Ben Sorah Morah. In order to Ben Sorah Morah, you have to eat meat. In order to Ben Sorah Morah, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, what is it? So what says, even if he ate cake of pressed figs. A cake of pressed figs from Kivis, was a very high quality food. And it's just expected to be like that quality, almost like meat. And that's why even if you eat the daily Kivis, Allah for the myself, you still don't come in sort of more. The Shasa, Vash, the Kolof, Veloshasi, and that's sweet Vash, the Kolof. So interestingly enough, apparently, thinking of wine, of milk and honey having intoxicating effect on the person as well. So even if you drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, it doesn't go as well. The sign of Achot Yerukim is just the Vash, the fellow, the Nichnas, the Mitash, Chai, Tavavine. It was interesting enough to develop Kahanim. Before you go to ahead and eat, they would eat this case of that fruits and cures, or he drinks honey or milk, he holds it, but he's does the avoda, he's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv doing the avoda unto the influence. Like that's how long you're not allowed to do the avoda while in captivity. If you don't eat it, you have to have to consume these items. There's a level of inebriation, and it's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely chayiv. Let's say I am from God 71A. In the last edition, we're actually supposed to be language. Not Rabbanon, also Kol, Moshe, below Achol Basar. Then sort of more, if it eats any item, it doesn't eat meat. Shasa Kamash Below Shasa Yang, or he drinks any drink, but he did not drink wine. In the last event, sort of more, actually, you'll have Basar and Ishmi language. You only become a sort of more when you go ahead and eat and you drink wine. Our Solel is Sobel. Because it calls him again, rotten and it goes low. The Alpha actually like the governor, even though it was, I don't really know explicitly in Torah what Sola and Sobel means, and I don't know what it's referring to. Right, you try after saying right the governor, say the governor, there's still scriptural reason because we just like the Mishnah. Al Tihi is Sobel Yain, do not eat amongst the guzzlers of wine, and Zololate Basa or gluttonous consumers of meat. The Omer, the Sobel, the Zola, Yoresh, the Okay, so again, interestingly enough, the Torah uses lashon like Zola for Sobel, and then we see from this other passage in Mishlei that again, Sobel refers to wine, and Zola refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that then Zola Morad, this issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. I will say this is a fascinating Rabbi Zira. Kalayashem Benes Medrash. Rabbi sleeps in this Medrash. Torasa Nasa Lo Kura'u Kura'u. This Torah becomes patchy. Torah becomes patchy, like patches of clothing. Shinei Amar, Kura'u, Halbish Ruha. The one who slumbers will wear patches. I will say, the truth is, we don't break close to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. I will say, one of the most important things, right? When it comes to Torah, there's two studies, two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning. And that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. But Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind doesn't understand. But your heart absolutely does. The Neshama understands everything. So even I walk out and say, what did you learn? I have no idea. Right? But I switched some days with that right? And but I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes now, whatever it is. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be bought in. Also, what's the formula for being bought in? Formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't really have to mean that I was asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the top, sometimes I'm on the side, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, you get a share for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was doing that. Again, just the reality is, the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because time wasn't fully recognized. By the way, you begin to see it through, right? You begin to see it through. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Jesus. So I say, so again, so what does Jesus mean? Jesus means that when I'm doing something, I'm in. They'll say, ever in a meeting with someone, and they're checking the email in the middle of the meeting, and have anyone? Like, well, what over this? I started this now. Hey, you're checking your meeting with me? I better do this. Better things. Something on a Zoom, right? Better things. It's okay. You're too busy. No, do what you have to do. But it's a lack of clarity. What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we do. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to stop a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. And that is working. You're in the office. I guess if you're self-employed, you do whatever you want. But if you work for someone, you're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. You go to work. It's done. It's committed. And you're involved. And when you're sure, look at your work and don't be works. Don't be work. Otherwise, you're asleep in your entire Torah life. And after 120, when you come to the business from Allah, you go on to shit, what did you learn? What did you learn? I'm going to say, oh, I'll tell you, I remember it was that day when we did this so well. But I'll tell you, I got through an email that day, right? And I texted Sam, I really sure that day, right? I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember he said, why? If they do not know the rules, just do it and commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit yourself. And this is during work, this is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. We have literally, the greatest treasures in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. Watching, we live in a dog, we live in a time where it's so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base message. Just do that. Bring us Jesus to our learning. Bring us Jesus to our life. Remember, we're all young people. There is no time that we can accomplish. Let's go back to Mishnah. We shall operate open so by the way, I just want to point out, I think I said this when we started the subject of solar, which is what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen. Right? And again, and that's okay. It's good to say that. Right? The system is set up not to execute something. That's how it's set up. So there's Solomon also all the details. So watch this. He says, we shall others, okay, our fault wishes others. Kid, he's called kid. Right, he's an adult. Remember what I said. Also, I'll give you an how old is Ben Solomon? How old is he? Right? So remember again, he is a global, he's watching the Gemara, somewhat foolish. In other words, he just recently entered into a adult type. We're going to see that concept again. We're going to see that concept again shortly. So go to the Shabbat. Watch this. He stole his father's money, but also the Rishus Kaput. But he stole his father's Rishus. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their wishes. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the wishes of his father. So first by mine, I come about it. And I said, Ben Solomon. What's the word? He's going Ben Solomon. Ad she'igdom b'shal aviv yochal b'rishus acher. So he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishus. Well, let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, when Surah Umara is all about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right, obviously, what happens? What has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishus, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? The father's going to say, what are you doing? If the father sees his son engaging in reckless behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. So therefore, suppose this is just a tremendous sort of thing as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if you discipline them, people are so afraid. Others are so afraid to discipline their children because they think that if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the diet. If you discipline your kid, you actually have a better chance of staying on the diet. If you don't discipline, and it's a free world, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, you think that's love. That's not love. That's parental deliverance. That is parental abdication That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that a Baruch Hu is giving you out of this umbilical from a bricks on every single thing. But boundaries of parents. And sometimes parents think, oh, just let my kids, go do what they do, they'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, strip myself with meat and wine in front of my father. My father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. Remember, the only case of Ben more interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because that combination, because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, he has access to money, plus the consumption is taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination of these Ben Sora or Mora. And don't say about anybody. And that's Ben Sora Mora. Second one, actually, you don't become Ben Sora Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming your household. He also read over actually he also says it's not just for your father's money, it's for your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says the Gemara. So again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit from his father. Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. If he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? I forgot the word, but he has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos, other people's money. So it's like the whole concept of sort of is stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's where we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The coach came, the more so just stealing money from other people, but eating in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. And she even though we shall audit, the only formula that makes a kid into a Mansori Mora, so there wasn't keeping a running list of all of the qualifications, is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the really combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates. But again, stealing his father's money, we're worried about habit forming right because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him research about his behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. Actually, he says he only had his from his father and his mother. The Gemara says, Imo Minolo. First of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where does his mother property from? Masha Kosu Kalabaila. I was going to say again, what do you mean stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother only belongs to his father. So what's the Shaila? So the Gemara says, how do you tell that over? You'll decide. Whereas I'm going to be honest with you, what it means is interestingly enough, his parents, his kids' parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves and bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? That's a soup that is ready for his parents. And the kid only steals that from his parents. He's technically stealing from both his parents. One second, that doesn't do that so well. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become a Sormor if you steal food. You don't become a Sormor at what? If you steal money, I then purchase expensive wine at a discount, and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, right, rather than what happened, the father had set aside money to take his wife out for dinner. For an expensive friendship suda made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? He stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. Or again, the mother could have money. How did she have money? Someone gave her a gift, and gave her a gift that indicates that her husband has no right to that gift. Okay, well, let's say bottom line, just like the Rambam does not accept that yes, the Rambam does not accept that the money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, Haya Adir Rocha Imran Rocha is also this incredible. Let's say the father The father wanted to bring him to Beis Din, and the mother did not. Or other thing are also being related. The father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. In an acid and Sora Mora, actually, you're teaching actually, stand over the side. A kid only goes to Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to Beis Din or and Sora Mora process. And Jesus says, in the high school, we have others, you know, not saying Sora Mora. Right? When Jesus says, the marriage wasn't a legal one. That's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have a legal marriage, their sons can't become a base Sora Mora. All right, so what does this mean? Verse, not even what does that mean exactly? What does that mean? I love the rest of the wife is not fit for her husband. So the Gemara says, Gemara says, even the Kali pieces of Kali, he says basically, so avu aniru, so avu aniru, who cares if the marriage is legal or not? Right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? Which the Gemara says, Ella, the shava la'avis kama. So let's say this incredible. Let me know what the Gemara means is like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? Hanging on the Rabbi says, so we go there. And Lohaisimo shava la'avis, because the Nara is the Koma, in or Nasa and Solomora. We'll say this is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a Ben Solar Mora. Why not? My time with the Amakra, and then Shomea Hikomin. Fascinating, right? That because it says, parents say that this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us need the kolpa in and shoving. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Nara the koma nami bo in and shoving. So to again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Have to look exactly what they have to have some level of resemblance. And also resemblance of the like, what a tremendous mission house. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Like parents have to be shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive conflicting messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomei of the kohen. Parents have to figure out. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? It happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're not just the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving the kids two different types of if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong path because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of the kid can't become a Salmon. Why? Because it can't fault the kid from making poor decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch. If the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Solar more kicks in. But let's say, but what if mother and father have to shava, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire? Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. Come on, Oslo, the sign from where? According to who? According to is the following thing. Ben Solar Mora. So we'll say, okay, so actually, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make this. It should be broken out. You can't put all of this on one street. Literally listening either. So this Gemara says as follows. Again, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on $4. So if people from other shir talk to you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them, in the last two cycles, we never finished later than any other shir. Right? It's about at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be doing a daily basis, but we'll get there. It wasn't easy to be Firman Oslo, Hod the sign. So it's being reflected in the following idea. Then Sora Umora, Lo Haya Velo Asim Leaves. So you're like, what? Why were we just doing this the whole time? But who's it being reflected in the following idea? Then Sora Umora never happened, Lo Haya, it never happened, and it never will happen. So I was like, by the way, actually when you see this after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, what were the probability of that happening? So actually, it makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it's not saying it can't happen. It can't happen. The Gemara just saying with probability never has happened and never will happen. The Gemara said, so why was it written? Why was it written? The Gemara said, Drosh v'kabel schar. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get schar from it. Listen, I just want to point out, the Gemara says that just sometimes when you look at that phrase, Drosh v'kabel schar, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you can do with this, but there is schar, there's a word for the act. Listen, it's a very important lesson. There is schar for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means. Drosh v'kabel schar means, you're right, could very well be that Ben Sorah Umorah will never happen. Never happen, will never happen. But Drosh, analyze it. Kabel schar, what's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Sorah Umorah, even if it will not actually ever happen. I will say, what are the lessons? What's the Drosh? What's the Drosh for Kabel schar? So let's say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod of Ben Sorah Umorah is what? What's the whole Yisod of Ben Sorah Umorah? The whole Yisod is Hashem Ha'asid. Hashem Ha'asid. Ben Sorah Umorah is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I will say, doing something amazing. Do you know what the essence, the ultimate lesson of Ben Sorah Umorah is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sorah Umorah? What is the Ben Sorah Umorah? What's the lesson, Captain? The lesson of Ben Sorah Umorah is that once a person makes a decision, it can't change. That's Ben Sorah Umorah. This kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy meat, to buy wine. Right? That's the decision. But Ben Sorah Umorah says, if you make those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's not true. Ben Sorah Umorah is a concept, but practically is not true. Because there's no such thing as a kid who can't change. Then no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you can always put it in reverse. You can always go ahead and take your life. That's what it means when it says, listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry, Ben Sorah Umorah. Lo haya lo asilios. There's no such thing. There's conceptually. There's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So why is it here? Drosh v'kabel schar. So learn it to receive the reward. What's the reward? What's the Drosh? So what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sorah Umorah is that there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. When I learned Ben Sorah Umorah, I learned about a person who quote-unquote can't change. He makes an incredible decision, but he can't get result out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't reversible matters. There are. Some need to make decisions.
How old are you, friend?
Done, but change is absolutely
how old are you?
Always possible. That's what it means. And Sorah Umorah, there's no such thing as a person
18.
who cannot change. So what should you do with it? Drosh v'kabel schar. So many times in life, we think we can't change.
How old are
we
you?
think we can't change. The Gemara says, The Gemara says, "Kiman azlat l'san." Ben Sorah Umorah lo hayvelo lo asilios lo laminate. Drosh v'kabel schar. So who's the thing? Is this Kiman Yehuda? Say Yehuda. The Ibai Sema Rabbi Shimon, he decided it's very interesting. Rabbi Shimon,
yo, how are you? What up, Top Shotta?
Some money and purchase meat and wine. His brother's going to take him out to get stoned.
Yo, how old are you?
And Sorah Umorah never happened and is never going to happen.
All right, my friend. Well, you can come back in 5 years. Take care.
I will say this is it. This is probably the most important.
Because you have to be 18 to be here, dog.
It never happened. It never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sorah? Because that's what Ben Sorah Umorah is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. analyze it. Kabbalas Khan, reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I receive the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely, unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. But be honest, I'm going to
I tore my ACL.
one second, what are you talking
I
about?
think what happened to Rick? What happened to me? Oh, stop.
Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Ramona.
Yom Kippur sucks. Day of Atonement sucks. Worst day ever.
I went to Louvain. I saw the sign is great. Now, why is that? Talking about this, not for now. Not for now. The Gemara says, come on, Aslan. So we'll say, so what do you do with this? So Rabbi Yonasan says, there was a Ben Sora. So we'll say, I think the way it works is like this. Rabbi Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Sora Morat. There never will be a Ben Sora Morat. Rabbi Yonasan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sora Morat. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I've been to many Levias, people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sora Morat. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Sora Morat, yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Sora Morat. Those say one of the most tragic things in life. Tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sora Mora because change is always possible. But yet Rabbi Yonasan says, tragically, I've gone to the Levayas of so many Ben Sora Moras, people who left this world and never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, Oslo Adesanya. So what's whose opinion is reflected in the following idea? Yerni Dachas. So again, Yerni Dachas is a city wiped out of because of idolatry. Lo Haisil Lo Asida Lios. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. Why is written in the Torah? So Gemara says, Drosh the Kabul Schar. Ultimately, again, to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. Rabbi said, what does this mean? How can it be that there's never Yerni Dachas? As Rabbi said, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one tzaddik. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place where every single yid who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not kaddish, someone's not holy. So learn it and you receive reward. Kiman Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Eliezer, Omer, called Ir Shish Bafil Mezuzah Achos, Eno Nasi Ir Nidachos. So Rabbi Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Ir Nidachos. It can't become an Ir Nidachos. So most of my time, what's the reason for that? Because what do you have to do with the Ernie Dachs? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, you have to mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah has the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an Ernie Dachs. It can't become an Ernie Dachs. Therefore, it's impossible that Ernie Dachs ever existed. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Yonasan says, "Ani reisiya yashafti atila." Again, Rabbi Yonasan says, "You're wrong. You're wrong. Is there any dachas? I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I took the Yerni Dachas walking tour, and again, I saw it. I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Yerni Dachas. So once again, it's the same result. I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. Rabbi Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. If you're a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Sora or that they can't change, they become a Chevra, they become a Chabur, they become a Kiyah, they become a community of Yerni Dachas. I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Kimayin Ozla Desanyo. Ba'is Aminuga. Haya. All right, but you know what? We have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I was like, we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. So we're going to be great. I'll say, you tell me, what can we have skipped? What can we have skipped? There's nothing. I'll say, tremendous stuff. All right, have on Zoom. want to say good morning and Swiss Bar. Hashem to see everyone back in person. Swiss Bar is beautiful. It's very beautiful. I'm your Kodesh. A great Swiss Bar to connect to this message together. So we have an incredible day ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of us sponsors today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tzimtzum Mishpacha ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashos as a zechus from souls to those for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Melon, Karen Ram, Udi Nishmas, Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak, and Ariel Asapar, in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arina Masburni. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, she together with Kol Israel have a complete and enduring refuah. Mishpach Kushin Yitz Hashem. Providing a leader to all of the Neshams and come to the families. Hashem should bring back the rest of our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, and our holy souls should be successful with all Maaseh Yidei. Let's read that. Let's read an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. So we'll say Ben Sorer Umora. Ben Sorer Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv for being a Ben Sorer Umora? So the Mishnah says, V'shiyokal Tartimar Basa V'yishte Chatzi V'yayin Hayitalki. This is fascinating. So what is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv? When he goes ahead and eats a tartimar, now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. But when he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half of mud Helmut
Dog.
Fascinating.
I fucking like sprained my knee or something. Kind of serious. It's fucking.
So first of all, take a look at Rashi says something that used to be like Yaina Italki. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, right? So Italian wine is the best. He says,
I Jerry killed myself.
So what we're going to see is as follows. The entire issue of Red Soul and Mora, what we are concerned is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that is going to get addicted to. So this one works under the assumption, quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to?
If your hat makes your hair look like this, don't fucking wear a hat. You know what I mean? Like, if you look like this even one time, don't ever do it again. There it is.
He's only
I don't
climbing
think
because
it's
he's
gonna
still
do it.
money to
It's
purchase very high-end wine.
Nah, dude,
So
different.
this is
The
the high-end
I
wine
mean,
came
sure,
out of
does
Italy.
it
It's
great?
Italian
No,
wine.
that's
So
nowhere
if you
near,
go ahead
dude.
and store money to purchase other
Fucking
kinds of
get
wine,
stomped by
the
that
quality
dog,
industry.
bro. I'm
Okay,
trying to count.
Rabbi Yossi said, Rabbi Yossi argued on this. He says, Mother of Hashem Belutia. He said, not a tartima of meat, rather again a mana of meat, and not a half of the wine, rather again a whole of the wine. Okay, so let's see now watch this. So that's how the Avos. Let's say it happens that you can say it in more story money, and when it has bought the wine, right, or bought the meat, but he consumes it in a Habulas mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took the stolen food and he did it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. What are examples of this? For example, people at Kodesh, so we discuss this more in the but here they would decide to go ahead and intercalate the month, right? The month of 4 months of 30 days. So you have a suda to declare that, or up on my chicken Yushalai, or to eat my chicken Yushalai, up on the day was a trade of Shkatzim Baramas, and for that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out they ate non-kosher meat. Up on Tame, Mason Yushalai, he ate cattle, non-type produce, Mason Yushalai, like you have in the Mason Yushalai goes to the lady, and the lady's obligated to separate out Shuma from the Mason Yushalai. Or Mason Yushalai has the shoulders to it, Mason Yushalai had this, like with Akiki. So I'll put double shooting mitzvah.
I know I say this all the time, like there's no one like him, but it's like, where does that, it's like it comes from nowhere, but I also expect, you know, like I would never heard someone be like, yeah, I'm really doing all the baseball stats.
How much
I would just never think like it,
how much
isn't it crazy? He is amazing. That is so funny. He writes a sitcom every show. I can't get enough, dude. The matching
So listen, so this is the concept from the Torah, right? Literally again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? Glutton representing meat, you are guzzler representing the Lord. And the Lord says, how do you know that someone is someone who's eaten for? Like how do you know that? So the Lord says, no, it's not explicit. This is the version of sober. Don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay, so this is another song about incredible. Now let's analyze. Some of the James says, Tatima is in the mountain. So this is another way to come. Or like give us always back to the kids, or it's just for sorrow from one of the sky. So come on, the Gemara says, the Rebbe says, I don't know how much is a Tatima. What is that? So let's tell you the sugar missing, integral of process. The nature of Tatima. So what we can check is as follows. The next slide is in the time. Now it feels based on one resonance, but what you can see is doubles in the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because the Tanakama says, Tatima means a half a word of wine. Rabbi says a mana of meat and 1 mug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the cost just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, like a Tatima, a half a mana. Now, we'll talk about actually how much meat that's in this section. So that's not broken. Rabbi Yossi Tanakama, incredible. That's the one. So listen, I just mentioned that dedicated was working on getting together a chabura that needs before the dafir in the morning, or it doesn't have to be in the morning. Chabura wants to be in there also. He sees that the chaser over the shakla b'tariyah, just to give a tape of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again, we try to hold on, try to pause at different stages of the Gemara to understand what they do as a group. So understand, and the Gemara is going to do is not going to be more, so you see the beginnings and the ends, so you see what we do again. That's just a unit of discussion that's just ended. Now we've clarified the matter.
Let's move.
Next, I'm going to kind of on the field. You can see Sebi. He's the striking fellow at the second end of the second table. Right, so right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table, right now everybody's beautiful. So the Muslim says, I'm going to kind of invite Moses on the Buddha. I actually got busted with soul. The yoke and land with soul. The yoke started to sit in the soul of the soul. The soul of the soul. The point is not qualification. The Buddha says, the one time you become by soul and mind is right. He's right. I love for myself. I love for myself. You're purchasing the meat out of this talent and purchasing the wine out of this talent. This is fascinating. In other words, this is what I said. You can't become a Donsora Mora if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you can run out and you do. So you're going to get out of Donsora Mora. Right? So you only have one moment to Donsora Mora if you get out of this. Now what's the shot with that? The result about the yoga of speaking in most, if you're up to the Agora, let's work backwards. Because we've already seen this, but we see what this is today. Why is it then Soda and Mora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain the constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is It only works if you see it developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if you're able to figure out how to get wine, good wine, good shachar, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a revolution going on over there. And that's what gives rise to this concern. He's only having if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now you guys say one side is this week raw meat, undiluted wine. It's just a guy who tried to not say that's not true. It's not true. It's a statement. He eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine. It's not just one side. It's not normal to eat raw meat. Yain Kai is mostly undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not full dilution. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So the wine is stronger. That's the Ka. Right? What does it mean? That's the Ka. This is kind of what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Bashio, below bashio. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Bashio, but the aqua diamond. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. No, you're actually like bashio, even the aqua diamond. How do thieves eat the meat? How do they eat? Right? They sear it. They sear it on the outside, but it's very meat inside. But I feel like I'm very hard time to do everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halakhic Jew. That's all. Trying to do this. It's the rest of the test, right? To eat stuff red. They eat stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside. So on the inside, you need to do a cheshbon nefesh. That's all I'm saying. Right? Again, that's how thieves eat their can-sear steak. Is managed a micro on that level. Okay? That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay. He said, we get back to the shop right there. So all these guys, remember, it's never looking for over here if you notice. Interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for. There are markers out here. So already like a girl. Okay, inside the tomorrow, what are these markers? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the run, and you to the next market, and else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat, and then they go and make it. So this is seen from a young age, exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up, and again, unfortunately, this child is almost irreversible path. You might go back there. Rabbi, listen to that. I'll go back to my life. You shall see any detail. Any answer to about this is fascinating. Very interesting service. Both ways that. If there's so long eats salty meat, what he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Beisar Lord. That's very interesting. Salty meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, when you become that charge protected, non-habit wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore again, non-habit wine. So therefore, if you have a boy, you still make a mistake. You use the money to buy salty meat, or to buy wine right off the press. I'm also remembering again that does not make you inferior based on the word. Look at the Rashi. Rashi is right across. What's the way beyond the detail? You're not important. You're not public. Therefore, you're not ultimately, again, you're not having fun. You're not having fun. So let's say such a, okay, we'll go back to this one a little bit. You might go back to it. You might say, turn what's on the obviously, decided to be, what's the definition of salty meat, and what's the definition of wine right from the press? Something exactly left to the So what's this is a fascinating halacha. It's not halacha. All about halacha here. And the Tishbav. So I like this, I see myself. I start to remember again. These shows are in halacha. 2 times a year, you have to live upside this, right? 2 times a year. One before Tishbav, one before the Shikha Bar Shores. They are worlds apart. Like they're worlds apart. The Shikha Bar Shores before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tisuda. It's managed Yom Tisuda. Like it is a celebratory Suda, excited for the uprising and the Shikha that's about to come. Like it is literally, even if you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like
excited for that. So Israel is excited for that upcoming opportunity to manage cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Tisha B'Av is a Zimach is the morning meal. Right? And a mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately that is a meal that kind of puts us in restrictions in that meal. So if you eat too much, that's awesome. Erev Tisha B'Av, a person should not eat two cooked foods. Obviously, we don't say kids not too difficult foods. But you can't eat these and drink water. Listen to this. Avo, listen to this. Only Basar Maria, which says the wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salt meat. You want a beef jerky if you're Shishmat Zakas. You can't. It's just you could have salt meat on Erev Tisha B'Av. You could have salt meat and you could have wine. If you're really rough in the belt. Right? So you could have salt meat and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. Anyway, so let's say now, people think, well, what does that show you? What does that show you? It shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's so to say, even as a Tisha B'Av, managed means that it's not the basar and it's not yayin. So the Gemara says, so you eat it. Obviously, we have to get definition of what are these things. So let's say it's interesting. Obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and showing you again that salted meat. When we speak of salt meat, the pashas, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliyach? So the Gemara says as follows. Basar maliyach had kama. So as long as it's like shlamim, what does that mean? The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, what if you salt the meat for 2 days and 1 night? That's called salted meat, and it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. When you say loses its identity as meat, it's easy. Just to be clear, like, it will be delicious. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So the Ben Solar Motor steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not tired. You want to eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av, you can eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that's easy. So if you're that's what you want to call it. So the upper Allah's mind is one, as I believe in the soul, they won't be so what this is the idea. So we get troubles on that. So we can be trouble for this one night. So for again, if you need to eat so for 2 things on 1 night, then it's so meat. And again, as long as you have it, and I love your son, and I love my son, I do eat on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Lord says, what about the idea is like, okay, so what point to explain is one whole month of that. So what's the one understand? Remember, fresh one was the ingredient. Aged one is nice. So one is one considered to be the whole one from the fresh. I use fresh one. That's the ingredient. When it's the Lord says, when it's fermented. Tosis means fermenting. I like that one thing. And she goes out there with the window that one is fermenting. And like a strip of cloth. So it's frothing, that's what means that the word is fermenting, that's the idea. So now say again, for our purpose, so it's not time, you have to just suppose it's an example, what we are establishing over here is that it's kind of stealing money, purchasing one, and because that's from the book from Mishnah is so very machloket how much he has to steal, how much wine, how much meat. But now definitionally, where it's used is good wine. The Mishnah called it Italian wine, but right now the Gemara is saying it's got to be wine. Wine for purposes means it's not fermented. Not fermented for the market meat non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? About fermented anything that is satisfied for at least 2 days and 1 night. You've got to making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea?
And they go, oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, you know, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea or not. But be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then you kind of, right, not the tea. Make the tea, right? And then say you hate tea. And this is the important bit. Don't make them drink it. But it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea at all. Just don't make them tea. And if they're unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea. And they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it. Going, but you wanted tea last week. Or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, but you wanted tea last night. That is such a great scene. Yeah, that's cool. I'm learning, but it's like, you don't understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea. And you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? How much I love tea. I get the analogy about sex. Sorry, they make tea and Christmas. So you should really tend to follow that. That's what you take from that. You know, that's what British would take from it too. The next time I'm happy, gives them teas and chicks. No, GPT, I'm gonna sick ass tea.
In order for that certain more real, for there to be a pure opposition to the high life, so ultimately again, athletes are really high quality. Even if I be not simply other races salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a deal, that would not be subject ultimately again to that sort of motor.
You knew about a TV show once and I got creamed online. Now, I know you did already, and I did a similar thing. It's fine. I just want to bear down and chill. I'm gonna attack for that too. Wow. Well, that's on you. The best. When nothing's the great days, have a show to pay for it. Yeah, it's like on bad specials, just we never like so long. We can't say, but yeah, you know the culprits. Just like, it's fun. And again, you're finishing a joke on
why did I show you the points? That's what's a good check. Why, you know, it's interesting, by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A Bismillah has wine. A football has wine. Right? A Levaya had wine. Everything has wine. Yet, we see that Chazal
yeah, I mean, that is some fun damn secret. Like,
so
we never
much
had that
trouble. So a quick shot.
Why did they go from BB2
to the one Elianafi Abedin or the Shine Scarborough Show?
Yeah, it's like fucking,
two primary purposes. Number one, to give comfort to warriors. What does this mean? If you don't make any words, that was one time. We're making a learn that when we come back after the funeral, what we can get, we're going to big glass of wine. A big glass of wine is encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? You understand why?
To be honest, in this picture, if I didn't know any of these people, I said was the successful one, I think I'd take pity.
But ultimately, I don't know, you don't think this is like face is successful.
You know, it's like a hanger on, but yeah, what does it do? He's getting
go through different types of problems. Some problems you can solve, and there are also problems you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and cannot fix, and they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to lean into it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a life bending my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. And that is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the force. Because listen, when you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens if you have a glass of wine? Like all 3 glasses of wine? Certainly, problems don't look bad. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. You need at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problem. Right? I know my problems are still there. But you know what? I'll handle it. I'll handle it. When, how, what, I don't know. I got this. I got this. The stuff that looked impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. It's such a tremendous. So why don't we make wine? I should create wine to help us create that collective juice, that personal juice, to be able to say, hey, I just lost someone that I love. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and use myself forward. That is something more exciting. Furthermore, when the shot is covered, I would say, but again, you want to watch that also applies. Life's problems into different buckets. The one you can solve, the one you can't. The one you can. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, lean into it. Embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, furthermore, let's play for a challenge. For a challenge. We're going to have this week. Which every week is the greatest of the challenge. Every week is the greatest of the challenge. Let's think that way. Right? I'm not for myself. The choice will work for you. I was going to work for it. And then also the bottom line. The bottom line. I think that's going to work for the choice. And therefore, they get to the line. This world, the judgment that goes with the approach. It's not to be shaped on the levels or the outside. To be shaped on the organ, the yang and the mother. That's really the given facts of the beverage. The oldest one is what? You might understand this is the Russia. So that's why and you belongs to those who are bitter of soul. All of these stuff. Might be say, I'll tell you why you Jesus on them. What is it that it says? I'll tell you why you shall be created, shall we shun the only of them. Will not be created only of all. So it's be careful with wine. The devil is wine. One makes the things I'm going to shout you out. That is the real thing. So you get all of the flush. So in shutting you out together, the flush would be examined from this world, but they will be held in the world to come. Again, so if you have a shot, like you enjoy the wine, you enjoy others coming through this world, because you have a trust you already see in the world to come. Rabbi, Amar, I'll tell you again, I'll tell you again, how you said that. You can't get wine. You can't get wine, because once it says, I still consumption of wine, and we just love, meaning, can lead to certain therapeutic results, but kind of unseen. So it's a kind of contrast to do something. On one hand, he says, T-Rosh, he says, T-Rash, you can learn T-Rosh. So it's going over here. It's going over here to the bunch of these are the blocks. These are the blocks of the stuff that we need to get. You can look at the king, he's a very good says, what's a shot? You can look at the king, the college shine, the money holidays. The law governs the seals. So what's the seals these days? But the most funny other thing is, it's really costly to eat alcohol. So if you know as T-Rash, right, because you look like you see the T-Rash, you can read it as T-Rosh. T-Rosh. So let's say, what's the difference between this? Na'aseh Rosh. Na'aseh Rosh. So let's say, alcohol, right, alcohol, right, could be used in one of 2 ways. Alcohol could be used as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement, like any person is engaged in all type of tribal values, or turning us on your weakness, value, necessary. Sometimes what wine has the ability
to do is if you always got God a little bit, you always show the machines, and the unity is able to come out in a good way. I was going to say, sometimes when we recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. You know, so we put up walls. King Justice is like this, so much. We put up walls around our Shama. And those walls, we block ourselves from the spiritual self-actualizing. But sometimes a little bit of wine comes in, the walls come down, and my real Shama is able to come out. So interesting that the same thing, wine, can either be tea rash means like a bottle, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks the divinity, and for other people, tea roach, like a roach, like a head. A little bit of wine can roll those walls and allow me to finally access my Shama. Incredible. Rabbi says, Yisrael says, Yismach or Yishmach, Yukarina, Yismach. So again, what is that? Wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. Either Yishmach or Yismach. So you might say, sorry, Zachar sounds cold. The person is like this, they don't make you a little wine, will go ahead and cause the person much joy. No Zachar, if I know the person is not Zachar, wine can destroy him. So it's like the whole cup of wine. See, with that wine, let's say anyone could project. I think it's a personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out of the inner you. And it was like, then when that inner you comes out, that's when it truly comes out. The silence we are on the inside. Am I a rational practice or masculine or tzaddik? Or perhaps again, a mediocre guy. Or I should say, I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, I'm looking for to be able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Example. Rabbi said, wine and nice smells, right? Aromatic smells leave me very smart. So Rabbi was saying like this, that a little bit of wine helps me to access a lot of other information, and it was a little bit of scent of smell, is also used that must be given to someone. Like in the memory of the Bible, the process of Hashem to be right into the nostrils of others. So the sense of smell is directly connected
detail versus like just the ideology of it all. We do always need and measure these immigration. Obviously, you don't want just know and the problem though is that the irony is like I told you when Trump was making that wall,
Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about like learning, right? I did yeshiva, I went to this. So it's like, what you see from that is really very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insights, right? So often, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So it's not, I spend a lot of time on external things. I got here a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder, like, why doesn't it have the full impact on you? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rabbi says, you know, of course I learned that from Rabbi. So first of all, I learned that from Rabbi. And in addition to what Rabbi says, I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and the sun represents. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am. About what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. And because of that, because I'm in touch with my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Lemi Avi, Lemi Avi, Lemi Madani, Lemi Sia, Lemi Bitsaniino, Lemi Chachlinos Inayu, Lemi Afi Arayayu, Lebai Machpei Nasa. Let's interpret this pasuk here. So this pasuk that was quoting over here is English, right? And essentially what Shalom is lamenting over here, by the way, is opening dungeons in wine. They're opening dungeons in wine. So the Gemara says this house. Guess that the Amra Al-Malava, I got my guns for the Rishon, sit from Majish. He said the Rishon Majish. Ultimately, everything except for this pasuk is also what the pasuk essentially is saying is, we are, like, who's going to act the same way? We are right. Who's going to say, who's going to say, who's going to say, Rabbi, right? So ultimately, again, we overindulge. And that's the possibility. Once you spend too much time with one, and remember, the Shama understood this firsthand, the Shama had everything. The Shama also said again this more about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So you actually is possible. From the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same Joshua. Daraj Ovid B'Lila. So what's this? Sorry, Daraj Ovid B'Lila. So a certain guy, Philippine Galileo, dashed the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. This is quite fascinating. But he dashed the following dressa. What was his dress? This is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vavim, Nelu B'Yayin. There are 13 vowels that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what do you mean in conjunction with wine? Let's remember again. The first time we had mention of wine is where? No. So 13 verbs in the section of law with wine.
You know what I say about that? It's like, people that focus on like trying to tear someone down.
Now,
Like, I never see that work out.
represents vibe. His translation of vibe is vibe. So what this city Galilee was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of artists, a lot of roles in the section concerning wine by law. So this is not really
If you measure toughness with what sport would you say represents the toughest kind of sport ever created? Outdoor sport, so NFL, NHL, NBA, for the toughest to most toughest teams,
so remember the law gets drunk. He falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of this relief. Khan sees his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Then he got a letter box. She left his letter box. As I see that, but I see the letter box. All comes there. So Khan does nothing. Then go out to see there's something but so she and left us come. They left him back home to cover up their father's. But he has to learn about how it is. But how to learn about it. It's not severe. But you can't draw. Learn about it. You have to accept me. You know what is wise. But yeah, the letter box. It's a shot some of the rock cut. So what's it? This is the story of law. So when they come, just sees his father, doesn't do anything, calls his brothers, Shady up has come, and they cover up their father in a state of secrecy. Noah wakes up, and the prophet says Noah knew what his son did. That is what. So obviously, God did something to Noah. Usually the prophet doesn't say what God did to Noah. So he's not like this. That is what. Otherwise, seriously, one of the reasons that God castrated his father. That's what his father. The Khan, other opinion says that Khan went ahead and sodomized his father. He went to another associate. One is that he castrated him because of what he did. So it's the one that's castrated. Why did Khan castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Khan went ahead and prevented his father from having a fourth son, so Noah cursed Khan's fourth son. Who was Khan's fourth son? Khan's fourth son was Cush. It's Cush. Like Kush, I put it now. Like so Khan's fourth son was Cush, Mitzrayim, Kush, so just like a dog. So just like Khan prevented Noah from having his fourth son, Noah cursed Khan's fourth son. And one of them, one of them is Salamat, Bayar, Papa Bayar Khan, right? Vikinan, as well as having the Sinasa, Bayar also Shchem ben Chamor. When Shchem abducted and violated Judah. And again, there are like this, Mazal tell us that he violated him with Judah selected by a question. So the resolution of the solution of hockey clearly goes in. So ultimately, again, so let's say bonus has been captured. I'd recognize the fourth son makes sense. And then Noah cursed Khan's fourth son. Almandan Rubo, Nice number 3, Nolati Daka. But according to what he said, that he sodomized him, why did he curse his fourth son? Why not just curse his first son? Jewish mentions According to him, they sodomized him, both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay? So, okay, no life lesson there. Okay, you like that song. So what happens? So the pasuk said, "Not profane himself, and he planted a vineyard." He planted a vineyard. So again, so just to point out over here, the lashon over here is incredibly important. The Ribono Shel Olam is bringing Noah to pass. So the first thing that he does in the world is he plants a vineyard. That's what's the chumrah. He profanes himself. Some of these, I'm not exactly. I'm not talking about. Yeah, but it's not. Well, how you repel the argument? You show. No, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're doing planting a vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Agama? You show. Shulagorem Mo'ela Yayin. So let's say this is why. What caused Agam and Chava to make the mistake? It was wine. It was wine. So the Gemara says, now what does that mean? Gemara Amma Ots Yusha Agam and Agam Yusha Yachal. There was a one to see, interestingly enough, that there's a fundamental progress. What type of trees did Adam and Chava eat from? It's remember that they ate from the 8 dance Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? There's no focus.
I love this. I love this song.
So now Lot gets off the tree, and what's the first thing that he plants? The person he plants? What's the humanity? What are you doing? This is not what I'm talking every day. She'eli, Lachot David Shemidi Yoni La'azim Aliyah. And what's interesting, the Mayor said, that is the Mayor get this one. It's always good that the Mayor backs into this, because the Mayor says, there is nothing which brings dysfunction upon a person like war. Obviously, it looks like there's two sides of the same coin. On one hand, we see all the extent, all the greatness of war, the power of war, the beauty of war. But here we do have the possibility for extreme to do so, which is what war has. You also have the power for extreme debasement, which also, by the way, I feel like which is why there really is importance, besides just the fighting the economy of Israel, to really deal with everyone. Really, again, living with her Israel has incredible and beautiful and worldly wars. It's absolutely, I don't have like to share with you, like a business thing. I believe that for the Israel is producing this beautiful and worldly wars. This is another reason for it. Why is dangerous? Why is he sick with his eyes? Why is really dangerous? I think that one of the ways we have to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our mind is coming from a place of producing power. So if I know this thing here, closing out to solve, it's looking at what he's talking about to solve. I absolutely know that. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. That if one comes from what he's about to solve, by definition, that one has a condition that other ones do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that one in a much more polished way than they can with any other type of one. Okay, the information is open. I need that. So he knows it's fine. He knows that therefore one, like one comes along every night. So therefore again, that's what the first when he's not to pass. How can you go ahead? How can you go ahead and be planting one with others going to trouble one? But Luther says, no, it wasn't one, what was it? It was meat. It was meat. It's fascinating. The eighth das Torah was meat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat is different meat? Or does maybe ace was just more of like a description, not to be taken literally, but then the reason we read Shemkin is that they look at Abba Bedina actually don't have together. So what's interesting enough, wheat together when a child is interesting. Because wheat represents like the first sensation of like solids. So when a child is able to consume solids, so again there's a certain level of das that comes with that. But the Hebrew comes to look what's the thing of the case. How you say that to talk about mystery. And it's like, why? Because the very thing that they say with, was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember after Adam and Chava eat from the eighth das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognize that they ate it. So what they do, they cover themselves. Now Chazal tells us that the man of the tree wanted to give them their leaves. Because they say the fig tree gave them the leaves, because again, that was the tree which they would have had. By the way, just fascinating, clearly in that protest, what? I've been in conversation. I've been number one grapes. I've been number two. I've been number two. Number three. Figs. Interestingly enough, what will you learn if I mention Chazal? Apples. Apple. Right. So where does that come from? Where does that come from? That every time it's apple. So we'll say it's actually it's an interesting connection. Remember that Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along, it comes in masculine and says, God, Yitzchak. So remember, Yaakov comes in, basically thinks it's Yitzchak. Yitzchak thinks that it's himself. And remember, what are we doing that Yitzchak uses? He says, Leah, the center of the sun is like the center of the field. That's called the center of the field. Basically, someone is neighboring and touching her with this thing. What that means? So then it says, Yaakov Yitzchak Avinu is referring to Leah Saga, or saying, and watch that published Chris Moses that said, what the hell of that again? And it is known to stay everything has the scent of the so that's the scent of the Rashi quotes that. So somehow, so again, and that's about, so I guess somehow it evolved, that because then it has the scent of the apple orchard, so it can be seen, that all kinds of agriculture, is brown, is brown, an apple. But when I say, you see over here, it is no longer where they talk about an apple, one of these many, so when you bring themselves, that all kinds of it was grapes, and probably if it's not the task for going ahead and planting grapes. So what's the example of Diba and Wabnara, Masa Hashem Sarsu Ibo. These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Right? King Lemuel chastised by his mother. Kings get chastised by their mother. So you watch this first I will say, who is Lemuel? So actually what is that? Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Ma'aseh B'Chachmas HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say Lemuel is actually of two words. Lomo Kel. The all he was actually Kadosh Baruch Hu. So yeah, but what's the other Gemara? Shama was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. Other people showing Shemaiah Chai. Milan again. Shekafasa Ima Ala Omer. So Bathsheba, remember again. So someone else knows Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry players should get with children, right? I guess this is an adult sex. This is an adult sex. She tied him to it and she was really flawless. Okay, she wanted to put him on a few of the so bottom line, she said to him, in my Bible, she said to him, what are you doing, my son? Like, my son, the son of my womb, the son of my dad. What are you doing? So he was not the religious people. There is that sort of chastisement for them. I can't listen. So he's a young child. I don't know if the father doesn't have a such an example. What was in one of the series? Shlomo was really the highlights. And he's the son of king. And he's got money. He's got everything going for it. He's really a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she says to him is, you know what people are going to say? God is excited. It must be that this side of Shlomo that must come from the mother's side. I must come from the mother's side, right? So he wasn't hinged all of the overindulgent parent behaviors on me. On my part, he is the son of my womb. Call it as you call this, as you call all of your father's otherwise doing the same. I don't just in the Lord to me. I know that. Once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the kids. The country in its master tradition, maybe saying is yours in this country, from Chazal's perspective. So relations in pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So if she stops having sex with her son, she said to Shlomo, you know me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father. In order that you'll be a healthy and vibrant child. I mean, she must be a parent's child conversation. But the nice thing is, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and this is what you give me back. In my Bible, what's it have to do? It's not about me. It's not about me. It's not about me. Okay, we're fine, by the way. You gotta get short in this, so we're gonna be fine. You know what I'm saying? What's the rush? What's the rush? Jack and I want to go back to the
I always have a camera in front of me. That's true. Eventually you're gonna fuck up. Even if you're someone who's perfect, otherwise, like,
all right, Kevin, have a great day.
That's the only time I ever see you just be nasty. Especially with eating. Yeah. He's like very carefully good, yeah. Let's see here. This is posted by particular mind 2159. We don't matter. Nice. What? Donnie, you are out of your element. Posted by Danny Kaufman too. Yeah, I'm gonna put
Alright, Kavos, good morning. Good morning. It's Mustafa Hashem to see everyone back in person. Mustafa Hashem is painful as it is. David Shalom Yehodesh. Against Mustafa Hashem to come back to our discussion together. So also we have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of us once to thank our annual commentaries for closing Mishpacha Bar Yisrael and dedicating all the Shiurim and Toshos as his first. From Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael, our Gaflim sponsors for today, Melon, Karen Ram, Uber Nishmas, Mel's father, Mordechai, and Yitzchak, and Ariel Asafah, with the merit of his continued good health, the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arena Mastroian, we hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah. She together with both the ladies will have to complete and enjoy the Fuah, which both we should announce Hashem. God, Maria, to all of the Shams and come to the families. She should bring back the rest of our hostages, the Shalom and the Kalos, and our holy soldiers to be successful with all Maaseh Yedeha. First, we got an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud 78. Ne'ema Sakai. We'll say Ben Sorah Imora. Ben Sorah Imora. From what point in time is a Ben Sorah Imora Chayim to be a Ben Sorah Imora? So the Mishnah says, this is fascinating. So when is a Ben Sorah Imora Chayim? When he goes in and eats a tartimar, now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. When he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half a lug of Italian wine. Fascinating. Not Israel wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. For the wine connoisseurs, hold up. So first of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something very clear. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, for Ben Sorah Imora. Right? So Italian wine is the best. He says, we're going to see the entire issue of Ben Sorah Imora is not really what you are going presently, but what you are concerned he is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only chayiv if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of here. This Italian wine, so if he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay? Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, Mana Basar Lut Yayin. He says, not a tartimar of meat, rather again, a mana of meat, and not the half a lug of wine, rather again, a whole lug of wine. Okay? So let's now watch this. So that's how let's say it happened that the Ben Sorah Imora stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine, right? Or bought the meat. But he consumed it in a chaburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. What are examples of this? For example, Ibar Chodesh. So we'll discuss this more in the Gemara. But again, when they would decide to go ahead and make the month, right? Make the month a full month of 30 days. So they would have a Sida to declare that. Or, up on my Sushinim Yushalai, or to eat my Sushinim Yushalai, up on the day was to take a structure that I must have. He ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher meat. Up on Tame, my Sushinim Yushalai, muscle. Sorry, Teva. He ate Teva, which is untied produce. My Sushinim that he has a nice Sushinim goes to the meat. The ladies obligated to suffer that come up from the nice Sushinim. Or my Sushinim that shows it to my Sushinim that that we're not redeemed. The alcohol does so whether you eat something that's a mitzvah, sure as that, they actually most good describe examples what that's talking about. Alcohol coma, so again, it wasn't so first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with stolen money? That's Machokas, Tanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, you can have an interesting exception. The exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine without the use of Kabulas mitzvah, so Allah again, he's going to be popular. You see exactly what that is as well. What happens if there's a lot more stolen money, but he didn't purchase meat? I don't know, he purchased something else, right? Anything else, but not meat. or just a commercial little trusting value, or for that matter,
Yo, how are you?
By one.
Taking ass, taking name. What's good, Brandon? What's new?
Oh, not too much. Just been working.
All right. On what have you been working?
Just DoorDash.
All right. How's that been?
Pretty good.
All right. What else?
Hasn't been bad.
What else have you been?
Just relaxing, just living life. What have you been up to?
Slaying chicks like it's going out of style. Aside from that, just making robots on Twitter, getting people in here. How did you find out about me?
I found your Aiden server.
Oh, there you go. All right, yeah. I'll be in. I mean, I'm in there right now, live streaming, but I'll be live streaming the UFC on Saturday. Get a bunch of people in there,
Okay.
so that'll be cool as fuck. So, how has DoorDash been?
Good.
Did you know that DoorDash just launched a robot today?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it can go up to 20 miles. It's got lights, a speaker, microphone, all kinds of shit.
That's crazy.
Word, Mockingbird. All right, so you've been doing DoorDash. How's that been? All right. Well, Brandon, the phone is fine. Dog. I think I killed myself when I was davening. Better not fast for Yom Kippur. I didn't do anything wrong, so what the fuck do I have to atone for? What do I have to atone? I haven't done any of that shit. I haven't fucking lied and stolen and done all that other shit. I don't do that. I'm tight as fuck. I don't think I should have to do it. Yo.
But that's not why they're here, right? Also get early access for T-Bus, but that's not why they're here.
How are you? Ryan. How old are you? How old are you? Alright, dog. Well, I don't even know what you said, but that did not sound like 35, so get the fuck out of here, son.
They're here to watch them as a shop, so start the timer. I need a cheat clip. Alrighty, so we've got, we missed a lot. Okay, listen, we record Saturdays, so this is like 2 weeks later. News type shit, right? Oh, fuck, the Super Bowl and Fight Companion, dude. Like, I made it Saturday, Super Bowl Sunday, we record the next Saturday, so everything's good. Oh, man. We missed the Super Bowl, and we missed Earl Bass at Fight Companion. We're not Earl Bass at the same thing twice. O.J. Simpson or something, what was it? Magic Johnson? San Jose Jack Johnson. Yeah, San Jose Jack Johnson. Let's see what we got here, dude. The first one's sponsored by Rhonda XX. Ronda XX. Art on a Super Bowl commercial. Yeah, dude, nuts, right? Cool. Great guy, never met him. Denied for success. Imagine if the Super Bowl commercial fucking put a line over his face, dude. They left it out nuts.
William, dog, I Tyreek Hill my knee. I might have to take off Yom Kippur for health reasons. It was a davening related injury that gives me any street cred. Dog, my fucking knee. I'm not kidding. I was taking a shit, allegedly, and I was like, dog, my knee is fucked up. I feel like I sprained it. Could be an ACL tear, though. Could be an MCL cafeteria tear.
Next one is posted by Dana White's mom. New Netflix
chop bombs on JRE and embarrasses himself. I like the dumbass. It's so funny. There's an arrow pointing to him that says dumbass. Don't sleep on the diesel head. Oh, dude. He's got so many, like, hats. I know I've talked about him. That's him crying in the back. The Gringo Poppy. Like, his laughing, crying, laughing at Mr. Whole Foods. The diesel hat reminds me of that stupid Patriot hat. But it's Patriot, but it's like the Marlboro. Yeah. He's so fucking stupid. God, he's stupid. His hats make him look dumber. Right? Not like this hat. Tebo's I got no merch. Let's see. The next one's going to be posted by Dandy Kaufman, too. Guy who, quote, discovered Jelly Roll says Kendrick was not mainstream and black rappers aren't artists. Okay, I'm not ready for this week's episode. You can't say that. I don't think you can say that, can you? I mean, you shouldn't say that. That's what you said. Kendrick Lamar's like a platform. No, it's silly. It's not real beef. It also sells records.
Smells functional bicycle. I think I can beat that.
So it gets the best shock each other. Also, imagine speaking down on Kendrick more than Bryce Mitchell do. Yeah, that's not good. That's a good point. Yeah, it's like, oh, Kendrick just did. You may not like his music, but you know, all he did was songs. Bryce Mitchell said Hitler was good. You know what though? I would like to hear his opinion on Kanye West. His brain is exploding a bit. He's just like, what do I say? He's black, but he said the same thing as Bryce Mitchell. Yeah, what's Chin doing? Why isn't he like Chin should do an emergency meeting? We got it. Everybody that has to say about Kanye. Maybe they did it. We missed it, or not even for the audience, just for me. It's like Drake's Connor and Kendrick's been Jose Aldo. Drake's Connor and what he's saying, Kendrick's is Jose Aldo. No, he's on Jeopardy, and he just said, worst analogies ever for $500. That's, no, Drake is definitely Jose Aldo, because he gets knocked out mad fast. If you're saying who won, yeah, Kendrick would be, who the fuck is this guy? Jose needed a Connor to bring him to life. So Kendrick, even though hip-hop heads love him, he was never mainstream, really. Not like Drake. He needed Drake to bring credit, right? Because he was, like, considered more of an artist or more of a... No, but both, what does that even mean? Both fucking rapping. Well, what's more than shit is a rap? No, it's rap. Oh my god. Chop does not think that rap is art. I'm kind of surprised by that, to be honest. Right? Because what about lowbrows? Yeah. He's kind of good douchey lowbrows. He loves that shit. You have rap open your comedy special. Yeah. Big boy squad. You know, that's music. They're not really artists. What? I think both of them are artists. How do you think Jelly Roll is art? Oh, yeah. That is not art. Dude, you're fucking killing it with the fucking thing. Yeah, both Kendrick and Drake are way better than Jelly Roll. Wait a minute, what are you doing? You think Jelly Roll's good? I think Kendrick's in his own little lane. I'm not interested in saying what's better or worse. I like Kendrick a lot more. But, okay, you know, I think Drake is kind of like skinny Jelly Roll, honestly. Oh, okay. Yeah, musically, I mean, honestly, way more talented than Jelly Roll. Oh, Drake, right? Yeah, but still kind of like the ends meet them, you know. I'm of the opinion that Jelly Roll is pretty bad. I'm not into that kind of music at all. But, so you don't like Drake at all? Yeah, I don't have a pussy, so... Okay, I don't like Drake. That was my impression of Fred and China. It's not fucking... He's not like us, Drake. You heard it here, folks. I saw Brendan Chop sing this song. He said, I like balls on my chin. Instead of saying, not like us. We'll read the comments on that. I don't give a fuck. Do you read the comments? I can't do that about the white corner. Six. I'm on the shop side. Well, yeah, when you're doing that, yeah. No, I'm on the shop side. Like, if you look at this, I can't do that. Look at this. We're trying to go shopping. I'm on the shop side. Oh, shit. I don't want to be a accountant, son. You're the accountant. I'm like, dude, you're the one that's forced to do shows. Listen. Like, come on, man.
And it's his birthday, 22 years old. Damn. Crazy little fucking baller. Wow. Little baller, dude. And he get. What was the white corner thing? He's just. Oh, white corner bag. God, and all in one clip? No, well, like when he went.
So it says he does not become Ben Sora
Big
until
boy
he
squad.
steals money and he uses that money
Big
to
boy
purchase
nation.
meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a Ben Sora Umar. Shinemar, the pasuk says, Zolel v'sove. So this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? V'amru al-sekei Rabbi says Sora Umora and Zolel v'sove. Literally, again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? Glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. And the Gemara says, how do you know that Zolel v'sove means wine, right? How do you know that? The Gemara says, no, it's not explicit. Is Sove lebasa. You see over here the Russian of Sove, don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be, again, a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay, let's say so. This is Mishkan and Soramara. Incredible. Now let's analyze. Some Rabbi says, Tartimar is in the mountain. Remember again, the Tanakh said that the amount of meat for which a Ben Solar Umora is chayiv, if he steals money and buys it, is a tartima. So some going to Gemara and says, Rabbi Zera says, I don't know how much is a tartima. What is that? So Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi, the yayin, nimsa kofa af the basar, nimsa tartima chatimana. So what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakh. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakh's measurements, right? Because again, remember, the Tanakh says, tartimar of meat, a half a load of wine. Rabbi Yossi says a mana of meat and 1 load of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the Pash just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartimar? A half a mana. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how much meat that is in the session. Right? So a half a mana. So that's not focus. Rabbi Yossi Tanakh. Incredible. That's another. So I'm going to just about that. Just Steady Daniel is working on getting together a kabula that needs before the daf in the morning, or it doesn't have to be whatever kabula wants to be. And then also, whatever he sees about that, chazer over the shakla v'tariyah, just the give and take of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again we try to try to pause at different stages of the Gemara just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand when the Gemara right here, you can even just mark it off from the Gemara, so you see what the beginnings and the ends. So you see over here again, that's just the unit of discussion that just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakh. Next, Amrav Kana Bar Molda, Amrav Huda. Eno Chayiv and Sisari is the striking fellow at the second end of the second table. Right, good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. Right? I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So Gemara says as follows: Amrav Kana Bar Molda, Amrav Huda. Eno Chayiv. Atida Basar Bisol, the Yocha Yayin Bisol, the Yishka Bitsib Bisolo Bisol. So this is very interesting. Before he gives another qualification, the Buddha says, the only time you become Ben Sora Mora is when Halacha L'Maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't, this is what I said, you can't become a Ben Sora Mora if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. You're going to forget about Ben Sora Mora. Right? So you only have Halacha L'Maisa Ben Sora Mora if you get at a discount. Now what's the shot of that? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin Bizol. About Yokim or Shlichi made most. Also, remember again, let's work backwards. Because we've already seen this, but we'll see more specifically today. Why is a Ben Sora Mora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is It only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine, that's the chab, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a shtickle addiction going on over there. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Furthermore, he's only chayiv if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now the Gemara says, 1 second. You eat raw meat, undiluted wine. That's not true. That's not true. That brother was saying it's a statement that if he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. So the Gemara says, no. Yain chai is muzzled v'lo muzzled. No, undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully dilution. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right, so the wine is stronger. That's the chai. Right? What does it mean? Basar chai. This is incredible. What does it mean? Raw meat. Raw meat doesn't mean more raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashio v'lo bashio. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kiba da'achlod ganfi. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right across. Basar kiba da'achlod ganfi. Kavya b'gecholim. The kavase be'iralim, the nichbe v'nich olizachot. It's fascinating. How did thieves eat their meat? How did they eat their meat? Right? They seared it. They seared it on the outside. It was rare on the inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time for eating everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halachic Jew. That's all. Apparently, just the rest of the chevra who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's not on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon nefesh. That's all I'm saying. Right? Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their meat. Pan-seared steak is mamish a micro of Yanovish. Okay? That's a mic drop right there. Okay? So if you get that in the shop of the carrier, right? The word says, so again, we'll say, so all of this also, remember, what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, tomorrow, what does this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the move, they're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and they eat it. So this is something from a young age. Exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. The Gemara goes like that. This is fascinating. So Rabbi Yosef said as follows. Both of them said, if the Sarmar eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Ben Sarmar. Now, this is very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah's perspective, non-habit forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore, again, non-habit forming. So therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents, who uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go and buy wine right off the press, halakha again, that does not make him into a base or more. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is writing for us. They're not important, they're not chashuv, therefore, ultimately, again, they're not habit forming. So it's such a, right? Okay, we'll come back to this for a little bit. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, turn hustle. Now, obviously, the shaila is going to be, what's the definition of salted meat? And what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next pillar of business. So we'll say, this is the fascinating halacha. It's not hustle. All part of our sugya. Erev Tisha B'Av. So on Erev Tisha B'Av, we'll say Sugim of seconds. Right? Remember again, we should always recognize in halacha, 2 times a year you have Sugim of seconds. Right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur. But of course, they are worlds apart. Right? They're worlds apart. The Sugim of seconds before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yontif Suda. Right? It is a celebratory Suda, excited for the cleansing and the tshuva that's about to come. It's interesting, even honestly, when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to Mamish cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, is a morning meal, right? With M-O-U-R, right? A mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in, there are restrictions on that meal. So therefore, the Gemara says, awesome. Erev Tisha B'Av, lo yochel adam shnei tafshilin. A person should not eat two cooked foods. At the Sukkot seconds, you can't have two different cooked foods. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have beef jerky at your Sukkot seconds? You can. You can. Interestingly enough, you could have salted meat. Right? You could have salted meat and you could have wine if there's any left in the belt. Right? Right? So you could have salted meat and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. Nevertheless, I'm saying now, before what does that show you? What does that show you? That shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's strange. To say mamish means that it's not basar and it's not yayin. So the Gemara says, so the people. Basar maliyach, now obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So basar maliyach and kamot. So let's say this is interesting. Obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and suddenly again that's salted meat. What in other words, when we speak about salted meat, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliyach? So the Gemara says as follows: basar maliyach ad kama. So as long as it's on shlamim, let's say, what does that mean? The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, once you've salted meat for 2 days and 1 night, that's called salted meat, and it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. When we say loses its identity as meat, if you eat it, deflations. Right? I don't know, just to be clear, right? There's going to be deflations. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So if Ben Sorah Mora steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not chayiv. You want to eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av, you can eat that meat even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that seems so. If you look at Rashi says there, Kol Mashu Kishlamim, Shelo Avar Alav Zman Akila Shlamim, Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad, Adayin Belich L'chusahu, V'lo Shri Maliyach. So let's say, so this is the idea. The window of shlamim is our metric. You can eat shlamim for 2 days and 1 night. So to again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, then Mora is not going to be chayiv for it. And halach l'maisa, you can eat it even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Up until what point in time is wine called wine for the best? I want to understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine was good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When it's, the Gemara says, ad kama kol mashu toses, when it's fermented. Toses means fermenting. That was apparently, Rashi points out earlier, the way you know that wine is fermenting is like a stick of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's yayin. So everyone will say again, for our purpose. So that's finished. Actually, just pause it for a second. So therefore, what we are establishing over here is that Ben Sorah Mora is chayiv for stealing money and purchasing wine and meat. We've established already from Mishnah, Yisrael V'Sobei, Machlokes, how much he has to steal, how much wine, how much meat. But now, definitionally, wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah called it Italian wine, but right now the Gemara is just saying it's got to be wine. Wine for our purposes means it's not fermented. It's not fermented. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? Allah, when I say any meat that is sat in salt for at least 2 days and 1 night. Let's go back to that time. So the Gemara says, we learned Yain Toses Imam Mishon Gilui, that fermenting wine of Osa is not subject to the halach of Gilui. Remember again, what halach of Gilui? The halacha says that if you leave mashkin, if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are we concerned about? What is Gemara concerned about? Snake venom. Now, let's point out that we know this Shofar brings down that today many people aren't acting on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out, overnight. But we do drink it the next day. So Gemara says that's because again we live in locales where venomous snakes are not really as common, and that's why again we see in general people are not common. In any event, the point over here is frothing, right? Fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently, snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. So, how long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently, for the first 3 days after the wine is first created, after it's pressed, it's still in the state of fermentation. And therefore, again, there's no issue of gilui. So it's interesting enough. So the reason we must bring this up over here is beforehand we said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. Here it says 3 days. Now the consequence, it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what the halacha of Ben Sora Mar? We need to know what kind of wine is he chayiv for stealing. Hachamai. So the Gemara says Hasan Mishum Simchahu. So ultimately, again, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Tisha B'Av, when it comes to Tisha B'Av, so remember again, it's a din in Simcha. So therefore, again, as long as the meat is like shlamim, i.e., it's been salted for less than 2 days and 1 night, then it's considered to be meat, and there's going to be an element of Simcha. By then, Sora Maravosai, it's not a din in Simcha. What is it a din in? What is it a din in? Addiction. That's the development. I hesitate to use that word addiction. That word is often used very loosely. But we're using now, we're worried about them being drawn into a particular lifestyle. So the Gemara says, in order for the Ben Sora Mora to be a fear of addiction to the high life, so ultimately, again, it has to be something of really high quality. So even if halacha l'maisa is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a din, or that would not be subject ultimately again to Ben Sora and Mora. The yayin ad mem yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting, and therefore halacha l'maisa the Ben Sora Mora would not be chayiv for that. And I will say that happens to be, it appears from the Gemara. That halacha l'maisa that for Ben Sora or Mora, we adopt the shlamim metric. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted being 2 days and 1 night, if he steals money and purchases, that meat is not going to be chayiv. He's only chayiv if he purchases what we'll call fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayiv for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But if it's still frothing, then ultimately again it's not going to be chayiv. Incredible. We'll say beautiful Gemara. Amar Chanan, lo nivra ba'olam, Amar Chanan, lo nivra yayin ba'olam. Why did Hashem create wine? Right? We'll say it's a good shayla. Wine, it's interesting by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine, right? A bris milah has wine. A chuppah has wine, right? We're going to see a levaya had wine. Everything has wine. Yet, we see that Chazal say that wine could get you into so much trouble. So what's the pshat? Why did the Rebbe Shalom really create wine? So you know, incredible Gemara. Hashem created wine. El lenachim adelim or l'shayim schal l'rishayim. Hashem created wine really for 2 primary purposes. Number 1, to give comfort to mourners. And let's say that what does this mean? If you remember again, the Gemara Masechtas Moed. Remember again, we learned that when the adelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. And they were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? You understand why? Because what did it do? It took the edge off. A little bit. Right? It didn't take away the pain, but ultimately, again, it went ahead and soothed. There's a tremendous Moshe Haskell on this. So what does this mean? So you're going to give the Aval a cup of wine. What does it do for them? Well, in life, there are 2 different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix, and they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to lean into it, is how to embrace it is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a light deep breath, bend my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. And listen, we all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens when you have 3 glasses of wine? I'm getting the blank looks over here, right? What happens because 2 azukos, right? 2 azukos, right? I have 3 glasses of wine. Suddenly again, you know what? Problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. We need at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problems, right? With 3, right? I know my problems are still there. But you know what? Hey, I'll handle it. When, how, what? I don't know. But I know I got this. The stuff that looks impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. One second. It's such a trend. So why did Hashem create wine? Hashem created wine to help us take that collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, for the other, I just lost someone that I love. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That is so good one, says the Gemara. Furthermore, on the shine, it's called the shine. I will say, but again, without the wine, also the Ashkafa also applies. Life's problems in 2 different buckets. The one you can solve, the one you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, lean into it. Embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, furthermore, wine was also created for a shine. What does this mean? Even the greatest of Rishon, right? Even the most wicked person does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And halacha l'maisa deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for Rishon. But they get their reward in this world, judgment and punishment in the next world. Tinu shechar la'ovei nefesh. Tinu shechar la'ovei v'yayin l'mari nefesh. Literally again, giving intoxicating beverage la'ovei to the one who is lost. Which Gemara understand to the Rasha, and give wine to those who are bitter of soul. What does it mean when it says the pasuk? So be careful with wine, because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the Rishayim red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So the Rishayim get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, that they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning again, so enjoy it, Rishayim, right? Enjoy the wine, and enjoy whatever's coming to you in this world, because know that judgment awaits you in the world to come. Rava Amar Al Yain Kiyis Adam, Al Yain Shacharis Adam. Be careful with wine. Because we'll say sometimes too much consumption of wine can lead to blood, meaning can lead to certain deleterious results. The panoramic sieve shows a kind of contrast to psukim. On one hand, it says Tirash Vikarinon Tirosh. So we'll say it's quoting over here. It's quoting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachos. These are the brachos of Yitzchak Avinu to Yaakov. V'yitin lecha Elokim. Again, it says so much Shabbos. V'yitin lecha Elokim. V'chalashayim mishmani haaretz. V'rov dagon v'sirosh. The Bible says sirosh means grapes. But what the Gemara is pointing out over here is it's written chased, it's written without the vav. So it could be read as tirash, right? It could be looked right. You see it as tirash, but yet we read it as tirosh. So we'll say, what's the difference? Listen to this. Zacha naaseh rosh. Lo zacha naaseh rosh. So we'll say, alcohol, wine, could be used in one of 2 ways. Alcohol could be used chas v'shalom as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement, right? Any person can engage in all type of terrible behaviors, or sometimes we're both saying, sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, it lowers some of those inhibitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. As we'll say, sometimes whether we recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. Like I don't, so we put up walls. PHS speaks about this so much. We put up walls around our neshama. And those walls, we block ourselves from fully spiritually self-actualizing. Sometimes a little bit of wine comes in. The walls come down. And my real neshama is able to come out. So interesting that the same thing, wine, could either be tea rash means like a bottle, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks the basement, and for other people, tea rosh, like a rosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rabbi says, Yismach or Yishmach, Bikarinon Yismach. So again, according to the passage, Yain Samach Lebal Enosh. Wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. It's Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, Zach the sample. The person is righteous, then ultimately again, wine will go ahead and cause the person much joy. Lo Zachav, if I'm not the person is not Zocha, Mishamamehi. Wine could destroy you. So let's say the whole chap of wine. See, without wine, we'll say anyone could project an image of personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out of the inner you. And it will say, then when that inner you comes out, that's when it truly comes out. So the shaila is, who am I really on the inside? Am I a Rasha Chas Yisrael masquerading as a tzaddik? Or perhaps, again, a mediocre guy, or I should say, I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, a little bit of wine is able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Incredible. Rabbi said, wine and nice smells, like aromatic smells, made me very smart. What Rabbi was saying is like this, that a little bit of wine helped me to access a lot of my inner kedusha, and wasn't like in the scent of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember when Hashem created Adam and Chava, the Torah says, "Vayipach ba'apach," Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Which is why Matzah Shabbos we have the summon, right? Why we have the summon? That's why some people have the custom to smell the summon on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that unlock the neshama. Incredible. Amar Bamram, very good Shem Barabba. Also, by the way, it's interesting. Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that made you smart. What about like learning? Right? I came to Shir, I went to yeshiva, I went to this. So I say, what you see from Rabbi is something very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insights. Right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time like on external things. I dabble a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder like, why doesn't it have the full impact on you? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rabbi says, you're right, of course I learned about Torah, Rabbi says. Of course I learned about Torah. But in addition to all the Torah, Rabbi says, I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and summit represent. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am, about what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. Because of that, because I'm in touch with my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Lemi avi, lemi avoy, lemi medanim, lemi siach, lemi pitzan chino, lemi chach lilos inayim, lema'achrin al yain lebayim machrim masa. Let's interpret this pasuk now. So this pasuk that we're putting over here is from Mishlei. And essentially what Shlomo Melech is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says as follows. Ultimately, however you interpret this pasuk, what the pasuk essentially is saying is, who's the one who has to say woe? Who's the one who has to say, who's the one who says I? Who's the one who says vavai? Right? So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge? And the end of the pasuk is, those who spend too much time with wine. And remember, Shlomo Melech understood this firsthand, because Shlomo Melech had everything. So Shlomo Melech also understood, and we'll get into this more, about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So the Gemara says, you can dash in this pasuk from the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Darash Obed Galila. Yud Gimel Vav. So what's it? Right. So Darish over Galileo. So a certain guy who lived in the Galileo darshan the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he made the following drasha. What was his drasha? Listen to this. This is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vavin Ne'emru B'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Let's remember again. The first time we have mention of wine is where? Noah. So 13 vavs in the section of Noah with wine. If you look at Rashi is over here. Yud Gimel Vav in Lashon Vai. So we'll say, so what does that mean? Now, Vav, remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, loose translation of Vai is Vai. Right? Vai means Va. So what this Galilean was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of U's, a lot of woes in the section concerning wine by Noah. So you must listen to this. Now we got here they are. Two vowels right there. Again, you'll count as we go along. So Vayichal, Vayesh. So again, when Noach cut off the teva, the first thing he did was he planted a vineyard. Right? Vayera or Vayar Chama Vikinan es Erbas Aviv. Vayagei l'shtein echad b'chutz. Right? So Cham. So remember again, Noach gets drunk. Falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of disrobement. Ham sees his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another vav. Shem, V'yafis, another vav. Esa Simba, Vayasimu, another vav. Al Shechem Shneim. So Ham does nothing. Right? Well, actually, he does something, but so Shem and Yafes come, they walk in backwards, they cover up their father. Vayelch, another vav. Acharonis, Vayachas, another vav. Eserva Savim, Upanim, another vav. Vayikatz Noach, another vav. Noach wakes up, from his wine. Vayed, another vav. Eis asher asalo b'Noach. So we'll say this is the story of Noah. Remember again, Cham just sees his father, doesn't do anything, tells his brothers, Shem and Yafes come, and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noach wakes up, and the pasuk says Noach knew what his son Cham did. Rabbi Shmuel, so Moses, obviously, it's interesting. Obviously, Cham did something to Noah. The issue is the pasuk doesn't say what Cham did to Noah. So it's machlokas. Rabbi Shmuel, Chad Amar Sirsu. One opinion says that Cham castrated his father. The Chad Amar Rabbi. Other opinion says that Cham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? One who says that he castrated him until kill over Rabbi. So one says castrated, and why would Cham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Cham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, so Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. Who was Cham's 4th son? Cham's 4th son, was Cush. Kush. Right? Sorry, Kush is for the Canaan. Right? So Cham's 4 sons were Kush, Mitzrayim, and Put Canaan. So just like Cham prevented Noah from having a 4th son, Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. The one who says that he sodomized him, Bayar, Ksifafa Bayar Cham, right? Vikinan, as Erbas Aviv, Ksivasam, Bayar Osa Shechem ben Hamor, when Shechem abducted and violated him. And again, the Rabbi says, Chazal tell us that he violated him with Yir Shalot Darkot. So ultimately, again, so it makes sense. The one who says that he castrated him, but rather than having a 4th son, it makes sense. Then that Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. But according to the one who says that he sodomized him, why didn't he curse his 4th son? Why not just curse his 1st son? To which the Gemara says, according to that they sodomized him, we both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay? No life lessons there. Okay, Gemara says follows. So I'll say, so what happens? So the pasuk says Noach profaned himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, I will say, so just to point out over here, the Lashon over here is incredibly important. The Ribono Shel Olam is bringing Noach to task for the first thing that he does in the new world is he plants a vineyard. That's Lashon of Chulin. He profaned himself. Someone of Armini Morocco. exactly. Noah, right? Noah, Noah, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're doing coming from the vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? Shalom. Garam lo elayayin. Listen, it's quiet. What caused Adam and Chava to make their mistake? It was wine. It was wine. So the Gemara says, now one second, what does that mean? We're going to see, interestingly enough, that there is a fundamental machlokas. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from it? Remember, when they ate from the 8th das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? There's machlokas. Desanya, Vayomer Omer, Osi L'Sha'achal Adam Arishon Geffen Hara. So we'll say, first opinion of Meir says it was grapes. It was grapes. The forbidden fruit was grapes. So as such, Adam Arishon's sin was committed with grapes. So now Noah gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? The first thing that he plants? Grapes. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not learn from Adam Arishon? I'll say, I'm a base. She'ain, the fuck, double Shemidi, the wrong of Adam Arishon. And also, if the Meir says, now where does the Meir get this from? It's almost as if the Meir backs into this, because the Meir says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like war. Obviously, I will say, it's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, we extol all of the greatness of wine, the power of wine, the beauty of wine. But wherever you have the possibility for extreme kedusha, which is what wine has, you also have the powerful extreme debasement. Which I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, I sort of cover up here, which is why it really is important, besides supporting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink Israeli wine. Really, again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. It's absolutely. I don't have like shares in everything. That's what I'm doing. It's not a business thing. We live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is producing the most beautiful and award-winning wines. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. Wine, you see for yourself, wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our wine is coming from a place of Kedushin power. So if I know at least that wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's growing on every soil of Eretz Yisrael, I absolutely know that. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. That if wine comes from the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a Kedushin that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more published way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, the infomercial is over. In any event, so the Gemara says, the Gemara says, therefore, wine, right? Wine comes along, elegant. So therefore, again, that's why for Baruch Hu brings Noah to the task. How can you go ahead? And be planting wine that other should run into trouble with wine? But Rabbi says, no, it wasn't wine. What was it? It was wheat. The 8th is fascinating. The 8th das Tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Gan Eden? Or just maybe 8 was just more of like a description, not to be taken literally? But eventually, this as it was wheat. Because interestingly enough, wheat in Desmond, when a child begins, it's interesting because wheat really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again, there's a certain level of das that comes with that. But in the Chemio says, no, it was a pig. I will say why, because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember, after Adam and Chava eat when they eat das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognized that they were naked. So what they covered themselves. Now Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because again, that was the tree with which they would have had hands. By the way, just fascinating, it's very machlokas as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number 1, grapes. Opinion number 2, wheat. Opinion number 3, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find mentioned in Chazal? Apples, right? So where does that come from? Right? Because that Adam and Chava ate the apples. So we'll say it's an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, Yitzchak thinks that it's Esav, and remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, Re'eh, Reach, Reach Masada. The scent of my son is the scent of the field. Rashi HaKadosh says scent of the field. The fight when somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, he says Yaakov Yitzchak was referring to Reach Masada was Gan Eden. And Rashi HaKadosh quotes Medrash that says, what's the Reach of Gan Eden? When Eden smells, stay capuchin, like an apple orchard. And Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, again, and that's a fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, so it became assumed that Adam Chava ate from an apple. But Lamaisa, you see over here, there is no mandomer that says it was an apple. One of these many things. According to the opinion that says that Allah Lamaisa it was grapes. So the Shmuel takes Noach to task for going ahead and planting grapes. We'll say Masa Asher Yisarsu Imo. Okay, so these are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Right? King Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Even kings get chastised by their mother. So what is this? First I will say, who is Lemuel? So Rashi points out over here, Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Ma'asav HaKachmos HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We'll say Lemuel is a fraction of two words. Lamo Kel. That all he was an attribute to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what's the other this Gemara? Shamalach was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. So Bathsheba, remember again. So Shamalach's mother is Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry parents could get with children, right? I must say, this is an adult son. This is an adult son. She tied him to a post. She wasn't really going to flog him. She wanted to put a little fear of God into him. So Bamrlo, she said to him, Maburi, Umar Bar Bitni, Umar Bar Mitri. She said to him, what are you doing, my son? Like Maburi, my son, the son of my womb, the son of my vow. What are you doing? So he was saying, Maburi, what was Bathsheba chastising Shlomo about? Akol Yodim, Shavicha Yari Shamayim. Everyone knows your father David HaMelech is such a big tzaddik. What's the point you see is Shlomo was living the high life. Right? He's the son of a king. Right? He's got money. He's good looking. He's got everything going for him. See, he's living a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she says to him is, you know what people are going to say? Tell him it's a tzaddik. It must be that this side of Shlomo, that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So people are going to hinge all of your overindulgent behavior on me. Omar Bar Bishmi, and the son of my womb, all of your fathers, otherwise, once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the king. From Chazal's perspective, so relations during pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So Bathsheba said to her son, said to Shlomo, me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father in order that you would be a healthy and vibrant child. Very interesting to have parent-child conversation, right? But Lamaisa again, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and this is what you give me back. Umar Barbari, what's he not to do? We'll stop over here, both sides. Again, we're fine, by the way. It happened to get short in Makkos, so we're gonna be fine. What's the rush? What's the rush? She got it from one, so we got to this. All right, Kabra Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
If I'm running a road and I dressed you up like a furry or something and you sit standing like you're in it, no, that'd be kind of cool, right? If you were just next to me.
Okay, good morning.
Well, shut it down, you will. If I remember, I'll do it, dude.
Today's daf is Sanhedrin daf Samach Tes. We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors of the year 5785, the Tulsa Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, as is supposed for the Surah Tevis for all of Hamis, for all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Dationi sponsor for this morning, Mel and Karen Ram, Leela Ishmael's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak. Mordechai Ben Yitzchak have a Leela related families who have in the covenant. We're going to begin in Daf Samach Tes on the days, and we begin with the 4 lines up at the bottom, Kliga, the Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav Kislev, who tells us another exception to the halachas of Ben Sora and Moreh. That is that the Ben Sora and Moreh cannot be a father. Just to quickly quote it, he says, Amar Rav Kislev, Kontak Seholid, Ein Beno, Nasa, Kontak Seholid, Ein Beno, Nasa Ben Sora Moreh. Just as halacha is, if the Kontak gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sora Moreh. Why? It says in the pasuk, Le'ish Ben. The son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this Ben is not an ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halachas of Ben Sora Moreh. Now the Gemara is going to spend an entire Amud today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's the discussion of tomorrow. Speaking the Rabbi who is telling us the public is trying to exclude the child of a child, who must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The speaking the Rabbi is that's arguing. Rabbi, why? Rabbi says the child ain't a molar. A child cannot give birth. Never, but the possible in English goes. This is something about the halacha of Gezel Ager. There's a halacha for and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes his oath, he takes his wood, he steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. It's lied. Halacha is that you have to see the person that carries the person of former business, and you have to read his former. Now the Bible says that if he's in English, if this person has already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of this estate. Halacha is, and the payments go to the Torah. The word of Torah is possible, but the age of the other is crossed in the wall of the person doesn't have any relatives. Everybody's got some relatives. Even if you don't have that many relatives, you can go back generation, find somebody who believes it. Actually, doesn't say that there's a person who does not have a goel. Hell of a Gezel Ager comes to Gary because the Dabber is looking at a person who steals from his convert. The convert collectively is not going to have his family unless he gets married to his own family. Now, the Amar Ish says very clearly in the Pasuk that the aim la ish goel. If the ish does not have anybody as the redeemer. Then the Pasuk says ish has to start last if the person who you stole from was an ish, you have to start reviewing in years for garland if you have water balances who can actually pick up the payment for it. They laugh or if not. However, Katan, if the person who was stolen from is the child, we have to start the love, you do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? The child is a convert to the Yeshua in the garland. It's obvious from your family member why the child is not father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has a relative, therefore don't bother with them. Clearly we see the rabbis have the opinion that a child cannot father another child. Clearly, it's stark contrast with this because this says the whole possible teach you that the child as a child, that child is going to be exempt from the entire concept of the Torah. Well, it's possible to possible Rabbi asks the following question. Ish, it says in the Pasuk, this is not supposed to be Rashi, that we show what this is talking about with Rashi. Rashi tells us this is talking about a person who has an affair with a shippa chalupa. Chalupa is a shippa who is considered to be halfway free and halfway still a servant, because she's married to an individual. The person has an affair with her, that person gets malchus but does not get misa. Also says this, Haley, I only know this halacha is true if we're supposed to be back in it. Then test son of Yonatan Roy Labia. How do I know that he's a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day he's technically able to engage in the Bia? How do I know that this person is going to be included in the parsha? And below where it says V'ish, concept of Bia. And including the concept of Bia, that means he has the physical ability just to perform the Bia. He's able to perform the Bia physically, and also be able to be Moshe Fazera. He gets to be Fazera because if he can't, that would be the fundamental flaw in the Bia. If you're saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce the Sarah, then obviously what should happen is the father or child, of course, is Yesov in the mode. Yes, you can't actually physically perform the Bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is this like? What's the heavy something? This is similar to the grain that only grew 1/3, that did not grow 1/3. She tells us if you try to plant that, it's not going to grow. The same thing with a tree. You can have a seed, you have a kernel, if you try to plant it, and it will grow. The same thing is true when it comes to the child. He will be able to perform the Bia, but the action of the Bia is
How are you?
strong enough to actually produce the child. Okay, so it's possible that
Yo, can you hear me?
correct, that the child cannot produce.
Yo,
They
Liz,
just be a ton of.
somebody arose.
It's just be a ton they learn. Another.
Yo, can you hear me? Yo, do you speak English? Go fuck yourself. English.
It's a childish thing, really. I mean, these guys haven't really grown up. I mean, neither have I, but I try to pretend like I am, and it's like the illusion of an adult, right? I like that. But they don't even, they're like, nah, dude, guns, cigar, fucking drugs, like, fucking that shit. I'm 45, I had 12 beers last night. I'm 15. Yeah, they're like, I fucking showed my cock to a 3-year-old. They're like, what the fuck? I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's see here. Survival, that's a promotion. We'll see. This is posted by psychic scientist Tim Kennedy gets blackballed from the fire ministry thing. Tim Kennedy probably going to pick any other bit. So it's just a bunch of negative comments. Oh, there are some things we need to clarify. Tim Kennedy is not and has never been an employee of Beta as an European influencer staccato. What is staccato? I don't know. Alright, well, he's getting gadushed. That's funny. That's like his toes. It's a sandals company. The flops. I'll tell you that for Beta. Read the room, y'all. Posted by Haphazard. We haven't seen this right now. I don't think so. Let's see what this is. I'll tell you the biggest thing, the most wildest thing I made of all the Grammys, Kendrick Lamar wins Grammy of the Year. You're not like us. The entire crowd filled with pedos. Start lyricking, mimicking his lyrics. I mean, all of that was pretty redacted.
I fucking did it.
My buddy Cootie here, filled with Graves' disease. He sounded like Vince McMahon. Fire. Really? Yeah. The Drake word. Minor, and fucking Beyonce's dancing. Meanwhile, her husband Jay-Z's under investigation for a minor. It's so weird. So weird. It's read the room. Yeah, read. Really, dude?
Allegations of the 40-year-old comic-hand actor has been sexually harassing underage girls began surfacing this week after one alleged victim claimed that the Netflix series You Actor once asked her for nude pictures, knowing that she was underage.
Yeah, shop, take that. Fucking idiot. You dummy. Read the room, y'all. Let's see, this is posted by 12 Washing Beard, an all-time classic that still holds up today. That's facts. That's facts. Going to the years talking at the water cooler because it's me every day. And also give a shout out to whoever posted that because, like, dude, I mean, you just nailed it. Sick poster. Yeah, one of the best. The album art doesn't get enough shout out, like the Mexican flag, dude. The fucking cool tattoos. Yeah, that's a great fucking thing. Yeah. This is easily the funniest Callahan has been.
That's great. Great moment. Never seen it. Let's see this one. In any facet was like meme time. I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but continues to defend Bryce. Nuts. Let's see. This is Horror Nothing 979. Bishwab riding an electric car in Zimbabwe. Yeah, I saw this one already. Howard consistently offline driving the stop and go and heavy on the brake. It's taking everything you need to not puke all over this lovely test. Yeah, I mean, fucking real men don't drive electric cars. That's why. That's why you want to puke. Yeah, you're van one of those things. You're fucking pussy guys. Yeah, is this a pussy driving or is that a van? Yeah, he's got the mask on. He's probably been next to it 1,000 times. Probably moved for Kamala 1,000 times. Even his ears like. He's not a fucking. He would last a day in Austin. Other shit's. Have you ever been with this? No, dude. I have. Really? Yeah. Where are you okay?
Oh, what an amazing job.
Yeah, dude, it's nuts. I was in one for the first time, not too recently.
Rank 79th.
I did when my mom, when I was getting, when she was having me, like the day I was born, they didn't even go, they didn't get like an ambulance. They drove her to the hospital in a truck. In the back. Just like this. The bed, the truck bed. Because my dad was like, dude, you're a truck family. Yeah, you were delivered on the wheel well. Always been a Porsche family. Goes by Ford. I rolled down the thing that you, what's the thing that you flop out? I don't know things before you bring them up. Well, tailgate. I rolled down the tailgate. Yep. Horror Nothing 979 post. This one's always been a Porsche family. Explores the streets of Texas. Good for her. You gotta always be looking for your next move, right? That's what fucking successful people do. Yep. I speak for all California when I say good riddance. The Graph experiment posted this. Denmark is reportedly planning on increasing tariffs for frozen by 500% for the U.S. only. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck. Oh, shit. The tariffs. Yeah, gonna be bad news for Brennan. Yeah. Various Concept 2615 posted this one. Get the fryers ready. Jerry Fight Companion. Damn, that's today, dude. Dicey. People are asking if we're gonna do a stream today. Hell no, dude. I'm barely awake. Nah, fam. Damn, but I'm excited for that. Yeah. It's with the four. Who's this other guy? Is that Joey Diaz last week? That's that. I forget his name. Brian Simpson. It's Brian Simpson. Man, something. Sarah? Yes. Okay. Shout out to them. I'll be watching from my apartment. Let's see. This is haphazard. The guys finally heard him say Super Bowl. Let's hear. Okay, it's called the Super Bowl. Oh, I say oh. Hey, don't be like some kind of European. And that's a Super Bowl or the night. He's like a terrible Uber driver. What do you got in the Super Bowl? Guys, I'm going to say something real quick. I'm going to Star Wars to get this new thing called Cortado.
Yo, what up, Michael? Michael, how you living? Can you hear me? Michael. Yo, dog, you had a great game, but you douchey personality. No way. Get better now.
He just found out what just like you just found out you're super bald. I just found out what I go to the band called Foreigners. It's the movie with it's Dracula. Oh, is it that take place in the Super Bowl? Yeah. Dracula was actually alive in the Super Bowl. I know, my name is Dracula. I'm in the Super Bowl. I'm sorry. Culture, but that's how you say it. Dracula's idea is like the black Dracula. Suck your blood out your neck, bitch. This shit. Yo, where's Dracula? You ever see me in a mirror? No. Exactly. I love horror, deuces. I love horrors. What if they had a meeting before the show? Like, all right, Rabbi, gotta be honest with you. Like, a lot of the content making funny was doing pretty good. They show charts. They're like, okay, so this episode, me and Gary or Good Montes are gonna talk about how you say our wrong. And like, we've researched and these are the bits that we're gonna try out. And we're gonna somebody goes genius. That's awesome. Let's do it. It's like, what are you talking about? And then they're like, we're starting with Super Bowl. He's like, no, come on. Eric was like, he said terrible. We work hard. Like, why is Eric gonna be terrible? Just because it worked. Eric is a little bit, blockbuster. Stop on Eric's side here. You know, you're a Uber driver, so where are we? America, dude. Speak English. All right. Fair enough. Take me to my motherfucking Chipotle, dog. Come on, we're Chipotle. Jeez, you gonna get the Chipotle, stack it up with a wheat that's toast. You get a chicken ball, or a burrito ball, chicken ball. Same thing. All right, Papa's next drift, posted by Peter Gooch Sr. This trends at least once every 2 months. Yeah, they'll pour it up post. It's funny. Yeah. Big boy gang. Oh no. Why is George in there, dude? George is, he's part of the show. They changed the locks though. George will be able to. Let's see, this next one is Chin's Insta story question mark. Joe Rain posted this. Not real. Very funny. On scale the Diet Coke. Crazy. That is very funny. It is cool if he's doing that. Take no judgment. Behind the scenes of producers. Yeah, that's clearly salt. That's not cocaine. Because if it was cocaine, it would be in my nose. It's not real because there's no gun. Oh, legal age of dope. Ari Clem's delay for being a PDF file posted by Mike Honcho is 7. Let's see. Send us down here, guess 15, 12, 40, 40, 40, yeah. That's where Chris now you fucked up. Location. Oh my God. Yeah. Back in Estonia, my man's a gentleman. Wow. Not for me. Yeah. Great comic, not for me. Yeah. How about you be funny next time?
Yo, yo, IWS, how are you?
Yeah, no, my one fucking talk with you.
This smug ass face with Papa feels like he drops knowledge posted by Hot Cinema. Yeah. Damn, dude, his face could be like a thing that pops up. You like the paper clip on the whole word? Like
This person's definitely really.
this face? Yeah. Got a question? Oh, Floppy. Yeah, Floppy. It looks like they're like, hey, Brandon, what should we name the dog? He looks like that. Donnie. Give it back. Bye. Alrighty. Next joke. Next one is Caterpillar Hot 7539. This week's new persona, selling Calabasas. Oh my gosh. Interesting. 3 deals in 1 hour. So is this on Tripod's Podcast? What channel is this on? I think that's fake, but it would be funny as fuck if he did a real estate bit. Yeah, that would be fun. He's in the middle of trying to work on my truck. My house got sold. I've always been kind of a guy that's into like real estate, money, making it happen, and I don't know why I've been that voice for shopping. Yeah, I sold my house, I flipped it for $3 million, and I asked the guy, so can you give me more money than that? Got done. Instead of calling it Drive Fast All Gas, you should have called it West Coast Choppers. I don't know, just because I don't know. I tried. I mean, it's better than Drive Fast All Gas. Let's see here. Well, Luke doesn't rate the Rogan hack pack. Plus my little wow. Let's see here. Attachment to Monter because downfall. No. This show has turned into a Rush Limbaugh with DMT and shit comedians. Well, it's always not shit comedians. Skis and beats. That's hilarious. Oh, yeah. Teaches what I think is probably the best memes out there. But, Luke is a good guy. It depends on how numbers you count it or whatever. Oh, boy, 250. The Grammys make me sick. Only inviting Beatles posted my Grammys concept 26 minutes. Wow, this is the best post of the week right here, dude. Yeah, dude, calling him out for his idiocy. Very stupid. Read the room, y'all. What room were you rating that, Brendan? That one. Oh, dude, come on. No, I have inside knowledge. I was a double agent. That's why he stopped, because when he went, he was like, oh my God. Everyone here's a pedophile. I'll never fire me. Showtime. I better bet on myself. I better bet on myself. Let's see here. What the fuck? Yeah, dude. Oh, he's right. Upstairs, patient 373. Yeah, dude. We were talking about this last week. You don't look good. No. Look, evil does this to a man, right? You're bad inside, eventually outside, bad too. Yeah. Too many hot chips can lead down a treacherous road. My camera angles are not helping. All of these pictures look like each one of them looks like he caught his dick in something. These are all stills from that's what he's trying to like not like if there a way to like not let anyone know that caught my dick in something. And the rest of them were him just screaming for help. Please! He's trying to describe how it got caught. He's like, I don't know. My dick is stuck in the pie. That's the first try to get it out. Oh, fuck. He's resigned now. He's like, alright, fine, it's just stuck for you. I was like, what did it do? I don't care. Yeah. I don't have a dentist, so I might as well have a dick. This is also how hard you laugh when you've done something terrible. Yeah, and you finally feel good again. Yeah, for that 15 seconds before you're just like, oh my God, so funny. Why did I do that? Yeah, let's see. I present to you the 250 fucking suck me comment search 8648 posted this one. I'm pretty glad somebody said that. A brand new minute from one of the hardest working men in all of the Austin, Texas comedy scene. This is the return of Cam Patterson. Hey, I was running the fires. I was there. jokes about Asians. Cheat on your wife, take some Adderall, and hit up way too many women on Instagram. You know what I mean? Yeah, keep it big. 3 C's. If there was a horrible fire recently, blame it on the people in it. Yeah. That's good. That's your way of calling the policies. Wait, I was like, I don't think it's Cam said that. It's like they should build the house. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't understand why he went on the game. That I don't get it. Maybe that's just the truth. Yeah, I don't know. That was like a whole one section explained, and then he went into the brick thing. I don't know why he's blaming on the case. I would have said, I blame it on the cookies. I mean, the Cam saying blame it on the case, I think he probably just did that because that like kills in Austin. It's just like, that's really all I'm going to say. And the gays. And then like everybody there is like, oh, he's one of us. We haven't read a book in 17 years. I want to go to Austin and be like, I'm a doctor. I delivered a baby yesterday. It turns out it was killed. Yeah, you mean Rich? Austin just passed out for a second there. What is it that? Posted by Dandy Kaufman. This one is called Bryce, quote, is not a bad dude, end quote. Just a byproduct of social media. He's a kid.
Bryce is like some evil kid, you know. I think Bryce is a product of the current society obsession with social media. I don't think he has a background in history, especially when it comes to World War II and Hitler in Germany, for that matter. I think he's homeschooled, if that's right, or dropped out of school. Point is he's not the most educated Jew to give these hot takes. That's fine, you know, freedom of speech. He's welcome to say what he wants to say, but you just got to be ready for the repercussions. When you say some wild crap like he said,
You don't think he knows that? He said that, no. Yeah, no, I mean, what he did is inexcusable. Again, I don't think what Shab is saying is wrong in the sense that he doesn't know anything about history. He's probably homeschooled. He's an idiot, right? So that part actually is true. And he probably is a product of social media. Because if you go on Twitter now, it's all Nazi crap. So I understand that, but it doesn't excuse. I go on Twitter too. I don't believe in Nazi crap. I read it and then go, you know, and also it's Hitler was right. You know, like that just you have to be a moron to. So that's what's lacking from this critique.
So, I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but I think you guys need to realize that this is a kid. He's a kid. This is a kid who probably is on social media, and his algorithm, for better or worse, is filled with this narrative that he is kind of pushing, and there's much smarter people than him pushing this narrative, and he's just smarter people.
And they're also doing it right.
These days. But remember, Bryce is he's not a bad person. He's not a bad dude. He's not at all.
Do you think he was in the bunker? And they're like, we lost, son. We lost. So, you know, he's loading the gun with his wife. Steve O'Brien. He's like, wait for 8 or give it like 80 years, dude. Hitler's return is either Bryce or John Cotton.
What Bryce is, he's in this bubble.
This team is great. Kanye's like, how much right, man?
And he's the perfect storm of growing up super religious, which most of those super religious people don't mess around with the gay stuff. And then, so when he's seeing online, it's really not super, it's not good. So he sees online, like the transgender stuff and prejudice, and, you know, there's these safe rooms where kids can come out if they're gay or trans. So he's constantly seeing that in his algorithm on the news. He's like, what? Remember, he's a religious dude. He's like, what the fuck? Who's turned to shit? So he's just this byproduct of that.
Imagine being compassionate for Bryce Mitchell after he said all that stuff, but then they put 5 acres on a UFC card and you are so pissed about it, dude. Yeah, that is a lot. That's a great point. He's worried about the guy that loves Hitler and all that. Yeah. But just the idea of black anchors, he can't. They're there because they're black. There's no compassion. We get it. There's no we get it, Bryce. We get it. That's where you should. Take a guy that's like that crazy shit. Most people are gonna write him off. Can't wait to see him fight next and get his ass whooped. But you gotta step back a little bit and sort of, the kid is a product of the current climate we're living in. It's that's the face from it. Where do you get a hat like that? I don't know. The Marvel store. I wonder if somebody was with them when he got that hat. They're like, yeah, give it. It was a gift. He's like, oh, sir. Somebody trolling him. The homeless cat sent him that. Damn, very fan. Wear this on the show, please. Damn, I'm really upset there's no Antonio Brown clips. You think there would be? Maybe it wasn't a good show. Maybe. Probably not. They're probably best show. Posted by Confidence Search 8648. Rigs playing Bloomingdale's, Minnesota. 10:30 a.m. Again. I do Bloomington, Minnesota. You know what I was saying, Bloomingdale? I'm like, isn't that like a store? It's not a city. Maybe the city was named after the store named after the city. When you said that, I thought it was like a joke, like he's gonna have to play at Bloomingdale. It's like, oh, it's like yeah. He has a shift at Bloomingdale's. He's how he found his shirt. His folding pants. 122. Alright, kids, that's it. Tune in to the fight campaign myself, Joseph Rosen, and I go to Bloomington, Minnesota. Very funny. He's just a product of the current climate of social media. That's all defense of the guys. Okay, so this is V Talks About Kids, posted by Water Dune 1984. Let's see. Do you have any kids? I do. God damn that you have. I want to watch that whole episode, and I was waiting for this episode to think about watching it. Now I want to watch it just because I'm wishing death upon you. Let's see. He would never say anything bad about LA posted by Haphazard. Oh, come on. Let's end on this one. This is a 2-minute 38-second Haphazard. Hey, we'll try new bands. Hey, shit, you always gotta do new material. Get afraid. Daddy has a little reservations about going to Austin, and it's getting real. Daddy's not so much sure about making Austin his new grandfather. But he was like, "Are you daddy or my daddy? Who's daddy? Fucking daddy." It was always a little bit scary. Yeah. Yeah. And I'll miss LA. I've been here a long time, man. 30 years. Don't get it twisted. You and I'm not going to speak for you. We're like those guys that leave LA and trash LA. I know them. Wow. This is going to eat them in the ass later, dude. Or about right now. It's not gonna be a hot second. Wait till they go to Austin and start talking shit about LA. Yeah, that's the fucking beginning of every clip right there. Every name. Yeah. Oh, really, dude? Dude, I absolutely adore LA. Yeah, I love it here. There's a lot of good things. A lot of shitty things, but there's something good. So many good things. So immediately talking shit about LA. I have to say, I'm just having excitement for all right now. There's so much changing. So, and then also the thing today while we're doing this podcast early is that Slamback Comfy I've been working on since September. We got to finish it tonight because I got to drive 3 hours to Johnson Valley, King Hamlers. I finished it tonight. Yeah, I hit the guy up last night. He's like, get ready to Can't help himself. He talks about, so I have a friend in the group chat that will just bring up people that we don't know. He'd be like, you know my brother Dave, and we never knew he had a brother, right? He acts as if like he's been telling us about Dave for years. Dave tail. Yeah, and so it's annoying, and that's what Brennan does with cars. He just says things that you don't have any idea what he's talking about. You know, we got that HVAC clamp. I tried that up. It's finally done. Johnson Valley's going to be a weather night tonight. Key, what do you say? He goes, look at the hammers. He got hammers. What are you talking about? We'll give it a the shock value. Nobody knows. Brian clearly doesn't know what you're talking about. You fucking asshole. Your wife, kids, you'll be able to. You'll get it done. Also, I heard you said this, but no one will remember you working late except for your kids. No one. The people you work with, the employee, the boss, nobody will remember you working late, but your kids will. Yeah. That's why I hate it when I did it. Whenever I miss anything, I fucking hate it. Yeah. Hate it. You're gonna get it. We'll get it done. Yeah, we'll get it done with the squad. We'll get it done. That's just how it's all that. It's just, hey, and then I gotta drive it home. It well, but it's a 3-hour drive over there. It's a brand new truck. Something goes wrong. I'm stuck on the side of the road. Yeah, there's no wipers. It's raining. There's no wipers. That's all I have. No wipers. Why would you drive a truck in the rain that doesn't have windshield wipers? Put windshield wipers. That's not even a hard thing to do. I think you can do that yourself. If it has no wipers, it has no wipers. Not at all. You know how to replace the wiper. You don't have to make the mechanism that makes the wiper. That's true. Yeah. But he should know. He's a truck guy. Yeah, you're right. But why doesn't he have it at all? I'm on your side. How does he not have that, man? Has he fit that? It's an HVAC thing. That's why, dude. Why would he go to the king of shocks? Well, that's a great question. If you get hammers, it has the shocks of the give and take. And when you put the wipers in, it doesn't really let the engine run as it goes. It's like traction control. You should be involved. Yeah, dude. Anyway, so we'll never trash that lady. Just like plugging it into random conversation. Yeah. We'll see. It's a goddamn issue. We'll see. How are that no wipers? I took them off. I didn't like the way they looked. Okay, never mind. So I'm on your side 100%. So he does know that, dude. I took them off. Okay. It never rains in Austin. Yeah, I regret it. Yeah. Let's get those back on. Can you get them back on? You know what? It was like, we're going to need wipers, I think, just for the drive up. The Johnson Valley's dry and sunny right now, but driving out there, you might need one, no doubt. Because you have them right away, for sure. I'm in the garage and I can't find them. That sounds like me. Yeah. It's got great. It's like when I do the shelves. It's like, I move the shelves somewhere, I don't know where they are. They're over there. Yeah. It's like, what's it called? He's like, I was looking for the wipers caught up in a lot of mold. Well, fuck you. Get out. Yeah. You won't. And that's the thing. When it starts raining really heavy, you can't see anything. That's Dave. Yeah, but since September, we're dry. And then today is the final day. Just anxiety.
How about the fact that last time you were in this exact same area, another thing happened with a car?
Remember that? I'm talking about when I flipped into you. Johnson Valley's where I flipped into you. We were talking about me. Clearly, that's what she meant. You moron. And you monkey brained it. I like how he started the man's speaking like what she's trying to say. He wouldn't let her have that joke. Yeah, no jokes for women on this show. All right, that's it. See you next week. Ah! Anderson wrote on a YouTube comment, and it was on talking about the closing. So, I mean, the people are talking, but that is not why they're here. No. You guys are here to watch 10 minutes of Shaw. Start the timer. Alrighty. Timer started. Consider yourself warned of the strategic thing. This one's posted by One Usual 4460. It's Mark, bring the dick juice and Addis. And I remember this one. I didn't forget this. Why was that? Because I'm sorry, I wish I had remembered it, but I do. Let's see. Here we go. Changing, grabbing a lift. So that's not the shop. That's the person in my room. Give me. Okay, I'm going. What are we gonna do with you? I like it. You're gonna swallow all those big dick from me, babe. Let's put it out. Good girl. Like 50 minutes of a K. Close, babe. It's gross. It's gross to see Shop talking to people like what his thoughts are and how he interacts with people. The DMs. You wish he didn't see it. Never meet your heroes, right? Devils is just he's trying to avoid the awkward moment in the room where he's like, see, that's the awkward moment is him asking for sex. That's what I'm trying. He's trying to get that out of the way. He wants her to show for what is it, Kristen? Is that probably not Kristen? They had talked about it. He wants no conversation. Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna come over though, and do it, and then watch TV and go to Street Game. No talking. Hello, here we go again. Hello. We're in the shop. I'm horrible. Why are you horrible? I've never been good at texting. I'm not attached to my phone. Oh well. I dig that. Forgive you. Just a drop in my hand. Deal. When do I see tomorrow? I'll land around 2 shows until 7:30. So, I can take 4 6 p.m. and obviously after 2. Damn, these guys are like too old to be like setting up sex rendezvous after shows and getting married. Fuck wasn't it? Yeah. Don't go MIA on me, buddy. How about that? I am married, but I am open to cheating on my wife. I would like to have sex with you. Is that something that you're also open to? I'm a bad person. That's the communication. Would you be okay with having sex with a married man? Don't go married in action on me. Like 5 minutes from the club, I'm at the hotel with Vic. Like 11 minutes from the club. With that face, he almost that face. Hotel that face. Alright, try some bag. Yeah, that's his top 3 used. His thinking. The wiki face and the gimme.
Your account may not be able to do that, dog.
Let's see what else we got here. Joanna needs an answer. Gotta go 5 4 3. Should we? I'm trying to avoid. Alright, it's Joe Rogan, so I'm sure it's gonna happen. Oh, this is gonna be. I know what this is gonna be. This is gonna be the thing where he's like, I see like friends' wives posting shit.
And had some guy on, and the guy was explaining how Instagram is essentially an infidelity accelerating machine. Because if you think of like how many, I know guys who are married and their wife's page is all their wife sticking her titties out and sticking her butt out. That'd be a cool joke. Literally the whole page is on the real. I'm not talking about girls who are like professional fitness influencers who are just showing how good their body is. I'm just talking about just regular gals. Like if you're a professional fitness person and maybe training people or something like that, of course you should show your body. That's what everybody wants. Yeah, you're literally advertising. Look, I did this to me. I can help you do this to you. But some of them are just ass and titties. And like they're married, right? So
Rogan is the minimum sky. He posts a lot. Yeah, he posts a lot on the red.
They would defend them on the DMs like constantly. And if something goes wrong in the marriage, then they have like probably so many options, like pro athletes or
Who knows? You know? Gotcha. Holy shit. What the hell was that all about? You never talk about your friend's wife. I mean, look, one of them broke code. Well, who's breaking the code? Because Shop's cheating on her. Oh, yeah, no, Shop. I mean, Shop is broken a different code. But I don't think Rogan should be talking about his wife. Nice. Right. Yeah. Keeping it like locker room, dude. This is posted by Rough Promotion 6149. Mama has listed their house for sale. Texas is having fun. God, that's a big ass house, though. How does he fit that thing? That's insane. It's like a Wes Anderson. Can you imagine like Wes Anderson doing a shot? Yeah, that Wes Anderson version. Make it happen, shit. Wow. That is a nice house. The Secret Life of Brendan Schaub, Chapter 1. 5 beds, 6 baths, 6,700 square feet. I'm a number one.
Ooh, that knee. I really did sprain my fucking knee.
Dude, you sound like you're doing it good. Were you trying to do West Henderson there? Yeah. Let's see. I don't know. That's insane. He's definitely going to Texas. Yeah. Alright. Slojo is going to change her identity when they move to Texas. Should we read it or not? Okay. Hosted by Alien. The Kardashian, the egotistical, materialistic Ellie's left front isn't going to fly in Texas. She's going to ship her own instructor. LARPing is a Texan. As soon as she gets there, she's going to start wearing cowboy hats and boots, jeans, flannels, etc. She's going to become extremely patriotic and will start posting about Christianity, conservative politics. She's going to start I don't know about that. As we learned from Road and Shaw, Austin's liberal as shit being is basically fucking North Korea with a beach. So I don't know about that. North Korea with this at all. Whatever, did we get it? North Korea with a beach. Oh god, that's a question. Oh my god. TPK Texas area coming. How was motherfucking up posted by Dono the X? Shot from the Atlanta and started me. I mean, this looks like it's a real picture. Yeah, this is very good Photoshop. Very good. And the shop is online so much in Callan that you can make stuff like this. There's pictures out there that you can put in really ugly. Name the movie. Let's see what else they got here. Pull up Shade posted by Ocho Man 3412. Dang, we know where his leaves lies. I know it's gonna hurt, right? Gillis posted with your in the knee. You know when this photo, this photo was taken. No time. 4:35. Oh, no, you're right the first time. Damn, that'd be funny if Nate Diaz tweeted out Shane's big old pussy. Or just the pussy about shop again. Yeah, I'm here. Me and Shane are here. And shop's a big old pussy. Give the shit that's a big old pussy shop. Who do you think that Nate Diaz thinks he's making a picture with? He's like, maybe it's Rogers. He's like, Dad, I got this picture with fucking Mr. Rogers. It's me, Missy Man. Teams. He done. Alright, let's see what else we got here. Shop showed up 30 minutes late with some nods, hosted by Clint Butter of Chips. Oh, what is that? That's a weird thing. Oh, is that on the show? I think so. Maybe they're doing some AI shit with Secretary Rabbi. Yeah, probably great content. Never seen it. It's a great show. You got your best. That's nice, though. Yeah, he started looking kind of caveman-ish. Very good observation. He can save you money.